Hi, Zizaran here with another video, and this is going to be my most basic play with me that I've ever done, similar to Let's Plays that you might have seen other YouTubers do for other games. And this is going to be for people that have never played Path of Exile before. I'm going to try to do everything, talk about everything as we find it. So this is going to be a very, very raw, long, unedited VOD. If you're looking for quality content, probably my entire channel just isn't the best fit for you. But this will be a nice thing to have in the background while you're playing the game. And we are also going to be actually following one of my build guides that we'll show here and show you how to follow that as well. So here we have one of my popular build guides from this league. It is a Shadow Saboteur Trapper. And we're going to follow this when we're playing and show you how it's done. So for this, you are going to need a third-party program. So sadly, it's very, very important actually. And I do recommend it even for new players. And we'll put in the description how you download and install that. It's very easy. And it's once you have it downloaded, you are going to need to copy paste this line. Okay, I don't know why right click and copy doesn't work, but there. We'll copy paste this and we'll have that up here. Now we've loaded Path of Building and it will look like this once it's loaded. And yours should probably not say update ready, but that shouldn't matter. We're now going to click on the import, export, build tab, enter website link, import, and boom. The good thing for this is like a planner for the game, is that what we do for new players is we show people step by step how to approach the skill tree. As you can see, it's obviously very overwhelming and you're going to easily feel lost as a new player. So we show you step by step how to put skill points in. We also show you what skills you're going to be using early, and we'll walk you through all of this as we're going along. So we're here on the character creation screen, and you're going to click create character, click Scourge, then click OK. I've made something called a private league. Doesn't really matter, but just I'm simulating a full new experience, so I don't have it's completely like as if I started over from scratch. We're going to pick the Shadow class, and then I'm going to call it Zizaran Boss Killer. And this build is extremely strong. It is, in fact, one of the strongest things that you can play this league. And not necessarily the easiest build. I think the easiest build for a completely new player would probably be a skill called Summon Raiding Spirits. But on the other hand, that is not that good once you actually finish the campaign. Whereas this thing is an absolute powerhouse. And I would like some feedback from completely new players if they are able to follow this. It shouldn't be very complicated. It's just not the easiest skill that exists. Now, once we are in, we'll go over the settings and stuff a little bit. And this is also going to be unedited and long and raw, like I said. So I'll probably take a food break at some point, and I'll also be treating it a bit like a normal Twitch stream, but just over-explaining everything. Now, in the graphics, that's just mostly preference, and things like Vulkan depends on your system. You do want an item filter. So you want to open a website called Filter Blade and get a NeverSync filter. This is very, very important, and it will help point out if you're finding good items to you. Other than that, you could keep quest tracking enabled if you would like to. As far as the map and things like that goes, I like having landscape transparency to the left, map transparency to the right. So if you're wondering why my map looks different, that would be why. I also have always show sockets on and advanced mod descriptions. And these settings are going to be pretty important for following along. There's some other health things. Oh yeah, these. Show life and mana buff levels and mini life bar above you is pretty important as well. You can change your cursor as well if you feel like you are losing your cursor. Now, with that out of the way, we will go pick up the glass shank. This is a dagger you find in the game. And we're going to click on the Dying Exile. We can click skip all tutorials because you shouldn't need to have any tutorials because you're already watching a tutorial.
Is it possible
now we are going to find a skill gem, and this is how skills are earned or found in Path of Exile. It's not like other action role-playing games where they're tied to a skill tree and you will, have different skills based on where you put points in the skill tree. Here we find them as gems that you put inside you, and that will give you the skills. When we put this inside our dagger in the socket here, and obviously we'll try to explain more and more as we go along and try not to overwhelm you early, see that we now have default attack and we have Viper strength. And now we can also, very, very important, click move only here. That's because the default attack will basically get clunky and in the way. You'll accidentally hit monsters, which you don't want to. You don't want to do that. Another thing that we want to enable is always attack without moving, just by clicking on the Viper Strike. This is just so that we don't move towards the target. So if I click right click now, it'll attack while I'm standing in place. Other games would have this by holding, for example, shift. But yeah, we really do want to not move too much. Let's see. I want some background music actually before we start. But yeah, it should be like a very, very long video. I will try to make it fairly fast, but it'll probably be anywhere from 6 to 8 hours. Now we're going to click this chest here. We'll get a chance to poison support gem. We'll just throw this in, but chance to poison isn't really important early on, so we're not going to explain it. But around level 4, we will get actually support gems that will change the way our skills work, and we'll explain support gems then. And Link. There's a lot to explain in this game. Now we have the first boss, Hillock. And for the class we're playing, once you hit like around 50% on either mana or life, just using your life flask by clicking 2 and 5 should be more than enough to survive. Then you're just right clicking him down. Should be very straightforward.
Nice not
now,
being dead yet.
If it's your first time playing, you might have to tap Z. Z is basically show all items on the ground. And later on, our filter will hide more and more things. So you will have to hold Alt to bypass the filter or to ignore your filter. There, we can put on the wool shoes, but anything else, we didn't really find anything else interesting. We're going to sell all those to the vendor, except for the medium life flask. Actually kind of unfortunate that we did not find any blue items, but we'll explain that later. So now we have 3 wisdom scrolls. We're going to click purchase items and look at things for sale. If this was all linked, and links are very important for gems working together, especially with active and support gems, which I explained at level 4. But we are looking for specifically a blue green or a blue green all linked together. Is one thing we're looking for. Another thing we're looking for is if a one says +1 level of physical spell skill gems for what we're going to be playing later. Also early on, lightning skill gems could be good if you're watching along and find one of those. We are, however, going to just buy this one, which is a blue-green, and just a second one of whatever, just so we have ones. We get some spell damage early. We're going to talk to Tarkley, and we're going to take Stormblast Mine. Our guide actually tells us what to do early. There are loads of information in the notes here as well for those that like reading instead of just video guide stuff. But here we see all the skills we need in the first 12 levels. It's Stormblast Mine, Orb of Storms, Frostblink, and Vitality, and they say at level 4 and 10. So the only thing we have is Stormblast Mine. We can take these gems out, put Stormblast Mine in, and we can link Chance to Poison to Stormblast Mine. And we can just sell the Glass Shank. Actually, we can sell the Viper Strike as well.
Stay sharp out there.
That will give us another Scroll of Wisdom. There. We'll move out, and hey, it still works. Also, we're going to click always attack without moving.
Hurry.
So, the last to die. This is the current active league mechanic in Path of Exile, and Path of Exile always has a league active. They renew every 3 months, and it will be a completely different mechanic each time. This time it is called Scourge, and at the end of the league, the developers will decide, yes, we really like this, or no, we didn't like this, and then either added core or scrap the league mechanic, and then there will be a new active league mechanic every time. So we'll just stop.
Hurry.
And the last to die, she will offer us a blood crucible, which we're going to shove inside our character. We'll explain the league mechanic closer to like level 10 to 12. Now, as we see in the guide, we see exactly where we're going to put all our first skill points. So we'll just go ahead and assign that. We'll hold control down while clicking it so that we don't have to click apply points after. Basically bypasses that. I'm also going to put the Stormblast Mine on W. That's just preference. And have it wherever you want. I also like playing with the map open in the screen in the middle. And you might notice that I'm not really killing any monsters in the start. This is completely based on preference and how slow you want to go. And you are only getting a benefit by overkilling and going slow in the start. However, as I want to keep this video less than 20 hours, I'm going to play faster than what a new player would and you can just like speed up or pause as you are going along. And I'll just keep my normal pace while trying to explain everything. But again, speed up or slow down the video if you need to. We're picking up the waypoint here, and the waypoint is a system that you can just teleport between different locations. We'll show that when we're actually using it. And then here we have ROAS. Now, for the skill I'm playing right now, this isn't a super simple just right-click and attack skill. You can see that I'm putting down mines, and then I have to hit the D key to detonate them. You can bypass this by putting detonate mines on your mouse button 1, and it will still act as a move only. It's an instant skill, and it will basically just... Some people prefer this, I don't, but this might be easier for new players, so you don't have to worry about detonating the skill. But it will work completely as a normal move only. This area is actually very dangerous, and we will see a lot of people dying here this early. Actually, Act 1 in general is very scary. We also had our first gem level up. This makes it quite a lot stronger. Gem lows is actually very, very important for spells, which is what we're using. So what I would recommend is make sure you're always leveling all these gems, the only exception coming low 4. We are now going to kill these roas. They're very scary, so as you can see, we try to be very careful here, kill them from a bit of a distance. And once we hit that roa nest, it is actually going to enrage all the roas around it and make them scarier. And Phil, thanks so much for the resub. We've already found alchemy, so we'll explain currencies as we find them. We found a glass bar bauble. That is something used on flasks to give them more quality. Quality will basically, in the terms of flasks, make them last longer. An alchemy orb, I hadn't planned on explaining this early, but again, I'll explain orbs as we find them. It'll turn an item rare or yellow, which will give it up to 6 stats. It'll give it up to 6 stats. And an item in Path of Exile can have 2 stats while blue and 6 stats while yellow. And obviously this is going to be very, very dense on information, but hopefully we can make it easy enough to follow along. I'm also going to move my mana flask to position 3. That's just like what I'm used to. I always notice people have different preference on things like that. There, when click the row nest, we'll pick another medium life flask up. Then I'm going to move it around like this. Medium life flask is very good. There. And life flasks in Path of Exile, they gain charges when you're killing things. So there's nothing you have to pick up on the ground or something. Oh god. Pick up this leather cap because it has a blue and a green socket link. Yeah, there's nothing you have to pick up. Just by killing things, you will be generating charges. You also gain charges by leveling up. There, click another rose nest. We've got all 3. Now, you might have noticed that when did you pick up this quest, Zizaran? Well, we don't really. There's not really, I think there's only one quest in all of Path of Exile that you do have to pick up. So if you're someone coming from, for example, Lost Ark, this is going to be a very, very big difference. That's the game I was just playing. And in Lost Ark, you have to like talk to an NPC, get the quest, then do the quest, go back to the NPC. In Path of Exile, you just sort of do the things and progress through the campaign. There's only one NPC in Act 3 or something they actually have to talk to before doing the quest. You can also see over there, the orange spot here, this is another side area. This is a side quest that we do not need to do. It doesn't like matter for our campaign progress. That actually just gives us respect points. Already done, Yipip. Already done. So, we are going to just move to the next area since we have completed the quest. Hopefully I'll be able to explain everything. There, and then that was this quest. Now we're going to explain the waypoint system. Here we have another waypoint, and you do need to click on these to get them. Now you see it opens up the map, and we are now going to teleport to the coast instead of back to Lioness Watch. That is because I just want to do 2 quests at the same time, then I can get all the rewards. We're just going to move it down here to the Tidal Island. Thank you, Jamie, for the sub. There, and we are going to be killing more and more now. I just usually don't kill many things in the first area. And always overkilling is going to be a good thing in Path of Exile. Especially as a new player, like the entire game will just get easier. We're going to put on the chain belt. That'll give us energy shield. That's just a different way of building defenses. You have life and energy shield. Um, and energy shield will like recharge after you haven't taken damage for 4 seconds. Now you can notice Hailrake will actually, and I think almost the only monster in the game that does this, Hailrake will try to predict where you're going. So if you're moving back and forth like this, he can pretty much never hit you if you're doing it correctly. But if you're moving like this, you can see that he is predicting you and will hit you. So you can't just like... Normally in Path of Exile, honestly, running like this in a circle is very safe. They'll very rarely hit you. Hailrake's the only exception to this. Also doesn't do that much damage, so it's pretty okay just to sit here and just kill him. But honestly, the biggest defense you have in Path of Exile, run around the monster in circles. There, we'll just pick up some random items there. Actually, didn't. Oh, actually, yeah, we can just so we have a glove slot. Now, Hailrake will always drop a portal. We could also just log out to save a portal. This is very common with speedrunners. They'll log out a lot after killing a boss to try to save time. So you'll see whenever someone does the campaign in like an hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours, they'll be logging in and out a lot to basically skips. We're going to talk to Nesta and hand in the quest. Again, we didn't pick up this quest. We just have it. We're going to take the Quicksilver, and this is the first utility flask you get in Path of Exile. There's Life and Mana Flask, and there's Utility Flask. Utility Flask will do something different when it's activated. In the case of a Quicksilver, it's making us 40% faster. Now we're going to pick up our first actual important support gem, Swift Assembly Support. We're also going to check the vendor and see... we do have a blue, blue, green. We're going to buy that. So that's also important.
Farewell.
There. Right. We will replace our unlinked one with the linked one, and actually we'll have these next to each other so we can explain. We're actually going to put the new support gem we get in here in a second.
Farewell.
So we talked to Tarkly, and we're going to pick up Orb of Storms like our guide tells us to. We're going to pick up Frostblink like our guide tells us to, and that is all that he has to offer.
Still alive,
we can check the vendor and see if there are any good links that we would like here, like a green, green, blue perhaps. You could also search for example, movement speed on boots to go faster.
Farewell.
Now, here we have, they both have the same sockets. They're both blue, blue, green. However, the one on the left is linked. So, what will happen here? Actually, sorry. Let me buy Onslaught. This is pretty important. There. Buying a Onslaught support gem. That's also in the guide. Now, we're going to put Orb of Storms here, Onslaught here, and now you will see that it does not have any support gem linked to it. And that is because there is no link between these two sockets here. But if we put it here, you will see that it does. It now has Onslaught linked to it. And we'll put on the Always Attack Without Moving. We're going to be doing that for everything. So whenever I hover over Onslaught, you will see that Orb of Storms gets highlighted. Or in reverse, if I hover over Orb of Storms, Onslaught gets highlighted. That means that they're linked together and they're working. Onslaught is going to just give us some speed now and again while killing things. But this is very, very good. And yeah, this is what we want. Now, here with the chance to poison, we're removing that. We don't really need that for anything anymore. We're going to put Swift Assembly. And this actually changes the way our Stormblast Mine works. Same concept. You can see that they're linked together, and hovering over them will highlight them. But now it's going to have a chance to get 1, 2, or 3 additional mines whenever we are activating it. So more damage. I'm also going to turn off the affinity system and simulate as if I had no stash tabs as a new player experience. Whenever you do start playing Path of Exile a lot, fair warning, you will probably use at least anywhere from $20 to $60, depending if you buy on a sale or not. That's why I say Path of Exile is more like buy to play and free to try. It's not entirely free to play. This is not something you can earn in-game. You will have to buy these. You can play without them if you pay yourself. There's no like pay to win in sense of power. It is only storage space. I think it's important to say that early. There. Now we have the 4 basic stash tabs. And this is more than enough to get through the campaign and early maps. It is just if you're playing like 500 hours, 200 hours, you're going to 1 stash tab. So I like saying that early. Now we're not going to use our alchemy early. In fact, we're not really going to be using a
What
lot
little
of
help I
currency
can offer
early.
is yours.
I'm actually going to keep this shield, but I will vendor the scepter. I do have a
Goodbye.
separate video telling you what tabs to buy and stuff, but the most important one is the currency stash tab. Um, there, let's see. You don't need to talk to Bestel, it's just exclamation marks, you know, habit. Right, we are now going to go back. Oh, sorry, I need to put on my frostplate. There, and I keep that on spacebar usually. Right. We're going to go back to Submerged Passage, and again, Act 1 is fairly dangerous. Act 1 is fairly dangerous. Now we have Orb of Storms, and you see that I am putting down Orb of Storms and then trying to keep the mines inside Orb of Storms. The way this works is that Orb of Storms will proc each time a lightning ability is activated inside it. So it basically will pulse and do more damage. So pretty important to stay inside it. And then we have a Frostblink, which is a movement ability. It has a cooldown. The cooldown will be lower the more enemies you hit with it, basically. So if I'm using it like now, the cooldown will be pretty long. But if I'm using it now, it's a lot shorter. There's a little interesting mechanic there. So we are just going to move around and we'll pick up blue and rare items. Regardless if it's something that we need for a character, we want to vendor these for orbs. And we'll explain every orb as we find them and how they work. And probably explain them. Sorry. Probably explain them again when using them. There. Now, we found a couple of portal scrolls. As a speedrunner, normally I would put a portal where I'm standing right now and then continue running. But we are actually going to go straight to the trap. It's also going to like alert when we are hitting new levels because it's a private league. So it thinks that I'm rank 1 in the league. Well, I am rank 1, so just ignore the alert messages here. And again, I would love feedback from especially people watching on YouTube. If they're very new to the game, I've never played before, if this is like easy and good to learn. And if you're worried that Act 1 is very hard, it's actually harder than the rest of the game. So once you get to Act 2, it'll feel breezy. The start is the hardest. Now, here we can see a chest with 3 linked green. You can wear a chest. You'll see most speedrunners don't because it does make you slower. But it will give you protection. It will make it safer for you. You see, we're just like, now we're going to start like killing things.
Low on mana.
We do want to level. And Act 1 is fairly dangerous. Now, especially important to kill blue monsters. Rare monsters, not as much, but blue monsters, the magic pack, they'll give a lot of XP. Rare monsters do give XP increases too. However, they end up taking quite a lot longer to kill. Whereas the blue monsters, generally very easy. Yeah, loads of XP. So we'll, especially you'll see speedrunners will always pretty much kill every blue pack. That was a shrine, so you can see that it's pulsing around me and chilling and damaging enemies. You'll find loads of these, and there are shrines that give a buff, and the ones that give a buff will be very dangerous because until you take it, it will buff the enemy. But right now, this is slowing down the enemy crab boss. Again, we don't have a quest that we picked up for this. This is not something you have to like have the quest for. You just need to go here. You'll see energy shield and life are very different. You see that after a 4 seconds of not taking damage, my energy shield will just start recharging, whereas my life needs potions. You can also get life regen. There, now we got some blue items. We are just going to log out here, which I have a macro for. It's for like speedrunning and stuff faster, but you could also portal out or hit escape. I do realize I'm not really explaining hotkeys. It's I for inventory, P for the skill tree. I think that's all the That's all the hotkeys you need, I think. I and P. But yeah,
Yes?
you can either portal out or just exit the character menu.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what else do we have? We only have one scroll of wisdom. We're going to identify the wand. It didn't have any of the stats that we're really looking for, which would be spell damage, flat added damage to spells, um, or gem levels is things that we'd be looking for. We're actually going to sell all of these to the vendor. There are pros and cons between selling identified versus unidentified. When an item is identified, it will give you alchemy shards, alteration shards, or augmentation orbs sometimes. Whereas, while unidentified, they will always give you transmutation shards. You do
Farewell.
need both, especially need a lot of transmutes early. Um,
You managed to kill
there, we are going to pick up a book of skill. This is the
Farewell.
same as getting a level, pretty much. It gives you a skill point. You do gain life and mana every time you level as well. You do not gain any like strength, intelligence, or dexterity while leveling. So we'll continue looking at our build guide. Our build guide says we want to hit cold-hearted calculations, so you can decide, like, do you feel like you're really squishy, then you can take blood siphon first, but we're going to go straight for cold-hearted calculation. I like just getting a bunch of decent damage early. We're going to replace our mana flask here. We'll just destroy the old one. And we are going to continue again from Submerged Passage. There, our Stormblast Mine is level 4. And this bridge that we can see the outline of here, that's actually how you see that you're going to the next area. There is a lot of tells like that in Path of Exile. It'll a lot of their layouts are like randomly made, but not like completely randomly. I think there's like only like 30 to 80 layouts in each one. So after a while, you do learn all of them, and there are tells for when you're going the correct way. So right now we're just making our way through, and we'll just be killing things as we go.
A moment to catch my breath.
And this character we're playing now is actually something I want on Soul Self and Hardcore as my main character. So it's not necessarily the absolute best, and I do want feedback on that. And oops, we don't need that chain belt, we already have one. I do want feedback on how easy this is to follow, especially for somebody completely new to the game. Should be very easy to follow for somebody that already has a few characters. This is a very, very strong character. Obviously, it is a very overwhelming game. Now we're in the ledge. This is a very, very scary area. We'll take our time going through this. There's archers, but more importantly, there are goats. And goats in Path of Exile is one of the scariest things. There are cannibals. Cannibals and goats. And we'll ignore that. Normally, your filter does a good job of telling you when there's something exciting. That was actually just something I added on my filter for a previous character I was playing. It's not important for ours. You won't have that on yours either. We found a rare rusted spike, and we also found a rare glove. We're probably going to identify the glove. However, early on, it's not so much about rare items. Early on, it's more about relieving your socket pressure. Path of Exile is very different than other games there, because here you really do care about the fact that the sockets are there so you can put skills in them, and that they're linked. That's like very, very important. There we found a skill gem. It's not one we like want. In fact, we don't actually need to find anything for this. Some gems are like gem locked to your character. Like for example, the Marauder won't be able to buy the same gems that a Shadow can. However, there's no use for a second character for this. Sometimes we'll do what we call a mule. And then that'll be annoying for new players, but everything we do, like, there's no need for second characters on this. And we're at the waypoint, and if for some reason you're coming back to this place later, you can actually see this is like arrows pointing in the correct direction of the exit. It's interesting for that zone. Try to mention things like that I remember as we go as well. These totems are buffing the enemies, so the red one we saw there is very, very scary. And there are monsters that has an aura like that as well, and that's actually the scariest aura in the game. It's called allies do substantially more physical damage. This is a blue-green chest, so now it could be worth wearing this chest. It will slow me down by 3%, doesn't matter for a new player. And there's nothing wrong with a little elevation, so I might as well just put this on right now. And a blue-green would be fine as well. This will be good because I will be able to put another support gem that we are getting in 2 zones called Added Lightning. It just adds lightning damage to our gem. And
Just
then we
need a
can have that on
moment to
both
catch
our
my
Orb
breath.
Storms and on our traps. We're finding Transmutes. Transmutes is like a lesser version of the Alchemy Orb, where an Alchemy will turn an item yellow and will give it at least 4 stats up to 6. A Transmute will turn an item blue or magical, and it will give it at least 1 stat, maybe 2. And then there is another orb that I might as well mention that called Orb of Augmentation, which will basically fill in the remaining stats on a blue item. And in Path of Exile, let's see if we can show real quick. Do I have a blue item on me right now? Yeah, so here we have a blue item. If you hold Alt, obviously it'll show you more information with the stat I told you to turn on at the start of the video, the advanced one. Here it says that it's a suffix. So you see it has a Driftwood Wand off the Inklement. And items have prefixes and suffixes. A blue item can have 1 prefix, 1 suffix. You can never have 2 suffixes on a blue item. And on a rare item, you can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. You can never have like 6 suffixes, for example. There. This is another scary place. Again, more goats. These have like a fire shield around them. What is the black mark in the middle of the screen? That is a door stopper that's lying behind me. I'm sorry about that. It is part of history now. It is a door stopper. Play with me. Yeah, this is the most basic play with me I've ever done. I want to try do like a way more basic one. Here's a simple robe with the same colors. I wonder, do I prefer evasion or energy shield at this point? It doesn't really matter, and we'll explain defenses later. You see I'm just leveling all my gems. The only one you don't want to level early is Arcane Surge, which I couldn't afford to buy yet. And to not level the gem, you have to right click it instead of left click it, and it'll appear behind me here. We'll try to buy an Arcane Surge once we hit lower prison and explain why we don't want to level it. We're going to run past this place here. There is a unique skeleton boss here that, well, I guess we could kill it. I guess we could kill it and see if we get any neat drops, but you don't really need to. But usually we'll run past this. It's also kind of scary early on. It's like a rain of arrows type thing. Well, we got some blue items. And blue items, really good to sell early on. Now this next up bit, this is pretty scary. So we're gonna have our Quicksilver saved for now. We are just going to stomp through here and run. That guy's actually very scary. We're just gonna run past this. No reason to kill him early. It does unlock a mechanic called Prophecy, which I probably will not explain in this entire video. There's no need to hear it.
Theopolis prison's a child's playhouse.
There, now we're
compared
in
to
lower
this.
prison. We are once
They
again
sure
getting a
don't love
waypoint.
like
You can
they
see
used
on the map now that we did not get the waypoint in the climb. There's no reason to not have it, but I didn't see it. I'm not going to go out of my way. We're never going back to the climb. We're going to go back to town now. You could continue and go all the way to Brutus, but we are going to pick up some support gems. We can also see if we have enough to identify to get an ult. I don't think we do.
Farewell.
Right, so we are going to get added lightning damage. This is very great. It's just free damage. We're also going to move our Stormblast Mine to our chest. Well, actually, yeah, we won't.
Take care.
We won't bother with the simple rope. Let's see. I wonder. I'm going to split 4 transmutation shards. So I want 1 more wisdom. Let's see. Do I have any rare items I can identify and sell? Because I want to get an alteration, which I now have. Excellent. There, we'll sell all the other ones un-ID'd. Yeah, we'll keep that. There. Now I have an Orb of Alteration. This will reforge a magic item, so it'll give just different stats on a blue item. That is not what we're going to use it for.
What little help I can offer is yours.
We can buy a iron ring, or you might have found one by now, like I have. And we are going to show the first vendor recipe. We'll have a chance to poison here in our inventory, and you could also just buy a you could buy a green, a blue, or a red gem, doesn't matter. We are going to show a vendor recipe. So open the sell window, iron ring, chance to poison, and this is now giving me a topaz ring. Am I level 8? I am. Awesome. We now have a topaz ring. We're going to take this off. Take out the gems. Very important. Now have one alteration. One blue wand. Needs to be blue. Can't be rare. Can't be white. And a topaz ring. And the rarity of the topaz ring does matter. This is going to be the first vendor recipe. Well, actually, I guess second one, because the iron ring is a vendor recipe of its own. Second vendor recipe you'll learn. And the power of this will depend on the ring. We could make this rare. However, that would make this have a required level of 20 to use. If it was blue, the topaz ring, it would be a required level of 14. So you can like, here we see 1 to 22 lightning damage added to spells. This is great for our early damage. We'll put the gems back in and we just got a huge, huge damage boost. We also have 4 additional transmute orbs. That means that we can afford to buy added lightning damage support. And now we have added lightning damage support in both our Orb of Storms and our Stormblast Mine.
Take care.
See, we've talked to Tarkley. Is there any
Stay
plus
sharp
forward?
out
No,
there.
we don't. Silver coin, which we don't need. We have portals. Let's see. I do want one more wisdom scroll. So I'm actually going to sell 4 transmutation shards. And picking up wisdoms early is very good. We'll check the vendor again, see if there's any really, really good ones. Yeah, it is level 14 with a magic ring. Awesome. Now I'm going to buy Arcane Surge. Sadly, this is already at level 4, but we are going to not level this. We'll just put this here so that it will hit the level cap at some point. And then we want to ideally link this with Frostblink. Now, Arcane Surge is something you'll normally put on something you're using fairly regularly. So I usually put it on a movement skill. It's basically going to give us a buff every time we use enough mana. At level 4, it's going to require Frostblink to be used twice to give us the buff. And that's why we want to keep it low, because ideally we want to have it to the point where our skill uses enough mana
Just need a
that,
moment to catch my breath.
that it is activating each time. Right, portal scroll, but we found a crude bow, and this is what we call a chrome item. When it's linked like that, blue, green, red, green, blue, whatever, it will sell for 1 chrome. We can also see a old league mechanic here on the map. This is an essence. This is similar to alchemies. We'll click it 3 times and that'll activate it, and then we'll kill it. Sometimes these can be really, really fucking scary. This is now, it's like an alchemy, but it'll specifically give 1 stat. So if it'll tell you, right? You'll see here. So on armor, it'll give you 6 to 11 cold resist. So for example, I can use this on my boot now. It might give me life and movement speed, which is what I want, but it'll at least guarantee resist. We get movement speed. This is very lucky. We got dual rest, and we got an open suffix, and once we hit level 12, we're going to show you how the crafting bench works. No, we're not. We're not going to show you how the crafting bench works at 12. I almost pro-trapped myself. I just realized new players don't unlock crafting bench until 16-20-ish. It's very, very hard to do this as an experienced player because you often cannot remember what new players don't have. So hopefully I don't fuck anything up. There is a fusing, first fusing we found. This will link sockets together. So we can just show that. A scary bird is in the background here. We can show that on the helmet. You don't really want to use it this early, but it's a good... we actually have a use for it right now. So this now 3-linked my item. That means that I can now use Frostblink with Arcane Surge. And items can have up to 6 links. Does not matter that new players don't have Scion. We are not a Scion.
I'm so good at this.
There. Found a large life loss. This is great. We do want to find wisdoms. Wisdoms would be great. Now, we are here at the Bronze Monograph, and this is a trial. This is every Path of Exile player's favorite mechanic about the game, and you have to run through a little, like, gauntlet, you could say, of a trap, and try to avoid being hit by them, and he lies. And this is part of how we get our multi-class or the subclass system. Very loud compared to the rest of the music. We'll explain ascending later, but it's basically like a power class. I don't really know what to call it. We just blink up here. We have 2 rare monsters. We can pick up the iron ring. Now I already found a blue green helmet. Makes that I wasted out. Nice that I've wasted my precious fusing, but that's fine. We click this and now it'll show you that you've done 6. And you only have to do this once per league. It's not something you have to do multiple times. Yeah, specializations. Very powerful specialization.
Catch my breath.
There, we keep moving. We'll pick up the wisdom because I really want to identify this. Keeping your flasks upgraded will be very important for feeling like you're strong. And you can see that we found a blue flask. Flasks can have stats on them as well. We are just going to go into a dead end. Apparently, we've been cursed. Curses will, well, this one will make me do less damage and crit less. Couldn't the fusing orb give 0 links? It could indeed. It does not always give more. It will change the links of the item. Okay, what's this? Oh, the chrome. Yeah, I guess I should keep the chrome. Sawbones, might as well kill. Pretty easy to kill, and you could get some like blue and rare items from him. Coral ring. This is actually a good ring that we are going to wear. We don't need to use an iron ring. You see that's very specific with damage to attacks. We aren't attacking. We are a spellcaster. Path of Exile is very specific and finicky like that. There are probably other games where attack would be homogeneous with spells, but in Path of Exile, spells and attacks are 2 very different things. But yeah, now we are just trying to explore the upper prison, trying to find Brutus, the next boss. And I already have a fair idea of where he is because I've memorized all the layouts. There's no reason to do that as a new player. And in fact, as a new player, if you get lost and have to level a little bit, that's really good. We are very over leveled ourselves. We're level 11 in a level 9 zone. There's a few rule of thumbs you can have. I usually have a rule of thumb of 300 life per act for safety. And also being 3 levels under the zone is usually what I like. But being like zone equivalent or over is absolutely fine for a new player. And you can click loads of chests and stuff while leveling. There's nothing wrong with that. You will find items. And now we're coming up on Brutus. And I'll try to explain his mechanics while fighting him. He has a pull that is like, if you're moving at an angle, it's pretty easy to dodge. And I try to bait that out of him because he'll stand in place, very easy to get damage on him. That you just want to move out of the way of, it's a big slam, and I think that's pretty much all his moves. So I try to stay a little bit close to him until he does that, and then move away, move at an angle to avoid the chain, and just like instantly moving in circles around the boss makes it very, very safe. There should be no bothers.
Big just means
Again,
more
ignore the
places
short
to
bow.
stick a blade.
There. Now, this is another place where you can just log out. So just exit the character selection. We don't need to waste the portal here. That is because this next waypoint is just given to us when killing Brutus. So you don't actually need to go and click that waypoint. You won't have to rerun the entire zone, which is quite nice. We're now going to vendor everything. I do really want more alterations, to be honest, but I don't really have more wisdoms. But that's completely fine. Let's see. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the unthinkable. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to split the portal scroll stack, install 2 portals for wisdoms, and identify the shields. That's because I was hoping for plus gem level on the shield. You can see the bow is selling for a chromatic, and now we have some currency here.
Farewell.
Let's see.
Hello.
Is there another... There's no other blue, green, green, or anything. Let's see. How early are we swapping? We're swapping to lightning trap here, which we kind of want. Blue, green, green. We want bear trap for single target. That's not super necessary if you're new. When do you vendor and when to identify before vendoring? You want like a decent mix of alterations and transmutes. I would, if I had more wisdoms, I would have identified more there to get more alterations. Carolus, thank you for the 48 months, and Soldem, thank you for the 27. And the tier 2 Carolus, thanks so much. None of these are linked well enough, but that's not super important. We do have links in our chest. We could just buy, we'll wait.
God
Oh wait,
hasn't
we'll find
abandoned
something.
us.
Let's see, we'll talk to
Farewell.
Tarkley and he will give us Flame Dash. We'll replace Frostblink with Flame
Stay
Dash.
sharp
Then we'll
out there.
again do always attack without moving.
Greetings.
If there's any good links on anything that we want. No, not really.
Stay sharp out there.
Is the chat blocking the view of the vendor selling when YouTube people watch this? Is it? I don't think
What
so.
little help I can offer is
Not really. Not really.
goodbye.
Be some wide lines for that to happen. We're now going to go to Prisoner's Gate. This build can do every content in the game. There are so many things you can miss.
Just
That's
need
actually
a
why
moment
I'm
to
doing
catch
this.
my
There
breath.
probably will be something still missed in this, but hopefully this will be a good resource for those that are patient and want like a long background footage. I don't know, I just wanted to do it. I know people like the play with me videos, so just wanted to make an even more basic one. And then people can like, if there's somebody thinking about playing Path of Exile, you can just give them this like 10-hour video and be like, hey, watch this before you start. It'll be great. But realistically, it's the thing you watch while playing the game. We'll just keep moving through. You can see Flame Dash is a different movement ability. Also, this Burning Menace or whatever it's called is kind of scary. You can see the Flame Dash is different than Frostbite. It also has multiple charges. Also, actually, I'm kind of scared of the dog. He can hurt. You want to right-click the Arcane Surge so it's not leveling anymore. Whoa. Whoa. Ow. We'll kill it. Hey, heavy belt. Nice. Use the strength. Now you'll see Arcane Surge is here. It get good after you watch a 10-hour video, yeah. We can identify
I'm
this.
usually the one making the ghosts.
Yeah, there's life on it, and strength
Someone's
gives us
being
life as
busy.
well. See, my life goes from 215 to 258. Right, we found the ship graveyard cave instantly. This can like take some finding. You might have to run around the zone a little bit. We'll put on a coral amulet here as well. Also, here's a good thing. Like to explain, like the shrine, like things don't really persist between zones. If I picked up the shrine and like went down here, I would lose that shrine instead of it lasting like a minute. And then we're just going to make our way through the ship graveyard cave. This is another quest. Not something you pick up. Oh, we'll pick up the jade amulet. I can't remember if I need stats for anything, but I'm white. Ow. I'm now bleeding. That hurts. Dead end. Yeah, pick up blood siphon, which now gives us 10 life gained on kill. Which you'll notice. You'll really notice that. Very nice early. Very nice early. Everything else has just been damaged so far. There's a lot of different interesting things on the skill tree. Lightning Warp is a great skill. It requires a 4 link. Here we'll click a strongbox. You can actually craft strongboxes. I could, for example, use a transmute on it, but there's no reason to do that. I'm gonna click it to get more monsters to kill. Pick up the blues. Again, we do want a lot of transmutes, a lot of alterations early. Honestly, like if I found 10 alterations or 10 transmutes right now, that'd be great.
Just
Use
need
a
a
lot of
moment to
those
catch
early.
my breath.
Pick the regen shrine. That'll give me a bunch of life and mana regen. We're just making our way to ship graveyard cave until we find. You'll see it on the map. It's very questy. And there is a boss in front of the quest item, and it probably looks like you have to kill it. You don't. You just pick up the old flame, well, get frozen, and then you can leave. You don't actually have to kill Strangle Charm. There's a few quests like this that it maybe seems like you have to kill whatever's there. You don't. A lot of the time you can just like bypass it. We'll explain that as we go as well. For each one. Now we are going to try to find Fairgraves, which is also very questy. Boom. And now we just talk to him, and he starts his
Understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this.
This used to be faster. I don't know why they made it slower. I remember a post on Reddit said Fairgraves now tells you his life story before you can fight him. But these used to be half the speed. Now, a good thing about traps, like you saw there, I can
almost feel sorry
pre-trap
for you,
before
Friend
bosses. So
Graves.
when I know a
Going
boss is going to
twice.
spawn in,
Can't be fun.
I can like have a bunch down all the way up to 15. You see in the top left, and I can click the D, and they're all detonating. So that is actually a really, really strong thing about traps. Very, very strong thing. Here we're just gonna move to the next zone. And it will probably like be extra slow early on. Actually maybe I do
I
want
need
one.
more pockets.
I might actually want a green, green, blue, because I don't have a green, green, blue. How? We don't have one, and I think I do want one. Socket pressure early on can be really annoying. See, the entrance is down left, I think. Be all the way down, actually. Could be up or all the way down. It is up. Sweet. There. And we now are actually pretty good on currency. We have 6 transmutes. We have alterations. I think in Southern Forest we'll introduce the League mechanic. Now we are going to keep going. We'll just kill Merveil like this. Let's see. We should actually switch at level 12. We should actually switch to level 12. We can go do that because you don't actually need to kill Merveil to get the level 12 abilities. The quest is just to have found her lair. So we'll go switch now. This would be fine to kill the boss with. It should be even better.
If you must take your time.
Here, we're now getting a lightning trap from the quest reward. This was just for finding her lair. We'll identify the leather cap. This is actually really decent, but we are actually going to vendor it because I don't want to upset my socket pressure. The items aren't like the most important thing.
Farewell.
There, let's see. Okay, and now we'll look at the guide. So we have lightning trap, which wants multiple traps and pierce, and also added lightning damage. So we do want a 4-link, which we don't have yet. But what that means is we can at least we can buy multi traps and
Hello.
pierce. Pierce is 1 wisdom, and multi traps is 1 transmute. So now we have all the support gems we want for that.
Farewell.
We will put that in the chest. And we can show, since we have 2 alchemies, this isn't a great use for it, but we can show, I'm probably better off using it on the 1, actually. Yeah, let's show it on the 1. It didn't get a single useful stat. Cold damage, physical damage, and the physical damage is local to the weapon. So even if we had a physical skill, it wouldn't actually affect that. Crit chance, which is also local. We'll explain more of that later. Doesn't really matter for our build and where we are right now, but it will. Oh, 24. I'll explain that, I think. But anyway, we'll put that back on. There. And then let's see, we will go get a bear
Yes.
trap as well. That's for additional single target. And this also needs a wisdom, so I'm going to sell to portal scrolls for wisdoms. You can sell transmutes for wisdoms too, but we are going to need a lot of wisdoms. There, we bought a bear trap. If you're wondering how I'm like buying without dragging, it's control click. Bear trap. We no longer need orb storms. We are actually, we can just like keep
Take
leveling it, but there's no reason to. Swift assembly. We can level swift assembly. We might need that later. We will level the added lightning. We will definitely need that later. And we can put this for example, next characters that maybe wants a blue, blue, green. And just in case I for some reason don't like it, we can just keep leveling Stormblast Mine and Orb Storms for now. We are most likely fully swapping this early. We'll put the lightning trap in here. There. So now I can just remove my old skills. We can keep leveling them for now. We'll switch them out at some point. This is just in case I hate swapping this early. Might as well check, you know. So we'll put lightning trap on right click. We'll put bear trap on W. So I'm going to use bear trap for additional single target damage. And now that we killed Fairgraves, Vestal will give us a skill point. Alright, let's see. Thanks, Blair. Skill point, and we get attack and cast speed. Doesn't actually do anything for our build now because we're a trapper and we want trap throwing speed. Well, they changed something with that recently. I don't remember what they changed with cast speed and traps. Something was changed with that. I don't play traps that much. So that's also part I wanted to choose this build because I'm literally following the guide that we made with Sai. So now you can see nothing else has changed until 16. We're going to have other things. Oh, actually, we can buy Vitality. We could use that already. It'd be really, really nice. Some people like, we can. Awesome. Now, we can buy Exsanguinate, which is the skill we want later. However, we don't need that until, let's see, when do we swap it? We swap to Exsanguinate at 38. It's not important to buy that this early because this will actually be leveling up in the vendor as we are leveling. So as long as you buy it before like level 45, that's not a big deal. And you might have more currency later than you do now. Right, let's go to Merveil's Caverns. And also, if you, for some reason you have small mana flask or small life flask at this point, now would be a good time to buy a bigger one for 3 wisdom scrolls. Now we can see we have an aura on our bar. I'm going to activate that by clicking mouse button 3, and it will give me life regen.
A moment to catch my breath.
So this is really, really nice. It'll keep leveling, and there are different auras. There's some auras that will use a percentage of your mana. Vitality, Clarity, and Precision will use a flat amount of mana. So if you have a character that for some reason has shit tons of mana, you might not even notice Vitality being on, whereas the percentage one will obviously take a large chunk no matter what. We can just clear this slot because unless we die, we don't need to re-enable it. Now we are a trapper, so we no longer have to detonate anything. And this is honestly a very, very fun way to play. Traps and mines are a little bit different in that way. Mines, you can like pre-mine a boss and then detonate when the boss spawns. Traps can sometimes detonate while the boss is still in the invul phase and stuff like that. So it'd be slightly more annoying to pre-trap than pre-mining. There's not that many differences between traps and mines. Mines reserve a portion of your... Do I need knives for later? It's 3 below. I might as well pick it up. Be pretty good with ones for a while. Yeah, preemptive damage. Right, now we heard our filter tell me something's there. It might just be a short bow. It is. But sometimes they'll tell you that something good is there. Short bow just doesn't matter for this. It's not even worth explaining. It's just another character I had that wanted that. For my league starter character this league. And this build I'm playing right now is obviously a very good league starter. That's why we're showing it in this environment too. But yeah, hopefully, and I might end up doing another one of these. I will take feedback, especially, please let me know in the YouTube comments if you're a completely new player, because I do want to make these better in the future. But this is my first try. It's also not scripted. I haven't really planned this. Just playing it by ear and hoping I will remember the most important things. It is a leather belt, which is actually worth explaining. So in Path of Exile, we've explained prefixes and suffixes, right? Those are the affixes. Those are the things that come as stats on the item. But you can see that there are items that have implicits as well. The coral ring is 28 max life. The leather belt is 40 max life, and that goes, for example, from 25 to 40. And that won't change regardless if I'm using alchemy or something. But I could find a leather belt with 25 life or 30. These are calming to watch even as an old player. That's good. I know the Play With Me's have been a pretty popular series for people to stick on. I've had some Play With Me's have like a few 100,000 views on 6-hour videos. Pick up the Topaz ring. We'll actually wear that. We want resist. Resists are very, very important in Path of Exile. Like, obviously, this changes from game to game. There are some games where resists are just like an optional thing or not as important. In Path of Exile, resists are incredibly important. And after around Act 3 to 5 somewhere, the game basically expects you to have 75% resist, which is your max. You can actually get higher max as well, all the way up to 90. But the game expects you at that point to have around 75. And we'll teach you how to very easily hit higher. Let's see. Where are we going next in our skill tree? We're going down here towards Master Sapper. Which is great. Oh, actually, no. We're taking Saboteur first. Taking Saboteur. There. Now we are going to put down a bear trap on Merveil and then start spamming lightning trap. And bosses in Path of Exile, like this, actually have like, it's kind of an anti-trap, anti-mine thing. Because they actually take less damage the first 4 seconds that they spawn. Because traps and mines were so good for speedrunning that people would very frequently use them. Just because they would one-shot bosses as they spawn. Then see, I'm just like, I'm throwing down a bear trap on the boss now and again. That's because bear trap, the one I have on W, makes the boss take more damage from traps and mines. Is it from everything? I can't remember. At least it gives us more damage, which is great. We want more damage. More damage is better than less damage. Always remember that. This boss is going to teleport around. Honestly, kind of wish I'd explained the boss a little better. I'll explain the second stage. That's the geysers and stuff that you want to avoid. And she'll like throw lightning abilities on you and the big tidal wave. Try to remember next time to explain bosses better.
My
Could've
first
done
dance
that.
with a lady
The
of
first stage,
quality.
she will
Pity
do
she
like a
let
fish
herself go
beam.
like that.
And honestly, like moving in Path of Exile and not backtracking is very important. Because for example, in her first stage where she'll do like the lances, ice spear of fish, she'll target you and then shoot in that direction. And a really, really good thing for killing that boss,
Oh,
you can
forest.
go buy an iron ring
Death
and
has
sell
too
it
many
with a
damned places
blue
to
gem.
hide
That'll give you a
in the
sapphire ring, or
forest.
you can buy a sapphire ring from the vendor before killing this, and that will give you a lot of cold resist. So at this point, cold resist is the most important. For the next boss, lightning rest is the most important. We are now going to fill up our scourge bar because it is time to show you the league mechanic. Very often the league mechanic will be almost unplayable the first 4 or 8 levels. Because you don't always have that much damage and stuff early on. So it just depends a little bit on balance. This one's probably doable around level 6 to 8. But I figure now is a good time to show league mechanics. We're killing monsters and it is filling up the scourge bar of this device that we put inside ourselves. We also, let's see, what do? We can do this belt. So to open the league mechanic, I rebound this to whatever the button to the left of 1 is called. Tilt, maybe? You can click it manually and you put this belt inside it. On white items, this is going to basically alchemy, but also corrupt an item. And we'll explain corruptions and stuff once we've finished this. But that is the league mechanic. It is going to now, when I hit V, the key for the league mechanic, for activating it, it's going to put me into the demon realm. Looks a bit like Oblivion, if you ask me. And there is a counter in the top left, which is saying how many like stacks I have. And these stacks is giving you more items. Like, it'll give you more quantity, basically, of items. But it's also making the monsters scarier. So now, Scourge monsters deal 1% more damage with hits and ailments. But I also get more quant. I am also able to like fill the bar up again and go again. So I could kill a bunch of normal monsters and go again. And try my hand at more. If I hit my tilt button to open, you see that this almost already filled up to transform. See if we can go a second journey. Will there be enough monsters to kill? It will. It will have enough. Then we'll be able to transform. You're gonna hit V. And hope there are some monsters in here. Oh, they should have gone more out of place where I haven't been before, but it was enough anyway.
Low on
And
mine.
another large life blast. Chrome. I don't have room. Then we can end the league mechanic by hitting V again. There are inventory tetris to pick up another one. We'll pick up a greater mana flask. Level that up. Level up, very important. Sometimes you'll be limited by stats. It'll say like you don't have enough dex, strength, int. For anything that's your active skill gem, so in this case, lightning trap, very important that this can always level. We're basically getting 12% more damage each time it's leveling, on average. Let's see, we're still going down here towards Master Sapper. And now, an item in your blood crystal is ready to be transformed. This is going to turn the item rare. And it'll also give it, well, it's not really an implicit. It's a whole new thing. Let's just Scourge stat, which will have an upside and a downside. So this now has a bunch of cold rest and 40 life. We're actually going to switch to that because I don't think I need strength. So this is actually pretty great. Minus 28 mana. Doesn't really matter for me. Yeah. So that was actually pretty good. So honestly, early on, you use this to just alch items. I'm probably going to skip it quite a lot. Is getting sand? What's sand? Oh! Oh, sorry, you're right. I forgot Saboteur. I'm bad. I'm bad. Let's see, we're just gonna place this. We'll take that next skill point. That was
Travel
totally
far.
intentional. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. We have a garbage amulet. I'm actually not going to identify the lapis amulet because I don't really care until I find a rare amulet. I'm going to identify at least 2 rare items. Oh, I do kind of want the bone spirit shield. Just because I want more alterations, we're going to need quite a lot more of those coming up now. I have a lot of portals, so I'll sell another one of those. Sometimes you're low on portals, sometimes you're low on wisdoms. The shield had no good stats, so we're gonna move through
Going?
that. And whenever I find items worth picking up and stuff for me using, we'll try to explain that better too. So we can actually, since we are only using a coral ring here, and we
Make
do want
it
more resist, we
fast.
can do another vendor recipe, right, of our old frostblade. We can turn an iron ring into a sapphire ring.
Return
So,
if
boom,
you
just
must.
destroy the old coral ring, and now we have 17, 64, 27. Now, I can't simulate this part because I don't have a fresh account. What is the Hell in quest, people? Do I just have to click on it and get a hideout? Do I have to clear a hideout? It's been 6 years since I've done this. I actually don't know what the quest is for a new player. Can you do it already? Dread Thicket. I have to go to the Dread Thicket? Okay, so we can't do that. Ask Helena, she did it recently. True. Dread Thicket is the first one. So that's I have to be in Northern Forest then for new players. So I can't use Crafting Bench until then. You gotta free her first? Yeah. I guess we can't until we get to Northern Forest. That's annoying. Poor new players. It's massively huge to have the crafting bench by now. That's really annoying. Alright, we'll just not use it. No wonder people struggle getting resist camp. Now I'm going to for speed running. Normally I would put a portal down here and then just run to the next zone. But we'll just go in here now. That's like easier for new players. Axe death every 5 months. Alright. So we actually have to kill Weaver without wow, that's awful. Poor new players. We have to kill Weaver without a crafting bench. I'll explain it after that. I almost forgot that, to be fair. Also, as you see, this is a pretty great playstyle now. It's not exactly like, you know, just like right clicking. We can pick up these velvet gloves. They're 3 blue. I'm trying to think if we need 3 blue for anything right now. It's not bad, at least. And actually, that could be something that's good to like Prangle Alchemy. There. So Krangle Alchemy is basically what we call. If you hear anyone refers to Krangling, it refers to the league mechanic. The meme originated by a Reddit post with just how difficult it is to come back to Path of Exile after not having played for so long. So that is basically that. It's just very, very complicated league mechanic. There. Painted blacksmith whetstone. Don't need that. Don't need to explain that. It's not important. Just pick them up and we'll maybe explain them later. They're like the least important thing. Now, you'll see here, one Scourge skill point available. I mean, you'll usually end up with all of these. I guess we'll probably be doing armor more. So I'll just assign armor. Then the other one is almost done. We'll go kill the bear. Krangling is a meme, yeah, made by Reddit. It's not an official term. Honestly, not really sure what the official term is. Pick up the items. Might as well pick up the blue, and then we'll leave. Scourge crafting, I guess. Krangling sounds better. Gem cutter strongbox. Another strongbox we don't care about, like using currency on. It's very whatever. We just no really gem that we want from here. Actually, now that we've found... No, I'm not going to use that. But, like, finding a low-level Arcane Surge would be nice because then he would proc our Arcane Surge buff with only one cast at that low level. Whereas we were not able to get one at least before level 2. Oh, nice meta. That's good. Glad you're liking the build.
Ready, exile?
There, we're going to talk to Einar. Einar is another league mechanic, and once you talk to him, he will follow you around. And he actually is pretty beefy early on. He will actually kill things for you. You see there, like he's actually plowing down that rear. Einar is a crazy bastard hunting beasts, and that is part of an old league mechanic, basically Pokemon. Yeah, they can be sacrificed. So kind of different than Pokemon, I guess. You don't sacrifice Pokemon, I think, unless it's changed. I haven't played Pokemon that much lately. But yeah, they can be sacrificed for items. See, blue sapphire ring. We'll pick that up. We'll pick up the blue sapphire ring. I mean, it's got a 3% higher implicit than ours, so we will switch to that. We can go back to town now, and we can pick up our reward from that big beast we killed.
Speak.
Let's see. From Yina, and we are going to pick up. Here we have the another utility flask we can pick up. We're not going to pick that up. It gives us all resist. But that's not something you want from flasks. We are going to pick up a Quicksilver flask because we want to go faster. We identify it as less duration. Kind of annoying for leveling, but at least it makes us immunity to bleed and something called Corrupting Blood, which we are not familiar with yet. Slightly faster boots, but I'd rather go for the resist right now, so we'll keep the ones we have. And just sell that, then we got another wisdom, and we'll keep the gloves for now. We are going to finish off the Saboteur, thank you chat, and then move down for this one. Master Sapper is the one we're going for next. We're going to go back to the crossroads. Hopefully this entire video will help new players. Let's see, we can just click V, go into the triangle verse. Honestly, I'm probably going to skip this a bit while leveling. Not really that important. It's just a free alchemies basically while leveling. And they aren't like the best thing. We might crangle some weapons. We might use it on some weapons. To get some good weapons. That it is actually pretty decent for while leveling. Nope. Deal no lightning damage. Okay, well that is actually unusable for us. It will make us literally not deal lightning damage. Excellent. Very excellent. Right, we're going to the top left part, and that is where we find the Chamber of Sins. Now we are going to find the Chamber of Sins level 2. And this zone is another one that has like a hint to it. And that is once you reach the middle bit. Once you reach the middle bit, it will actually point you in the direction of where you're going next. So the waypoint is in the direction you're going next. Just think of this like an arrow that's saying this way. Let's see, we can put these in here too. Maybe alchemy those, just because we don't have rare gloves. We can use it for alchemies early. If you do get to the other points, the other exits, there will just be a pack of blue monsters waiting for you there. Take a quick toilet break soon actually after this. And keep leveling our vitality. Now you will notice that since the vitality is requiring mana each time we level it, sometimes you might like feel like you're getting a little bit too little mana, and then you can stop or wait with leveling your vitality. This is another one of those trials for our like special class. So we do need to do these. We only have to do them once per league, thankfully. They made the entire process quite a lot better this league at the end game too. Even better. Loads of improvements for the game. We're level 18, very over leveled, and we'll just move through. And again, overkilling, absolutely a good thing, especially for new players. Doesn't matter if you're taking like 10, 20 hours on your first playthrough. It's a very overwhelming game. It's just you want to learn a lot. And I will try to take less time in this. Normally my play with me are anywhere from 3 to 6 hours. And this is also going to stop once I finish the campaign. But I will be playing this character myself after, and it's a lot of people started this character, so like, you know, with nothing, that they had nothing. And it's very good for that. I have prepared items for this character myself from my other character that just recently died, so I will be able to gear up this character for the end game very quickly. So you won't sadly be able to see the early progression, but a lot of people have been playing it. It is a very good league starter, and the guide should walk you through everything. The main important thing I want with this video is to help people get to map. There, and now we can start free trapping while he's walking towards us. We'll bear trap him. You'll see he's very slow. Makes him much less of a threat. We'll pick up everything. We still want transmutes. There. Alright. We'll pick up the Baleful Gem, and now we finally rescue Helena. And we'll meet her in town. She will give you a quest to go to the Dread Thicket in the Northern Forest. That's where we'll unlock our first hideout. Let's see. We'll identify both of these. They're garbage. They don't have any good stats on them. So we can walk through the stats. Actually, this one does, but it's also like, we're not going to use a claw, so it doesn't matter what the stats are on those. And this one just, I don't really want to unfree my sockets. We're not going to use that either. We're going to sell all of these to the vendor. Let's see. We'll open the guide. What are we picking up here at 16? We are picking up Skitterbots and Herald of Ice. Vitality might be hard to fit now, but that's the ones we're picking up. So we can pick up either Skitterbots or Herald of Ice. And then we have to buy the other from the vendor. I don't have blue sockets. Okay, what we're going to do now. So I told you guys that I want to keep leveling the added lightning, right? Because once I get a 4-link later, this is a gem I want to use. So I'm actually going to use this. I was about to sell it. I'm going to click on the weapon swap, which is also X to swap. And I'm going to put it here. Whoops. That's what I'm going to do with the added lightning. Now, everything in our offhand is still going to be getting experience. So this can be used to level gems for other characters, like new ones. And gem levels are very strong. So at some point, what we're going to do is buy 6 of the main skill we're going to use and level that. That's very common because later on, yeah, high gem level is good. And it's very early to explain that, I just realized. Well, it's worth it. It's a gem called the Valorm. I feel like I sort of like overloaded with information there. But the important thing to know is that the offhand gain the same amount of experience as the main hand, and we can go into more details later. So that's something you start worrying about around level 50. We're going to sell all these. We're also going to sell a armor scrap. Armor scrap and blacksmith whetstones will sell for wisdoms and is a great source of them. We're now going to talk to Yina. Yeah, I'm very worried about over explaining things, but there's just so much you want to explain. Let's see. I think we do another recipe to get more damage. We're going to buy a carved wand, or are we? Oh, I do. I can put a green gem here. Oh, actually, you know what? We are completely not using our Orb of Storms, our onslaught. So we're going to delete all those gems. Actually, we can keep Swift Assembly to Recipe and Iron Ring. Oh, actually, there's the Topaz for sale. That's fine. We're almost level 20 as well, so we can do that. We're going to buy the carved one, and this is perfect. We actually don't need the green socket. We don't need the green socket, so that's awesome. Let's see, but we're going to go to the gem purchase, and we didn't get Herald of Ice as our reward. We picked up Skitterbots, so we're going to buy Herald of Ice as a reward for 1 alteration. There. Once we hit level 20, we will do another recipe here. So I'm going to use a... we can show it already now. There's no reason not to. Essences are a great source of what I'm about to do as well. Let me get 1 more wisdom.
My help is yours.
Thanks. We're going to buy the Topaz ring. We're going to use the alchemy on it. And we're going to, again, do the recipe. So we're going to make it blue. Boom. And now we're going to use Carved Wand, Topaz ring, and alterations. And you'll see that this is required level 20. So we can't use this for another 2 levels. But once we get level 20, we get a very large damage boost. Because, well, this one doesn't really have anything. It's just useless. And we can redo the recipe once we hit level 20 on our already existing wand. So this is the thing. This is very like most new players would know this. It's going to give you such an edge to know about this vendor recipe. And you can do that with ruby rings or sapphire rings as well, and then it'll give you fire damage or cold damage. Obviously, we're a lightning skill. So it's just such a strong recipe. It'll give you such an edge over other new players. We're going to enable our other auras. You'll see we have so little mana right now. I don't want to have 2 casts and then have to use my mana fast. So I'm going to turn off my vitality. I'm probably going to hold off on leveling it just to have a little bit more mana. But I do want the damage. So we'll just keep it like this for now. Not level vitality more. And this should be enough. If you feel like it's very annoying to manage your mana, you could turn off your Herald Device, but at least keep your Skitterbolts on. They're very, very strong. What Herald Device does is it adds cold damage. We get flat cold damage to our attacks. And that'll also let us chill things a little bit, make them slower. And Skitterbots will also be running around slowing things as well. And yeah. It's Skitterbots will also have an additional mechanic with traps and mines. They will give additional trap and mine damage. So there's 2 reasons to use Skitterbots. They will give more trap and mine damage. They will rearm mines, and they will also shock your enemy, making them take more damage. So Skitterbots are multi-pronged useful. We're going to talk to Einar here, and then we are going to run through this zone. We'll keep our Herald of Ice on, and then we have 30% mana left. And you see that now we have a fairly large amount of damage with the Skitterbots and everything on. They'll just run around. You'll see that they are chilling and shocking our enemies, making them slower and making them take more damage. Yeah, extra detonations, off mines and stuff. Very good for our build. Here's the thing. You see how much damage we're doing now. We're just right-clicking everything down. And again, once we get level 20, huge damage boost. It's a very, very powerful character. And again, this is completely fresh. Nothing we've had from other characters. We can show pre-trapping is a great way to show here as well. Let's see. So I'm going to throw loads of traps down and 1 bear trap and then activate the mechanic. And you see it almost instantly vaporized. We're going to go back to town. I'm going to take a quick break. We sadly won't be able to edit this because it's going to be so long. It would take my poor editor probably 3 days in Premiere of this processing, which we cannot do. So if you're watching on YouTube, you just skip the break. I'm going to be right back real quick. And on Twitch, you'll get ads. I'm sorry. I am returned. Why am I here with 11,000 hours? Hopefully you're enjoying it. Um, Hopefully you're enjoying it. Maybe you learned something new. That's the thing about PoE. I still learn things.
Fare
Oops.
you well.
Right there. Let's go to the riverways. And continue where we left off. We are going to kill a boss called the Weaver.
Not all
Here it's
murders
very
are
easy. You just
equal.
follow the road. And a lot of things are very like samey in Path of Exile. Like things don't really change that much position and stuff. With very few exceptions.
We will be
Um,
best friends, bees.
Will this be
We
seismic
slaughter
trap?
you.
Yes, sir. At the end game, that is what we're going to be using. That's the only regret I have about this video, is that it would be easier if I used summon rating sprites, because that is like you use one skill the entire time and you just right click. But that's also going to be like good for the campaign, and then once you go to the campaign, it's like, okay, well, this is kind of shit, make a new character. Whereas this is like one of the strongest things. Right, okay. So there's a waypoint here, and the waypoint actually signifies where things are. Alira, which we need to... Do we help Alira kill, actually? Oh yeah, we're not crit. We can do this build as crit too, but we're going to be killing Alira, helping Alira. She's a bandit. It's like, most guides will say like what the bandit choice is. It'll either say kill them all for skill points or help Alira for resist. And so this is the Alira they're referring to. Alira will be on the same side as the waypoint, and the Weaver, the boss we need to kill for progression, will be on the opposite side of the waypoint. Why not crit? I'll be trying both, actually. I'll be trying both. So we can see that we're in the right place once we see this on the ground. This is like a old path heading straight to Alira. So that's sort of like how to see it. And you can see that it branches off from the road. We are going to kill her. So again, we could pre-trap. That's like one of the cool things about this build. And then we're just going to kill. She takes a lot of damage. Again, sadly, we have lost a lot of our pre-trap damage compared to build 4. Got nerfed a bit, but as you can see, it's very strong
Did
still.
the earth move for you,
Very,
baby?
very strong.
Probably. You hit the ground quite hard.
Never saw that there's a path leading to her. See? Learning new things every day. A very, very strong damage. Once we hit level 20, we're going to get even more. We'll keep picking up chromed items. It's very, very annoying whenever you find items that you want different colors on and you don't have any chromes. Honestly, one of the biggest problems in Path of Exile when you're a new player is hoarding. I remember when I was new, I'd pick up like every gem. I would have a red gem tab, a green gem tab, a blue gem tab, and at some point, I elaborated on my system. I made a red support gem tab, a red active gem tab, green support. It was awful. I used so many such tabs. For no reason. I usually didn't use them either. I mean, it was different back then, but... Awful. There's still people that do that. Don't keep gems like that. Not worth it. There, we killed this guy. This is at the end of the zone, and he's going to give you another skill point. There. We'll go hand that in later. This is very easily forgotten about. Very, very often, I will forget about that skill point. You might need those gems. No, you do not. Especially not for this. We're going to get everything we need. We're going to run... I can't help it, I need help. Yeah, we're going to run back up to the waypoint. Just so we remember, we're going to go hand in that skill point quest. It's very easy to forget. Yeah, back in the day, you couldn't buy gems from the vendor. That's why we did that, but still. Bad habit anyway. There, let's see. This is 30 life. Now, worth mentioning, the added 1 to 15 lightning damage attacks doesn't do anything for us. It's just the life regen, the life, the energy shield, and the rarity. Do you know, I wouldn't mind moving things. Oh. So, actually, that's a good thing to explain.
God has
That is a good thing to explain.
Farewell.
So, now, my aura is going to reserve more mana. This is a very easy thing to fuck up with a new player. We have added lightning here. And yeah, that'll reserve more mana on our auras.
Thought you deserved
So, be careful with not accidentally linking to things you don't need. But we'll switch here now anyway. And put the added lightning out. So they're like in a vacuum, basically. They're in a vacuum now.
While we live, we
We got the skill point. Going towards Master Sapper. Here, let's see. Oh wait, there's nothing we need to do in town. We'll go back to the Western Forest. Yeah, for this, you can have all your currency on you. Dietrich, thank you for the 11 months. Scry, thank you for the 2 months. Kushimaru, thank you for the Prime. And Axe, thank you for the 5 months. Sorry if I'm, like, neglecting Twitch a little bit. I just want to, like, make sure we can make a very informative video
No
for new
point in
players.
looking back now. There's just death.
Oh, yeah,
Last
right.
office.
Now we are level 20. I can use my one now. So I will move my Herald of Ice down here. That's linked with Vitality now. That won't affect it. And okay, we're gonna have to put my added lightning in my offhand. That's because actually we don't really need to level 2, so we could actually throw it on the ground. But we are about to. Oh, actually, it's this. This is the one we're replacing because this is no stats that good for us. Stormblast Mine we don't need anymore, so we are just going to pop that in. We can see on our tooltip average damage 137 goes up to 220 with this wand. You see a very big difference. We'll turn our Herald of Ice back on and Skitterbots, and then we can take it away again. Whenever you like moving them around, they will turn off. So now we have 286 average damage. And again, hopefully it should have been very easy to follow up to this point. You now have a very strong build. And at this point, we're just right clicking. Should be very easy. And we are now getting Master Sapper. This is going to, this is worth explaining. 15% chance to gain a Frenzy charge when your trap is triggered by an enemy. Frenzy will give us more damage. There's a very big difference in Path of Exile between more and increased damage. We're actually going to get gems that I can explain this even better with after killing Weaver. But increased is additive with itself, whereas more is multiplicative. It's not super important understanding the finer details, but just more is more better. Increased is less better. Just whenever you can get more. I really like the old Fortify. That was such a good example because it looked very similar to melee physical, except for the wording increased and more. They changed it. But yeah, more is very important in Path of Exile. Be very specific with the wording there. Here we're gonna get a Diamond Shrine. That basically means that we'll shit on the boss we're about to fight. Diamond Shrine makes that everything I do is a critical hit. We keep leveling everything as we go. There's nothing we don't want to level except Arcane Surge. We have a Mana Flask here. Oh, that's annoying. We're going to pick up the white one. Sometimes on Mana Flask there will be stats that are bad. The one we just identified, Foreboding, is that mana recovery occurs instantly at the end of the Mana Flask. Very annoying. The only one we'd want really is Enduring. Catalyzed is okay as well as for stats. So now we're going to pre-trap and one bear trap, and then we're blinking in. You see how much damage we're doing to that boss. Boss hasn't even appeared on the battlefield. Pick up the quartz band in case we want to do something with that. Boss hasn't even appeared on the battlefield, and it is getting decimated. Absolutely decimated. You see the lightning trusts are all going all around. There. Excellent. Move that around. We'll portal back to town. Poor boss.
What troubles?
It's a big spider. We have no sympathy for spider boss. Silhouette stone for wisdoms, and then we'll identify more. We do want alterations. We're gonna need quite a large amount. Soon I get the excitement of showing you.
Travel far.
Swap that potion out. The crafting bench. Silk will now give you gems. Let's consult the guide. Are we, let's see, lightning trap. Here we're having multiple traps. Pierce added lightning trap. So no, not really. There's nothing we're using yet. Let's see, is there anything that we want to pick up for later? Not really. We can pick up trap and mine damage. We can pick that for later. Trap and mine damage. Here you see 30% more trap and mine damage. So this is a multiplier. So there's less and more, and increased and reduced are the two different terms. And you'll see here, for example, Master Zapper is 30% increased trap damage.
Farewell.
Yeah, I guess I could explain critical hits.
I greet you.
We're not going to be doing crit in the build though,
Remember
so doing a
to live.
super in-depth crit explanation isn't necessarily super
Hello?
worth. Critical is just, you know,
Goodbye.
similar to other games where it's just you have a chance for a critical strike. Here we have 7.2% chance for a critical strike, and the damage will be multiplied. Like it gets a 150% multiplier. 150% multiplier. We want the guide. It's on YouTube.
Hello.
Like one of the most popular guides I put out this league.
Go
That's high.
with the spirit.
Very, very good. Yeah, we're not going crit on this. I will experiment with crit, but not in this playthrough. Is there anything else we need to do right now? Let's look at gems. No. Keep forever. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Yep. Yep. Easy. Later on, we're going to want 4 links and stuff like that. Don't think there's anything else we want to do. Oh, there is. I lied. I lied to you, chat. Let's see. We
Yes?
want a... First off, I would want some more
Be kind
wisdoms.
if you
So I'm
can.
going to... Man, I really don't like selling transmutes. How many more do I need? I
Greetings.
need 6 wisdom scrolls. So I'm going to sell a portal scroll and a transmute. I'm going to buy a 2-stone ring because I'm very low on fire and lightning. Oh, actually, I don't need to buy a second one then. I'll just replace my topaz ring with this.
Goodbye.
And we can use just to get some more resists. Oh no, actually, we're gonna not do that. We're just gonna put that on, and we're gonna use the essence of fear. We don't really care what it does. We just wanted to turn it rare. Then we have again the alteration, the wand. We could also turn this one blue. We don't actually have enough int yet. That's
What?
whatever. So again, same recipe as before. Blue. Boom. Required level 20. This is a huge damage boost again. Huge damage boost. This one is slightly better. It's 12%. 12% more spell damage. 12% more increased spell damage. So I'll just keep that in case I need a better one later. We're now going to find the other bandits, which is here. We also need to... There's a few other things we need to do in Act 2 before we move on. We're going to go up here and find Kratin. So I'm probably going to take a food break in an hour or 2. YouTubers will have to skip. More increase. Yeah, I don't know. What's a better word? Larger amount of increased? 12% larger amount of increased? Higher increased? Or higher more? Yeah, PoE very, very specific with wording. Very, very specific with wording. The best that you could get on a mana flask as well early is enduring. So currently you'll notice that when I hit full mana, my mana flask will stop doing anything. Enduring will make it continue even if you are full. See, we can switch out this life flask as well. See an essence here. These are always
Low
worth
on
picking
mana.
up. Sometimes I will skip them if they're like a bear or one of those golems. They can actually take forever to kill. 3 forevers. Pick up the waypoint. Don't really need it. There. And then we'll just move over here to the bridge. Right. Do we pick up a mastery and then we can explain masteries? We don't. We don't explain masteries. Do we not have masteries this early? Cover 30 life. I wonder if we do take a mastery. You could pick up trigger AoE. Yeah, we'll do that and explain masteries. Right. So masteries is new this patch. Never before explained. So masteries is once you've completed the node, we can click on this and now we get to choose something. So 60% trap trigger area of effect. We can unspec this later, but now we get that. Very, very cool thing they added. There, and goodbye, Kratin. It was nice to know you. That's the nicest thing about this build is that you just
All that flashy sword swinging.
get to
when all
like
you need is
annihilate
one.
them. We'll log out because there's nothing else we need to do in this zone. I can't be bothered wasting my precious portal scrolls. And then we're
Hello.
gonna sell these for transmute.
Travel far.
We are now going to go back to Crossroads. We're going to go southeast. Wonder if anyone is playing along from Twitch. Any Twitch chatters playing along? This is mostly YouTube content. Hopefully people learn on Twitch too. I move down here. You have to detonate traps like you have to do with mines? No. We're just throwing them. Level 99 already. Okay. Is this a play with me? This is going to be the most basic play with me. So I'm trying to way over explain. We've been explaining links, currency we're using and stuff like that. We're trying to just explain a bunch. Again, I won't be able to explain everything. It's Path of Exile. It's just such a complicated game. But I'm trying to explain a large amount. Yeah, a full build guide for this on YouTube. It's just like when I was watching my girlfriend play for the first time, there just is no content like this. And I know the play with me is already pretty popular. So I was like, why don't I make a super basic play with me that explains the game from the start? There, killed some more monsters. I guess we don't. I guess alching that wouldn't be the worst. And then people can use this to show their friends that want to start playing Path of Exile. You know? That's always cool too. You get to see the reaction to like, oh, you want to play PoE? Check out this video. Bro, it's 10 hours. But it is a lot of people on YouTube like having like a long video while working or while playing along themselves. And then this will be really informative. Now we're looking for another trial here for that ascendancy system. The extra power skill thing. We'll do there. There is another quest down here. It is a side quest. You do not need to do it. We are not going to do it. I'm just going to run around. Now, Flame Dash has an interesting mechanic where if you haven't used it for 0.6, a small time, the next cast is instant. Whereas if I do 2 Flame Dashes now, you'll see that the second one is not instant. See, the second one is a cast time. This is interesting. There, and we will just log out. That's awesome, Bank Tofu. These kind of streams are a gold mine even for regular players. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. No problem. No problem. There, we are now going to go back to the riverways. I think the quests maybe tell you what to do too. I don't know. We don't really follow those. Nice, that's awesome, crew. That's awesome. We're going to move up here. Again, this is another thing you see from the waypoint. It's showing you the path. See that? With the path on the ground? And then it actually tells you or shows you the next areas. The wetlands. Yeah, so. There. Now, Oak is somewhere in the middle of the zone. He is the last bandit that we have to kill. We touched on how you know which directions you're going based on... I've been telling like the tricks to see those where it's applicable. And very often it's just, you know, the other end of the zone. I do try to mention that, yeah. Another time where you can pre-trap, which is great on our build. We have so many traps now. Look at that. Almost insted him. And again, this is not something like... This is something you watching can do. This is not... I don't have any like gear that you didn't have. This is all just very strong character. And that's why I wanted to show this and not necessarily what is the absolute easiest character. This is just very strong and a completely fresh start. Everybody can do this. Yeah, I am on Hardcore Soul Self on right now. I made a private league and then I'll transfer back to my normal league after. I just wanted to simulate an actual super fresh start. This is either... This waypoint is either in the top, bottom left, or bottom of the zone. Now we are going to go back to town and we're going to get the Apex. This is needed to leave the zone. You will be prompted with that once you get to the end of the zone anyway. But we're going to talk to Aramir and he will give you 2 skill points. This is for some reason the only place during the leveling process where you're just inserted skill points into your character and they're not given to you as a book. Don't know why this is different. Now we're going to see. Now we have finished. We are level 22 and we have 3 extra skill points. Where are they going? We're going to open up the next tab and be like, boom. Now we have to go up here and down here. So we'll go up here first. That is an anoint added. Oh, that doesn't matter. Ignore that I said that. Yeah, we're going to be going Revenge of the Hunted and then to Blood Drinker. So that's how we do our build guides. We try to make sure, and I'll stop leveling Vitality for now. We try to make sure that in our build guides, it's very easy to follow along and understand as a new player. Something I really hated for build guides back in the day that I wanted to change was that people would just give a finished skill tree. Cares what your skill tree looks like at level 95. And then I was like, this is awful for new players. How are they gonna know where to go first? So because of that, I started doing a step-by-step skill tree, which thankfully caught on in the PoE community, and now I think more people do that. This is on hardcore, yeah. This is a hardcore build. I mean, you can do it on anything. This is a both hardcore and softcore viable build. Insert Danish accent. People still do that, plus cluster jewels is still really bad? Yeah. Well, good build creators will not do that. Very important, like, it depends who your guide is for too, right? If they're for new players, you really want to make sure you do a little bit extra hand-holding. PoE is just getting so complicated.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You see, we're not really picking it up that much as well on the ground. Hello, Mr. Ghost. Ghosts are insanely annoying mechanic that hopefully gets removed from the game at some point soon. But they'll go inside monsters and make them drop. They're kind of like loot goblins. We're going to pick up the blue rings too. And no, not the amulet. Kind of like loot goblins in Diablo.
Low on mana.
Very annoying. This is the dead end. We're going to move down here. Those are some very deadly ones. Now we can see this is the next area. And honestly, the zone you're in right now, if you're currently thinking about quitting the game, this is probably the, well, actually second worst zone like this in the game. Most of them aren't this bad. So you probably might be listening to my voice right now and you just finished running into your 16th dead end in this zone. And you're probably frustrated that I ran straight to it. Again, I've memorized nearly every layout in the game. It's very, very hard to navigate this zone. Very hard
This
to navigate.
shadow is starting to feel a little inadequate.
So don't quit the game just yet. We're about to get to show you a hideout, which, by the way, I feel like you should get before the Weaver in hindsight.
Ready, exile?
This is kind of unfair on new players. Einar is with us once again. We are level 23, super over leveled. And then there will be a quest here for the Dread Ticket. How do you move the map like that? Arrow keys. This is a sapphire flask. We don't need to pick that up. And then I think centering it is actually a setting, right? I think for some reason that's a setting. Auto center map. Oh yeah, auto center map. That is the setting. Don't know why. Here is the Dread Ticket. If you are a completely new player, you need to go in here and full clear the entire zone, I believe. Right? You just have to full clear this, right? Is that what the quest is? Full clear the hideout zone? Oh, so there's a hideout zone in here. Okay, we'll show that. Man, I haven't been in here in years. I have no memory of this place. We'll show it anyway. Maybe it'll help someone. You don't actually have to full clear the dirt ticket, you have to specifically full clear the hideout zone. Which I'll soon show you. What if I don't get the hideout if I'm not a new player? Ah, there it is. The good old blue. So you have to go in here and you have to clear the hideout. And once you've fully cleared everything, Helena will be like, yo, sup? Hideouts and shit. So just clear that, and once you've fully cleared it, that'll pop up. That will pop up. And now I can explain hideouts and crafting bench. This is very strong. Very, very strong. And you will have a huge edge over other players, because not only will you know about the vendor recipe, you will know about hideouts.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
That wasn't a full clear. I'm not clearing it. I already have the hideout. We're going to run to the next zone until we get the next waypoint, and then we are going to explain hideouts and shit. I'm not actually going to explain shit. That's too basic. Explain hideout. I do want this to be like, ooh, that's very scary. Getting frozen is bad. There, we're level 24. And obviously, hopefully at this point, your build should feel like an absolute powerhouse. at least one guy watching that has like messed something up and isn't sure why, and now I feel bad, but hopefully most people are doing well. Hopefully. Crafting incoming. Very basic crafting. Let's see. We'll grab that. We don't need the mastery from there. They don't have any good mastery shit. So we're going to ignore that. Again, make sure you're always leveling your gems with the exception of Vitality and Arcane Surge at this point. Don't level those. Vitality you can, but it'll be annoying on your mana. Baby is due in 11 days-ish? I don't know. I mean, it could come at any moment. I'll be taking a week off when the baby gets here. Then we'll play it by ear. That soon? Yep. I'm hype. Here, we'll just like kill some of the... Ooh. Yeah, these are kind of scary, by the way. The league mechanic is usually always more dangerous than just playing the normal game. Always more dangerous. Here.
I need more pockets.
I do need more pockets. Now that I've found a level 24 flask, I'm actually going to transmute it. Oops, I misclicked. I was hoping for bubbling or seething. Actually, they've changed the name of it, but I was hoping for a flask that would make it recover all the life or half the life instantly. Because in Path of Exile, you're usually bursted down. Now we're going to discover the first crafting recipe. This will give us movement speed on boots that we can craft. And we are now going to visit my hideout. Why do some guides tell you not to level up specific gem past certain points? So for example, for Arcane Surge, at level 20, it'll cost like 150 or 250 mana to trigger it. At low levels, now I get the buff just by doing it twice. And there will be caster damage taken that we'll explain later as well. Like sometimes you do want them at low levels for them to activate sooner. Right, we don't want that. Just identify some items. No good stats. We're basically, if you're wondering what we're looking for life and resist, and also open suffixes. So this, for example, this is 2 prefixes, 2 suffix. That means we have an open prefix or suffix. Blah, blah. Christ. There. All right, we'll just vendor everything. We want loads of alts. Alts are good. And we can also put this life flask out. Just destroy the old one. Now, we have the crafting bench. And we have 4 transmutes, and this is very important. And this is a really, really important thing that a lot of people don't know about. A lot of people think that you can only use the crafting bench on blue or rare items, so like blue or yellow items. However, you can use it on white items. So I have a leather cap. I'm pretty okay with the sockets on it. It lets me use my flame dash and stuff. So I'm now going to crack and boom, lightning resist. It turns it blue. And yeah, we have leather cap off the craft. So this is really good because very often you'll find rare items that have full suffixes. And then like maybe they have 30 life, but if they only have 1 resist or 0 resist, then they're just worse. Or like this blue item, this is no suffix open. This is bad for me. I would actually want a new ring here. So now I'm looking at my resist and I'm like, how close can I get to 75? So I want to craft fire resist here. We have 2 more transmutes. These have open suffix. And we have lightning res here. Now we're at 38, 57, 51. I have 1 transmute left. And this is actually a good reason for not augmenting your ones, because you can craft resist on these early on too. You don't need to augment them and hope that you get something good. Now we can craft fire res here, and boom, I'm 58, 67, 51, which is more than enough for where we're at right now. And it's so important for early on. You have to place the crafting bench? Oh, yeah, maybe you have to click down here. It might be under me. Is this under me? Yeah, it's under me. There's a button. I have to move myself. Under me, there's a button that you click, open this, and then there's edit, there's decorations, and you might have to find crafting bench. Oh my god, this is so changed. Here, craft. You might have to find crafting bench and put it somewhere. That is important. Don't worry about all the other random stuff I have in my hideout right now. There, we're going to continue. You can craft movement speed on boots. You can craft resist. We already have movement speed on boots. We actually have really great boots. And that's why you want so many transmutes. Ideally, we want even more transmutes at this point because we could have easily gotten resist capped if I hadn't been so greedy with my transmutes to this point. There, we'll put that back on. A new player friendly experience? Yeah, that's what we're trying. We're gonna enter the death world here, or whatever you want to call it. Try to alch those clubs, see if we get something cool. I wish I like did it while you watched it. And the league mechanic does drop random rares too. They're not very good. There in this zone, it'll either be in all the way to the left, all the way to the top, or all the way to the right. Find the next area and transform that. Didn't give us dual rares, but minus 23 life. We are just going to control click that into our inventory and then do that at our earliest convenience. Another Scourge skill point. We're going to put that into Twisted Metal. And then we're going to keep searching for the next act. Oh. See, chests aren't all bad. PoE is such a pain in the ass for new players. That's why we're doing this. There's a lot of people that want to play, but it's a very overwhelming game. There, and now we found the next area. Now, once you found the first area, the others are usually just straight across from where you start, diagonally, very often. So now you'll see I'll just run straight across, and most of the time, there's a pretty good rule of thumb here. Most of the time. Hey, it worked. Got an Orb of Fusing, and you hear that on your filter as well. And a Chaos Orb. Chaos isn't actually that common to find during the leveling process. And we will try to explain all the currency and stuff and how to use them. Oh, and here's an Exile. It's like a... I think we might have encountered one Exile before this. Exile is like just a small random mini boss that'll drop a decent amount of loot. They are pretty dangerous. Chaos Orb is basically what you can do on items that are already rare. It'll re-roll the stats of a rare item, and it'll have between 4 to 6 stats. See? Here, straight across. Yeah, I guess it is a bit like a square in the map. Here, you see, it's straight across. It's usually a good rule of thumb for when you're at this spot. Like, at this point, being level 25, very overleveled, I'm usually... Oh, we could pick that up. We are actually... You know what? We're not gonna bother with that, because we are... Once we get to the next tank, we are going to find 4 links. Crafting recipe here for spell damage. Now you can boot up Lord of the Rings or movie of your choice and finish watching that before the boss spawns. Do your nails, do your hair, I don't know. Read a book. And now we can start pre-trapping. We do a decent amount of damage. This is actually a very tanky boss. Hey, he spawned on us. Nice. Oh, I've screwed up with my mana management. That was annoying. I actually ran out of mana as the boss died. Here we have a 4 socket. So, item level is pretty important in this game. It's probably very easy to confuse as a new player with required level. They're 2 different things. It's basically to do with crafting and requirements. So, for example, this is item level 25 when I hold Alt. And again, you do need the thing we showed at the start of the playthrough with the advanced mod descriptions. Or maybe you get item level without it. But item level 25, then you can start getting 4 sockets. This takes forever to open the city starting gates. However, usually once we've killed the Valorcel, we'll just go back to town, and then the waypoint is already unlocked. You actually don't need to wait the 30 minutes for the gate to open. Not a huge thing for a new player, I suppose, but it's worth mentioning. Just give you guys good habits from the get-go. Quartz wand, we do want that. Let's just throw that out. Why not? Door stuck. Yeah, it's very annoying. We're gonna kill the guard captain, and there, now we actually, for once in our life, have to wait for a quest. You have to wait for Carissa to spawn or finish her animation and then talk to her. Chest, very scary. Detonate. Like, detonates all the monsters around it. Freezing is very scary. Being frozen is never good. Other than that, now we are just... Well, we can pick up that chrome. We are about to get to town. Seeing as I want to vendor in this town, I'm actually going to log out and back in. Then I don't have to run all the way there. So run in and way out. I didn't have to run around.
You can't catch the
If you
seller.
don't want to
That's
vendor,
what we
if you
honest
don't,
businessmen were told when considering your
then you can
services.
just run all the way
But here you
to
are.
the next zone.
I call
You
that fine.
aren't planning on vendoring things. We'll sell. Is there a whetstone? Yeah, we'll sell. Now I have a bunch of wisdoms. So I can get a bunch of ults. I do want transmutes though, so I will keep some things unidentified. Let's look at this. This is spell damage, is fire damage, and projectile speed. It's not bad, but we have so much lightning damage on our gear that we are actually going to keep that.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
And honestly, I'll keep the majority of my currency in my inventory. Probably always, I would always be worried when trying a new game that it would be like very like pay to win in a way. But the storage, for completing the campaign, you don't need the storage. So you can see if Path of Exile is a game for you before you start spending money on it. You absolutely will be required to spend between $20 to $60 to make the game playable. It is more similar of buy to play. Don't let anyone tell you Path of Exile is free to play.
Love hunting.
It is not.
No Oman.
It's not something you can earn in-game either, sadly. Very unplayable without. Thankfully, there's no power buying. There's just storage space. And obviously, very heavy diminishing returns on that. It is free to try. Free to try, buy to play. It's a very good and fair demo. I don't have that much of a problem with the PoE monetization model. I just think they could do better. Oh my god. Jesus. What a painful exile. Right. Let's see. There didn't really get a better mana flask. Another red beast. We're not really gonna bother much with beasts. They're not terrible to interact with. They do give you unique rewards and stuff. We do not have a unique yet. Let's see. I'm gonna click H and open. We can go create a unique. The thing is, like, even if I get a really good one, I don't think I want to use it because we will very likely find the same beast. That's not the uncommon part. However, if I get a top of the rust or something good, you are not likely going to get the same item. But it's worth checking. You also won't really know what good items are. But this can give you, well, any item that has a low level at this point. This can give us some really good items. I very frequently do get good items with this. This is not a good item, so that's excellent. Identify and vendor these. Don't care about any of those. We'll soon be given a reward of a rare amulet anyway. Oh, demon. Did you PvP another exile there? No, there's no like impromptu PvP. That was just another exile. The rogue exiles are basically just random boss monsters they encounter. There. Here we have another trial. This is our fourth one. There's 1 in Act 1, 2 in Act 2, and 3 in Act 3. And once we've done all those 3, we can ascend. That's actually something that's really, really good to over-level for as well. Can be very hard for a lot of players, especially if you aren't like super mechanically confident. There, we got another one. And now we're actually not leaving. We're gonna go find the second thing in this area. 4 in Act 4? None in Act 4. None in Act 4.
Just
We'll pick
need
up
a
this.
moment
We
to
want
catch my
chromes
breath.
because if we find a good 4-socket 4-linked item and it doesn't have our colors, at least we can try to chrome it. We'll have 9 chromes. So that'll be good. Will you do the Ascension on stream YouTube? Yep. We'll do everything during the campaign in this playthrough. I just won't like do map content. Maybe do a little bit of early mapping. Maybe a little bit of early mapping. But the focus of this is the campaign and getting people to maps. So I did just find a 4-socket 4-lane. However, it's an armor base. And colors in Path of Exile are based on the requirements. You see that this is 44 strength requirement, which means that it's going to be very hard for me to get.
Continues to nip at my
It's going to be very, very hard for me
bag it and tag it, boys and girls.
to get green and blue gems on that. And then later on, when you find items with like 150 strength requirement, etc., it's almost impossible
Enough of this.
to get it with chromes. There, we've done the quest. Boom. Yeah, we'll do some maps. There, I'm gonna sell these rare
See you.
unidentified. I have so few transmutes.
Bye.
There, we'll hand in the quest. This is actually needed. You need to talk to Clarissa and get the Syracuse.
There is nothing
Now
else.
we're going to pick up elemental weakness. The reason we're picking up elemental
General
weakness and not
Odysseus
conductivity,
demands
they're two
absolute
different
obedience from
curses.
his
Both
dragon.
are conductivity would be slightly more, but lightning resist reduced on the enemy. Elemental weakness is going to be all resist reduced on the enemy, but a lower amount. The reason why we're doing elemental weakness is pretty soon we are going to be using multiple elements and not just lightning. Let's see if we missed anything. I don't think we have. There is nothing changing until 38. Right? When are these? Oh, actually. Wait, what's the required level on these? 28. It is 28. That's it. 28. Once we, well, not just 28. We have to kill Gravishis. And then have 28. Written. Thank you for the sub gift. Yep, we're using Hero device at the moment. And this guide is made by Sci TV, and then we like did it in like the Zizaran system with like step-by-step leveling and stuff. Sci is a really, really good community member, also my first subscriber, and has only made one bad guide in his life. Only one. It will forever haunt him, and me, and Rise. And everybody who decided to play Explosive Arrow that one time. That was not my guide. Okay, you know what? It was basically your guide. You were the only reason we made it.
This one is captured. I know you have been captured.
What guide was this? Explosive Arrow. Looked very good on paper. It wasn't. We are now going into the series that we've unlocked with the key Clarissa gave us, and there will be one bust before. So this is a bust. It's like a statue thing. There'll be one bust before the waypoint and two after. Sai is an OG. Does it look like? Thank you for the 41-month reset. Thank you, thank you. Erase, thank you for the 8 months. And Detroit, thank you for the 11. Sorry if I miss subs and stuff during this. Try to focus a lot on making good YouTube content for this one. We are probably honestly gonna mostly skip the league mechanic. We'll grab the bust here, and then the other bust is down to the right. Yes. There, now we have all three busts. We'll go hand those in at some point. We can do that later. We're not in a super rush for one more skill point right now. Obviously, we're very, very strong. You can see that we're annihilating absolutely everything. Absolutely everything's being annihilated. Essences and everything, no bothers. Everything is just dying as it comes out. This is a lightning trap that we're using right now.
Best friends, Beast, until we
We heard
slaughter
audio
you.
bug. We will go check what the red beast is here. Is that gloves? Dagger? Dagger or gloves? No, it's not gloves, is it? So every beast will give its like different, like unique reward.
An exhilarating hunt, exile.
Mace or scepter? Okay, I couldn't remember that one. Not always, Diablo. We are now in the marketplace. And this has a offshoot to a side area that we actually do need to go to. It doesn't have a side quest we need to do, but it does have a ascension altar that we need to touch. Need to go poke it. We also have a couple of essences now, which is going to be great. Whenever we do find 4-socketed white items, we'll probably throw an essence on them. Here is the catacombs. Might as well go down here right away, and we're going to show the ascension altar. It did used to have a side quest. There's a side quest right outside as well that we are going to be ignoring. It just gives you... I mean, I don't know. I don't do it. We don't do it. We're skipping it. 100% skip. Most side quests, very unusable. Not worth your time. Can do it. I think the next side quest we just saw there before we entered is like a 2-step one.
Catch my breath.
I don't think I've done that in 6 years. Here, however, is the ascension quest. Make sure you pick up the waypoint right outside this before you go in, because we're going to be logging out after. We're just teleporting through. Flame Dash feels very nice, obviously, for teleporting. Peace out, thank you for the 1 year resub, thanks so much. Just teleporting through the traps. Traps in Path of Exile are percentage-based damage. Just log out there. Which one's I? The Pierce? In Act 5?
Good luck.
There, we're gonna hand in the skill point here.
Don't do anything I would.
On the busts. Here, we're gonna go grab Blood Drinker. Oh, right. Might read research points to respec. That makes sense. That's fine. We'll show that later if we need to. There. Gonna move on. Then we see a side quest we're skipping here. This literally just gives some gear that we don't need. And here on the left, this side changes. Sometimes it's in the top right, sometimes it's in the top left. Will be the next zone. Actually, this could be all the way north. I don't think it's a full right layout. Layouts is like the least important thing when you're a new player. That sort of like just starts happening naturally once you played for a few thousand hours. Which probably sounds like a lot, but it's very easy to get playing that amount in Path of Exile. Very easy. It's a very great main game. Very great main game. It is a lot. Prized in 23,000 hours played. An impenetrable shine that uses more armor, evasion, and energy shield with the global defenses. We're not really focusing on any of those right now. We don't really have any armor or evasion. We found our first unique item. It is dog shit, but it will sell for alchemy ores. It is actually usable in some builds, but it is unusable for us. We'll keep it with us. Pick up the ribbon spool here, and then we're gonna go up to waypoint. Your first 2,000 hours. It's just so easy to get that amount in Path of Exile because it's such a great long-term game. Like, I feel like, at least for me personally, what I really don't like about most games is that they don't get content very often. Depends what you're looking for in a game. But I love that about PoE, that it's very often content. Let's see. We don't have enough int to level elemental weakness. We're not going to right-click it to make this bear because we do want to level it eventually once we're smarter. It should be in 2 levels. 3? 2. 2 levels. We're now in the docks. If for whatever reason you are under level, the docks is like, let's say you're level 23 or 24, this is a great place to level. You'll see that there's a large amount of monsters, quite a lot of blue and rare packs, and it's not too dangerous. There's nothing really scary. So really, really great place to catch up on levels if for whatever reason you haven't killed enough until now. I'm obviously way, way over leveled. And the more over leveled you are, the more you'll notice you're just doing insane damage. Insane damage. This is not the same case for attacks. Like if you're using, let's say, Sunder or Reeve or anything like that, then they are based on your weapon damage entirely. That's the big difference with spells and why I really wanted to showcase something that is scaled by level. Because even if you don't understand how to make good ones and things like that, even after showing it, it'll still just get a lot of damage just by leveling it. And you see, we're always clicking strong boxes and things like that. We do want to kill as many monsters as possible. We're now going to take another mastery. So click on the life mastery and we're going to take the 50 flat life. See, my life goes up to 822. Now we need to find the next area. It could be up here. Chaos Rest is not important during the campaign, but will be important once you are in maps. Let's see, how many transmutes do we have? We can identify this. Oh, so this is the flask I told about earlier. Instant recovery. We are now going to switch to that, and now I care less about using a transmute on this flask. Because in Path of Exile, you very rarely... You're mostly dying to burst damage. You're very rarely going like, oh no! I'm in the process of dying. Any minute now. Like, it's very like, dunk, dunk, dunk. You're dead. So getting a flask like that, and that's actually worth using around like 10 alterations on. If you're on hardcore, not so much on softcore. If you're playing a lot on softcore, which you should be when you're new, then don't need to care that much about it, because dying during leveling doesn't matter. You just have to turn on your auras again. We're going to identify this and vendor it, because now we'll get some alchemy shards. Unique 3
Stay out of the
L4.
shadows.
Well, now I don't really care about the colossal life blast, to be honest. Let's see. We have now gotten the ribbon spool, and we have the thematic sulfite. We are now going to go to Solaris. Well, sorry. Can being overleveled be a bad thing? If you are 10 levels over the zone you're in, so let's say that I was, well, actually 11. Let's say that I was level 38 in this zone, then the league mechanics would stop appearing there. So like Scourge, Delirium later, like those would stop appearing. If you're 11 levels over, yes. Making a guide for very, very new players to Path of Exile, and at least it's the first attempt at one, and hopefully we'll get some new players that are able to watch through the entire thing and give some feedback, because I do want to do this again in the future. Whenever doing this long content though, it's very hard to script the entire thing. I just have to hope I remember most important things. We're now in the Solaris Temple, next part of the quest chain we have to do. I'm not leveling in Exsanguinate because by the time I'm level 38, it's still caught up by the gem leveling. So I explained that with Exsanguinate. We do not need to level 1. Red, red, green, blue. Ah, that's a problem. Like, it'll catch up with us. We'll be able to buy a leveled Exsanguinate. We're switching at 38. And I believe until you're 40, 45, all gems catch up with you. Usually you're like 1 level behind, but it's not too bad. I don't think you are. There's actually one point where leveling is like the vendor will level them higher than you could have. I just need to figure out that point because I want that for racing. I love a part 2 of the series that talks about how to reach endgame middle lane. The problem is that would take so long. Like explaining everything in maps, we're talking like actually like 40 hours. But yeah, maybe. I do have a video that is like, you're in maps, now what? And explains all the different endgames. So this league mechanic honestly isn't that great at the start for your new characters and stuff. It's basically just alching items now and again. And it's good for if you're feeling under-leveled, but it's not very useful. It will slow you down. It is not speeding you up. Could be a playlist. They don't do well on YouTube. I don't want to make them. I don't want to make them. Whenever you do a series, the first video gets like 400,000 views. The second one gets 13,000 views. So there's not really enough interest. The long videos, however, get watched loads. Right. We are going to talk to Diala. We needed more int, but we're probably going to have enough int. Do we need strength or dexterity the most? Sai, since you're here, are we going to have any stat problems for dex or strength? Should I just grab strength for life? Oh, nice, Jadams. That's awesome. Slight strength later on. We're going to take strength. That's also the best one anyway.
Goodbye.
Because
Goodbye.
it gives life. Well, it's not very good, but it's better than ours. And it does have an open suffix we can use to transmute to craft resist. Now we're going to grab the waypoint and go to the sewers. Oh, nice, refused. We're gonna burn the butthole with the quest reward she gave us, and we are grabbing the crafting recipe. I don't think we need a library on this character, which is nice. Let's see. Now we're just going up here. We're gonna grab hasty reconstruction and written in blood. Kind of fine anyway, yeah. If you are struggling with stats in Path of Exile, that's worth pointing out. There's 30 strength and 30 int here.
I'm inside the Blackguard stronghold, like a fox in a hen house.
Library for advanced trap support, which is nice depending on your links available. Okay, cool. We will do library then. Library is great to just explain to people anyway. We grab the waypoint. We're moving on, and here's skin gloves. Could replace if they're good. We are now going to find Gravicious, and actually, we do want to curse him. He's pretty tanky.
You are not the only one who wields death as a weapon, boy.
So now I have a quick T to curse him, and you'll see that he's a lot tankier than most things at this point. It's actually very easy to die to. Actually very easy to die to. It's very spoopy. There, we're gonna keep moving. You're one strength short. Oh no.
I killed you back in our
Let's see, we're gonna identify that. Nope, nothing good. Don't care about identifying that. We're not gonna use scepters. Use daggers or wands. Yeah, I never think not straight filter is great for new players. We're now in the Lunaris Temple. And yeah, just feeling incredibly strong at this point. I had actually planned on just leveling this normally with loads of like, you know, pre-prepped gear to level faster, but I figured I might as well do like a 2-in-1 where I'm leveling this and just using random gear because it is so strong for it anyway. And hopefully that helps some people. Then I'll just switch to my Angam gear later. This carpet shows you where to go. Now, this is actually a scary thing you want to learn how to avoid. Go up here. Don't go into the middle of the room. There's a very scary boss there called Cole. He will kill you. Easily. It's in the middle of the room. It's like Brutus, but on roids. Just mean. Avoid that boss. You don't really get anything from killing him either. No quest. Just pain. Just pain. Then we are about at 31. This is the highest level I've ever been at this point. Another alchemy orb, and we have a bunch of essences too. And we're doing pretty good on resist. You want to at least have like 50 of everything at this point. And we could probably get 75 of everything. We can go get 75 of everything. Let's go do that. Grab like a snack bar while playing. Right, so we can craft fire rest on my amulet. Number 76 there. We can craft lightning rest on my other wand. Number 71, that's fine. And we don't have a 4-link by now. So there's an ad about to play on Twitch, I'm sorry. And we can craft lightning rest on my boot. So now, even though like I haven't really done anything crazy, we just have crafted res on the majority of my gear. We could actually get a blue sapphire, or sorry, a white sapphire ring and craft resist there as well. And now we are fully rest capped. Fully rest capped already in Act 3. And we don't have any like, we don't have a special leveling item like for example Gold Rim. It is all just random stuff you find while leveling. So hopefully that makes it clear how easy it is to do. How do you craft a wand again? A blue wand, not white or a rare, has to be blue. And then one alteration, and then either ruby, sapphire, or topaz ring, depending on what damage type you want. Oh, whoops, we need to go back to piety. Here, Lunaris. And then that can be either white, blue, or rare. I'm just gonna play the ad now instead of in 1 minute so you people on Twitch don't miss the boss fight. There.
I was once off my tits for
Off
3
my
days
tits.
after taking bad leaf drops. Felt just like this place.
We found a scouring orb, and a scouring orb, we can also explain Cobalt rule. Scouring orb basically turns an item white, it'll lose all of its stats, it will not affect its implicit, so for example on our rings it won't lose cold resist, but it will also not affect enchants, is important to matter for later, but it's like, yeah, you could use the scour and then alchemy it again if you don't have a chaos, for example. So man, thanks so much for the raid. We're currently doing the ultimate play with me, where we're very basically explaining Path of Exile as we level, including gems, sockets, everything. Hope we're doing well. And then we found a Cobalt Jewel. The Cobalt Jewel is basically something you can put in your skill 3 in these slots, and they can be rolled really well that they're incredibly strong. They could be, for example, 4 different damage stats on one jewel. Yeah, this is going to be a fish prepper. Yes. This is another zone you can very easily get lost in as a new player. It's oats. An oat bar. At which point would you consider not leveling up a skill gem further? Never. Only things like Arcane Surge, Vitality. That's the only ones. When you get to this point in the Lunaris Temple with the carts, 2 carts will be telling you the wrong direction and 1 cart will be the correct direction. The 2 carts is the dead end. Yeah, never go downstairs in this zone. It's always up. Still very easy to get lost. This zone never ends. Lucky, thank you for the prime. Necrotroll, thank you for the 40 months. Echo, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate the resubs and subs. Right, we found a 4-link blue. We will grab that with us and think about getting a green on it. We need 2 greens though. I think we need 4 blue on anything. We need at least 1 green. Ideally more. Now we are coming up to the boss area. Always be a lot of monsters here. These are actually very scary. It's worth mentioning. They will target where you were and then attack there. So as long as you're moving and not backtracking, you notice like running around them in a circle is very, very safe. They literally cannot hit you. So wait with attacking until they have started. They can very easily kill you.
It's been a grand experiment, Shadow. Time we saw the results.
There, we cursed her as well after pre-trapping.
Low on mana.
Uh-oh. Oh no. We're gonna hide here. Now, I've screwed up. Oh, there, I got my mana flask back. If you do run out of a mana flask in boss fight, you can just use your portal and portal out and then come back in. There, we got a recipe up here. We made sure we picked up a key from Piety that's to open a door in the future. So man, thank you for the 32-month resub. There and right there.
Be careful.
I will be careful. Oops. We're gonna use a transmute. Do I have a transmute? I don't have any transmutes left. I really need more. I do want to get like a decent mana flask at some point. Enduring would be really good. I don't know if we're gonna use enough currency to get that though. Okay, right. So we are level 28. That means that we can now get Seismic Trap, and we are now going to have even crazier single target.
Why are you still
So
standing?
if we look in our guide, you can see here, level 28, we need 3 green, or at least green, well, We just need these anywhere, but ideally we want a 3 green and 1 blue. We're
There
also
is
going to start
nothing
looking
else.
at the vendor to see if we can find 4 links. And we'll take pretty much any slot we can get. There's not a single 4 link here. That's kind of sad. This will also refresh every time we level up. Every time we level up.
Good luck to you.
I don't think there's anything that we need 3 blue for until later. You can do 2 3 links too? Yeah, we don't have enough of that. Might as well wait. We'll keep this in case we get desperate, but I don't really want to chrome an int item. Once we level up, we're going to go back and check again. Sure is, except that's what we're about to swap to and explain now. But we want the 4 link. Can do without a 4 link too. Oh, perfect. So we level up, so we're going to take the vendor as well, and we drop the one that we can most likely use. This is a 4 green glove. We are going to, from this, hope to get 1 blue. And yeah, right. 1 chrome. Hey, it's very easy to get one blue on these, and you should have at least 10 chromes by now. We are going to see, do we have any resist essences? Here we have a muttering essence of anger that will give resist, and we got very lucky and we got life and open suffix. Perfect item, easy. No wonder people think streamers have better RNG. This is open resist for lightning too, which we can't craft at the moment. Now we are going to, we have seismic trap that we got as a quest reward.
Hello.
We are going to do flamethrower trap, I believe. I believe that's right. Never done this before, I'm excited. Flamethrower trap and also lightning spire trap. And then we have the trap and mind damage already. Now, this is probably the part, wait, what's it called? Spire. This is probably the part that is a little rough. Also, if you do not have chance orbs, you can sell your fusings to the vendor. See, there's different vendor recipes here, basically. So, orb of chance. And if you don't have fusings, you can get those for jewelers. So you can do, yeah. You can like recipe around. So you wouldn't really make. Well, I guess you could have 4 jewelers by now. Either way, you should have at least 1 fusing, so you'll buy a chance orb. There, let's buy a spire.
See you.
There. Now, this is like, once it's starting to get a little bit complicated. I'm going to move bear trap. Probably won't need bear trap anymore, to be honest. I'm going to bear trap to that button. I'm going to put seismic trap on W. That's one I'm going to be the most comfortable with having it. We'll have flamethrower on E, and we'll have lightning spire on R. Now we have something called cooldown traps. And the lightning trap that we have so far, that doesn't have any charges. I can just spam this. As long as I have mana, I can keep spamming it. However, these, they only have 3 charges. So what we're going to do is we're just going to nuke bosses with them. Absolutely nuke them. I don't think there's anything else we need to change until 38. It'll nuke them. We can just demonstrate it here in the Imperial Gardens. We also need to go get the last trial. I'll show now. So it would basically be like, we would be throwing down all of them, but we can throw down 1 of each, and after a few seconds they should detonate. Then it'll be like that, and we'll absolutely nuke the bosses. So we use like, we'll just be slamming down all 9. Let's see. We'll go do the library quest. That'll let you have access to any gem, regardless if they are locked behind any character. Like something maybe only Templar and Marauder gets, you can now buy it. We're also going to do the trial, which is up here in the top corner. What was you said for the library side? Advanced traps? Fossil mana with removed curse. Foreboding. Ooh. What for? For the lightning trap, or? I do want a 4 link for my lightning trap as well. That's what we use for clearing. Let's see, you gotta remember, there's a recipe over here. I usually never pick this up, but we might as well. all attributes rank 1. That's only if you go to the double 3-link setup. Right, well, we'll do the we'll do it anyway. We'll do the library anyway. Like I see, if you don't need it on most reps, there's zero reason to do. There's zero reason for us to do library actually on this character, so it'd be nice to skip. It's basically a side quest that gives you access to more gems, which very often you need for a lot of characters. We actually don't need it. We actually don't need it on this, so you can skip that. And later, we will have an easier access to all the gems without doing a quest. Well, it'll be an easier quest. So we'll skip that. Some characters do want to do library early to get support gems. But we don't need to. No, we'll do lab later. We'll do lab later. We'll do it after Dominus.
Whoever built this was desperately compensating for something.
I'm just so hungry. We definitely could do lab already and get our like super class. Even easier if you're over level. I know, I'll always do it at crystal. Once we get there, so easy. I'll pick up a waypoint here just in case we have to log out from the boss. After yeah, it's just good to have. Boom. It's so great to play. Like, we have nothing on this character. We have nothing like out of the ordinary. No leveling uniques, nothing. That is what that's seismic trap there. We're gonna be using that end game. That's gonna be our main end game skill. It'll just annihilate bosses. Yeah, we have a YouTube guide for this build. Well, with practice, it's not hard to do the story in 4 to 6 hours. Yeah, everything's easy with practice. Gotta get there first.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Alright. I think this is where you unlock the Scion as a new player. She'll be trapped here and now you have a new playable class. Very weird to like have it unlockable. She's trapped. Alright, now you're about to witness the full power of this fully operational Death Star.
Far darker shadows than you, Exile.
See, we're just like slapping down all their cooldown traps and everything is vaporizing. If you're a new Path of Exile player and you maybe played other builds before this, it probably isn't this easy. It is very, very, very easy. And then now we're like waiting and killing this guy, waiting for them to come back up. For Dominus.
Have you ever seen the true
See
face
ya.
of God, Exile?
Curse him as well. And we're just like rotating through all of these. Obviously you can just use like one of them and spam lightning trap, but obviously that will be less damage than the onslaught that we are wrecking right now. It will be less damage for sure. So very, very good damage with this. We're basically abusing the fact that these all have their own cooldown. This might get changed. We were expecting this to get nerfed this league. We were expecting that the seismic trap would have the same cooldown as the flamethrower trap and lightning spire trap. But it doesn't. So enjoy for now. You see, like, just insane damage. And then once they come up, just like throw more of them. Extremely strong traps. And boom. This boss
It's
can
funny,
actually,
your
for a lot of
grace.
people, be very hard. Hopefully it won't be with this
I always
build.
thought you'd be taller.
Oh, damn Jing. I'm so bad at the game. After 2,000 hours, I had such a hard dominance fight with my league starter. Well, that's why I try to make sure we have very, very solid league starters as well that are incredibly strong early. Not necessarily always the strongest late game, but it's really good to have a good league starter because then for your like other characters that maybe are a little bit weaker, they want to play later on, you'll have a lot of items already and maybe level gems. Mines you place and then choose when to detonate them. Traps will detonate when they're triggered by an enemy. Mines reserve mana. Traps don't reserve mana. But yeah, hopefully Dominus should be a very smooth fight with this build. There's no seismic mine. Yeah. Is this the Acton's Nightmare music that's playing? I think. They're just destroying everything. Just destroying everything. I do want to get a separate 4-link now, because now I do want my lightning trap to just be even better. Right? More better is more better. Like one-shotting blues would be nice, which an additional link would help with. But obviously the main thing that you care about, you don't want to be in boss fights
Just
for
need a
forever, so
moment to catch
having
my breath.
having the single target setup is really good. How do Val gems work? So we haven't found one yet. The lightning trap actually does have a Val variant as well
You will
called
be
Val
remembered.
lightning trap. The way those work is that they gather souls to use them. They gather souls to use them instead of oh, they're good boots. Not enough res though. I might
Go
keep
where
them.
you are needed.
They gather souls to use them instead of I will use that instead of mana.
What do you want?
Right, we're gonna check with Kira and see, do you have like a 4-link helmet or a chest? It's kind of hard to get 2 green on that. What about some boots? Helmet? We do have one fusing. Do we have one fusing in a dream? We tried a 4-link? No dream. Alright, we'll check the vendor again after Dread Lake
Go
when we
where you are
level.
needed.
Unlucky. There is a 4 blue, but we want 2 green, 2 blue, and I don't want to use all my chromes trying to get 2 green on a energy shield base. If it was a Sadist garb, I would have bought it. Like, because that is ES and evasion. Dream is gone. Do you not do spiritual leveling? No. I did it a lot on my first character while trying to explore it, but it is not super worth doing while leveling, I would say. You can do it if you're feeling like you're very, very shitty items and you can use it to level and to alchemy items, but honestly, not super worth it. Not super worth it. We can throw an essence on this belt. I'm gonna do a contempt. Oh, new boot boots. These are 4-link. We'll see if we can get some good boots here. I don't have a greed essence. Oh, I do. That's the good thing about essences, is that they guarantee us that. We'll use the contempt on the belt. Hope for a bunch of life and resists, which we got. We'll switch gear later. This is Vol. He hurts. And then we're just dropping loads of traps and he will vaporize, as everything will in this game. And we are only going to get stronger and
I
stronger.
just killed an emperor.
Just like the will of the
With a
Templar.
feather that size, I'm going to
Pick
have
up
to get
the
a bigger
crafting
cap.
recipe here. We also leveled up, so that means that the all the stuff is reset now. The vendors reset every level. Let's see. Now we're also grabbing cooldown recovery.
Yes. What is it, Exile?
There. Everything is just following the guide so far. I do not see a 4-link. I only see 3 links. That's unfortunate. It's almost 4-link. Almost. Alright, we're going to throw a greed essence on the Numek boots. They are not usable, and we do not really want to use chaos while leveling. I guess we can use 1 chaos. Well, no, because they're full green. I don't actually want full green anyway. I don't really want those boots. I changed my mind.
May fear.
We really
guide
want a hybrid one, something that's green and blue. Right, that is a better belt.
What is it,
Craft lightning rest on
Exile?
it.
Go where you are
Yeah,
needed.
38. We're gonna need different. We'll try to find by the
See ya.
time we're 38. We'll try to find a different one. We are now going to go open Desperate Seal, and we are going to go all the way to 3 zones ahead called Crystal Veins, and then once we're there, we are going to ascend, and I'll walk you through how to do the labyrinth. I almost said laboratory.
Swallowed by the darkness. And I seem to be causing it a little indigestion.
So there's no difference between, oh my god, there's no difference between life and energy shield. If you have 4,000 life and 4,000 energy shield, they will like, you don't have like 4,000 energy shield doesn't, for example, protect against like
I need more pockets.
2 to 1, right? Like 1 energy shield isn't the same as 2 life. They're the same for damage taken. However, degens can be really, really bad against energy shield, and you don't have as good recovery mechanisms for energy shield as you do for life. So energy shield is something we generally do strictly endgame. Hybrid characters are kind of viable now because of Inquisitor, but yeah, they're not always super recommended, especially for new players. You kind of have to know a little bit more of what you're doing. Yeah, true. Here's another league mechanic called Delve that you encounter now in Act 4. You basically get to meet Nico, and you visit his mining encampment. These are worth clicking no matter what, because you will get a divination card, which you can hand in for rewards. They will give you 10 alterations. So absolutely always, no matter what, click those yellow piles. Click those yellow piles no matter what. Absolutely. Best post, thanks for 1 year. There are so many league mechanics in Path of Exile. A lot of them you don't necessarily need to do. There's nothing wrong with skipping league mechanics, and you're just going to feel incredibly overwhelmed. I would recommend learn one at a time. I do, obviously, most of my content is aimed for new players. We do things like learn how to use a league mechanic. We have catch-up mechanics and stuff like that. Like, you know, catching up if you missed a few leagues. And just, yeah, just learn one at a time. Here is Deshrae's another quest, and there's this scary hammer storm right in front. It's like blessed hammer kind of thing.
It's always comforting to witness an honest, permanent death.
Yeah, like Betrayal that we encounter in Act 9 is the most complicated mechanic, and usually recommended to skip. It's very rewarding. It's very good. It's just very complicated. It makes everybody feel like that like hangover meme, where he's like calculating math questions. Very, very complicated. And the always sunny Pepe Silva meme. Always feel bad ignoring heist? Don't feel bad ignoring heist. It is the most rewarding league mechanic, but it is also kind of boring. Very rewarding though. Right, we are now in the Crystal Veins, and I am going to teach you how to ascend. But not before a word from our sponsors. Man, I should get sponsors for these videos. LOL. We don't have any. You are the sponsor. You are the sponsor. I don't think I've ever done sponsored YouTube content yet. You know those like weird adverts in the middle of the video or at the start? Ticket, thank you for the prime. He's the sponsor. I don't know. I feel like much better doing sponsorships on Twitch than I do on YouTube. Me? Yep. Not me? Yep. If you can hear this, you are the sponsor. Right, we're gonna go grab the skill point. What's skill share? I love this type of content. It's what helped me through when I first started the game. I credit it for the love of the game. I appreciate you. That's awesome. Thank you.
Will pass.
Boom. Book a skill. I don't know. I see it a lot. Oh. This is a better amulet than the one I have. It does not have an open suffix. Never mind. We're going to keep our amulet. It's slightly better though.
May fear.
Okay, we're going to vendor the rest. Boom. Vendoring most things, as you can see. We're checking to see if there is a proper 4-link that we can actually use. I really wish there was a good chest. Like a green-blue chest.
You will be remembered.
We do need one soon. No news about PoE2. +1 cooldown use. Now they have four cooldowns and they recover faster. So yeah, we just decimate with the amount of damage we do. We need to go back to Act 3 now, and we are going to ascend. So now you
don't
should have
think I
done all
need to
the
be
trials
doing
if you've
that
been
right
following along and doing what you're supposed to do. So now this opens. Shoo hi! Complete the labyrinth. This is another good time to show another cool website for Path of Exile. Hey, I found this cool website. Any percentages? PoB Lab. Actually, you just like go PoB Lab and then boom, normal lab. And it'll show you the layout of today. It's not very important for the normal lab because the layout is pretty much always very straightforward. But now we're able to activate this and go in and we are going to gain superpowers. Also, I just realized another thing that I normally like doing, I might as well explain now that we're getting a little bit more into Path of Exile. You do have a secondary skill bar that you can put other things on. And you can also rebind the keys for that. You might have noticed I don't have Q as my left one on the left here. I've rebound that to spacebar. I've also rebound the other ones on the second bar to like mouse button 5, for example. And you only need to hold control to like activate the bar. You don't necessarily need to hold it to use the abilities on it. So now I'm just using mouse button 5 to activate my Flame Dash, which is my preferred hotkey for Flame Dash. So you can actually, like, you don't have to have it on the first one now. Actually, like having it on both. Now, there are like side areas and stuff like that in lab. There are things called dark shrines. Dark shrines you'll find behind a hidden switch. Kind of hard to find when you're new, to be honest. And they will give you like a buff, or sometimes just put you straight to the boss. You can see here, you can like see that you're going to the actual right area. Here's a recipe that you want. You can use them without it being active. Mind blown. Yep, well, they're active on the second skill bar. Right, I am going to stand here and I'm going to pre-trap on myself. Very often Zizaran is now going to jump on me. And then he'll sort of just vaporize in my traps. So I stand like that distance away. That's the best way to deal with Path of Exile, to be honest. Just kill them before they can do anything. This is a really, honestly, great softcore strat. Because if you just clap the boss, it can't kill you, can it? On the next one, I'm actually going to show you how to dodge all of Zizaran's moves. But this is honestly, for softcore, the best way to deal with a lot of bosses. There's so many mechanics as well in the lab. So this will change from day to day, so will the layout. So right now he has idols, which here we would need to wait for these to power up for him to become stronger. Then we get more rewards. We don't care about that. And then in the next one, he has lieutenants. I can leave them alive or I can kill them. If I leave them alive, I'll get an extra reward, but it'll be harder because now there's 3 extra monsters. So there's things like that to think about. I'm going to show you a dark shrine real quick as well so you have an idea what it looks like. We can see that there's a secret area here and there is a switch. Boom, to click. And PoE Lab tells you what zones have them in them. Now we got none shall stop you. That's the worst shrine I possibly could get. It gives me like 20 energy shield or whatever, and yeah, just gives me some armor innovation. It's nothing. Worst thing that could happen. We could have gotten like a really cool buff. And then you'll have this for the entire lab. You could have gotten a speed buff. There is actually a very small chance that you get an immortality buff. It is so small that I've never had it. But you can get it. Just that small. Which is kind of cool. This is the wrong area. So I'm seeing at the current location that there's another area I can go to that'll be faster. Oop. And we're just blinking through things. Now, the worst thing you can do with all these traps is to panic. If you're running straight through them, so this might take a few times on softcore, but if I'm like trailing this, look how much damage that's doing. Right? However, if you're just running through them, the majority of traps, they don't actually have enough of a surface area to kill your character. It's only if you're literally trailing it and backtracking and panicking. It's very hard at the start. Obviously, you're going to panic when you're a new player. But just remember that if you're able to just push through and you're not literally trailing on top of the trap, with movement abilities and stuff like that, you generally don't have enough of a surface area to kill you. So, for this boss, now, it's the same boss, obviously, just either stronger or weaker than before, depending on what you do. I am going to show you how to deal with the mechanic. You can actually just run around, and running around in the circle is really good. That is a wind slash. It's very, very scary. And the most important lesson here is just do not backtrack. And like blinking once he does that in just the direction you weren't going makes it very safe. This is actually a dangerous Zizaro. He has 3 modes. He can have the sword and shield, dual blades, and a mace. On mace, honestly, I don't know how you would possibly die to that. It would be impressive. You would have to try. Ooh. This is very easy to die to because the wind slash is scary. But now we're just going to obliterate him. I just wanted to run around a little bit and show that you can just like run around in circles. And honestly, that is a great way of dealing with bosses in Path of Exile. Make circular movements. Because there's with the outside of Hail Rink, like we showed in the start, nothing will try to predict your movement yet. Nothing else in the game does that. It's literally just the first boss you encounter that'll try to predict your movement. Oh, hello, Darth. Fast mapper. The poison concoction. Fast mapper. This is some fire damage. This is pretty easy to out-regen with a decent life flask. And we're just gonna click the levers. Levers? Bro, it's not a boss. But yeah, moving in nice circles in Path of Exile, you are borderline immortal.
Just need a moment.
You'll also notice that now that we aren't using Orb of Storms anymore, this is a good thing to explain, we're no longer getting life on kill. We will actually be getting life on kill later because we're going to be a poison build, but traps do not count as you being the person killing. So I'm no longer getting on kill effects. Whereas if I was just using, for example, Orb of Storm still, I would be getting life every time I killed something. There. And now there's just one area left, and we are just going to instant nuke Zaro down. Obviously, if you die, just try again. This is a medium core mechanic where if you die on soft core, it will say resurrect in town. It won't say like resurrect at checkpoint, and you will have to do the lab over again. It might take you a few times the first time when you're new. Don't feel bad. Just do it again until you get it, and it will get easier over time. And before you know it, you'll be running it like easily. Now we're going in here. We're just going to stand like here. This is a good distance, and he will most likely charge or jump at me. There we go. And honestly, I don't even like really need Bear Trap anymore. Everything just gets vaporized at this point. And that is the goddess. She's just floating away now. She's like, freedom! Charlie! We can kill this. This can drop some rares. We can hold Alt down now, and you'll see what our filter is hiding. It's mostly trash. We will just randomly pick chests. There's no system to it. And now we are going to ascend. We will click on... Also, it's not supposed to be bugged text. We will click on Saboteur, and we will click Ascend. I think it actually gives you a warning if you try to leave without ascending. And our guide tells you what point to take first. We're now going to get, like, life regen. And we're going to get immunity to shock and ignite. This is really, really nice. For let's say for now. There's an enchant here. We don't care about this. The glove enchant doesn't really matter. There's like one glove enchant that matters, and definitely does not matter at this stage of the game. We're going to completely ignore it, and I'll explain enchants once we get to the next labyrinth. Does not matter at this point.
Come over here.
There, we're going to vendor everything. Glove enchants are good at the end game. They're just not good now. We're just checking for a nice 4-link. There is none. We're going to get it the next tank.
Yes.
Akira, do you have a 4-link now? Did it reset since last time? I can't remember if I leveled. I don't think so. So we're going to level up real quick and then check again. Because I really do want a 4-link at this point. I'm getting to the point where I do care about checking it every level. There. We're going to comb stream first. And now we're so over leveled that it doesn't matter. But normally you wouldn't be this over leveled. So normally what I would do is I would do this first part of comb stream. Go to the next area where I get the waypoint. And then do the resto. Or the other way around. Because This is actually the place in the game where whenever you're trying to go fast, this is the easiest place to become underleveled. By far. So it's actually quite easy to like be a fairly new player and look at videos of like me, Tai Killer, other people trying to speed level and doing the campaign in like a few hours and actually keep up. The thing that's really, really hard to is to keep up and stay on top of your levels. So at the moment we are normally I would be like 31, 32 at this point.
Not all murders are equal.
And let's talk a little bit and explain a little bit about how experience and levels work in Path of Exile. Whenever, like at any point, you can gain full experience when you are 3 levels above or below the zone. So like, let's say that you are level 7. Wait, it's every 16 levels it changes, right? I think it's every 16. So actually, let's say that you're level 15. You're getting full experience from a level 18 zone and from a level 12 zone. However, this adds 1 every 16 levels. So at level 16, you're getting full experience from a level 20 and a level 12 zone. No, Gillet, I haven't. So whenever you start getting very overleveled from a zone, you will start getting less and less experience. At the end game, this is obviously expected and to give a sense of diminishing returns, so you're not leveling super fast. But yeah. If I stayed here during the campaign, I could level here until I was like 42. We're switching at 38. There. So now, very often, I will go to the rest of the zone. Since we're so high level, I'm getting full experience from this zone. It doesn't matter. We also have a large amount of HP. We are hoping to get at least 1200 is click lore. 1200 HP by the time we're like killing Malachi, which is the end boss in Act 4. Would be really, really good. Ah, stop. 300 life per act would be good. Let's see. Was there anything else that was popping up there? Whoops. Oh yeah, we're picking up the life nodes. That's it. We're picking up the life nodes. That will also give me strength. Endgame, this is going to be Exsanguinate traps, which we haven't bought yet. That is leveling from the vendor, so it should be pretty decent level by the time I buy one. And we are also going to be using a seismic trap. And we are going to be poisoning. I haven't explained yet. Not yet. Hopefully this skill just isn't too complicated for new players. But at least I'm setting them up for success. I do want to one time do like a literal super basic right click build for this, but then it won't be good to actually play the game with. So I don't know what is better. If it's better to do something like, you know, like the arc builds of the past that are literally trash for doing the actual game, but they're really good for early on, or setting them up with something like this that you can literally do the entire game with. Well, we'll find out. We'll try both. What was it you struggled with, Broly? Why does they level a new character? To help new players, mostly. And because I want to play this too. Simple is better, really? I know. Right. Alright, enjoy death. Look at that. Bear trapped him as well, making him a bit slower. Bosses with a lot of mobility can be annoying for this build. As you can see, I'm just spamming through all my cooldown traps. Whenever they're on cooldown, I use my lightning trap. Very straightforward. Understanding the DPS and what was doing my damage. Oh, sweet. Alright, we can explain that a bit. Also, let's see. Can we just luck out and get blues on this? I don't think we're going to. No, it's just too bad stats. We just can't do it. We just can't do it. But yeah, okay, let's explain that. Let's see. We've leveled up. Are there any 4 links? That's armor. Very annoying. I feel like I'm being as lucky as I should be. We haven't found a binding orb, which would have solved all our issues.
You will be remembered.
3 green, 1
Yes.
red. True, we could keep that for when we go later. Okay, we'll buy that. So we do need a 3
I'm
green, 1
watching
red
you.
at 38. We'll keep that. So 3 green, 1 red. We'll keep. There, we'll go do the rest now. We can like show the damage in a little bit how we're doing. So again, like 4 bosses, our damage is coming from Seismic Trap, Flamethrower Trap, and Lightning Trap. We also do want to Curse and Bear Trap if you have the capacity to do that. But even if all you're doing is spamming these traps. And honestly, if you don't like a lot of buttons, probably just Seismic Trap and Lightning Trap would be okay. Yeah, this is SSF. But like you'll see that they'll like detonate on the boss and you just spam those. I am the rest. No, I'm the rest. Here we'll just throw some in corners. And then it'll clear itself very quickly for us. I really like doing that on builds like this where you just nuke the corners. And as they spawn when they're coming out, usually you would have to like, it takes a while to clear those. But on this build, it's really nice. Hi, Bob. You don't need to kill these. In fact, there's very little things that you need to kill while leveling. It's mostly just like the main quest. And you see that everything is dying very easily. Sacred Life Flask. We're not really going to bother upgrading our Life Flask until we're 42 and getting Hallowed Life Flask. You don't really want to like constantly look for upgrades and things because it does like cost currency. You're going to use alterations and stuff on it. That's a volatile. They're scary. Do not get hit by them. There, we're just like nuking traps in the corners here, and then they're sort of like insta-dying as they spawn. This is another area that you'll get very, very easily lost in as a new player, because you don't know, should you go left, should you go right? I know that this is where I should be going, but honestly, this is a zone you can very easily end up full clearing. Like, for example, there's no indication that you shouldn't be going up there. It's all about just like memorizing all the different layouts. There. Bear traps are really nice for mobile enemies, making them less mobile. Cut off their legs. See, I do want to pick up a lot of things that I can vendor for alterations. It's probably the Scourge mechanic. Robbie, you need spell suppression. I'll leave. Thank you for the 14 months resub. Thank you for the Prime. Bispos, thank you for the 1 year. I appreciate the support, guys.
Welcome to the Grand Arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose. My Lady Merveille.
Yeah, you want stash tabs. I have a video that shows what stash tabs you need. There's nothing else than stash tabs that like affect your gameplay. We are level 38, so after doing PoB and the rest, so we can switch.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wait, what's this? Oh, I ran into a dead end. What? Hey, it's always left. There. Yeah, I don't know why I went right. I wasn't thinking. It's always left. I wasn't thinking. There. Now I think we are just going down. We're going to get more life here from herbalism. The rest is always left. I have no idea why I run right. Just in my own head. Trying to make sure I don't miss too many things. I think the more we can explain, the better. Yellow beasts aren't super important to do. As long as we leave one beast alive, which we obviously did now, Einar is actually going to help us for the rest of the fight. Yeah, left is the right. Let's see. Here's a red beast. Not a very good one. I hard to memorize all of them, but I don't think bear is any good. Not one we really care about. This is also a mini boss we're fighting at the same time. You don't really notice it as much on this build just because we're so incredibly strong. But it's dead. So is the beast. What is bear again? Helmet. And we don't care about a unique helmet. Could get a gold rim, but it's, again, if I do get something good, I wouldn't want to use it anyway. No Arcada. This is going to be a exsanguinate seismic trap poison trapper. Right, there. Now we have the resto, and we can just start pre-trapping. He'll end up coming around here.
If he cannot defend his crown.
We're just throwing down loads of traps. We'll curse him. And then he gets like a short invulnerability phase. We'll throw down more traps, and just the resto should be very dead. And we'll just keep throwing down traps. That's it. And just don't stand in the swords he's summoning. Try to be careful about backtracking. Never throw lightning traps while it's in cooldown. Easy. So easy. Too easy.
Can you sing one for me too, Mervale? Something
there.
upbeat,
Then we have both
please.
the Eye of Fury and Eye of Desire.
What do you need
Alright,
now?
Simon, interesting. Here, we're gonna identify those, sell the others. We do need more transmits
Go where
still.
you
We
are
only have
needed.
6. We do want to fix our gear at some point. We could go put lightning resist on our belt, then we're res cap. Killing Cyrus is annoying on this build. Any boss that moves a lot can be annoying. And teleports can be annoying for sure. Right, I think it's time to switch. We are level 38. Poison swap is later. But we can swap to exsanguinate now. So we can go buy exsanguinate. We want trap support and cluster traps. And now we also get chain. So we are going to hand in the quest reward here that unlocks some gems. There. What do you think about GDD insta ruining manaless or stacking? Oh, I mean, that was clearly a bug and unintended. That was obviously going to happen. Not surprised. There, we're going to talk to
They all
Diala. We are
leave
going to
me.
grab, we'll grab cluster traps. We also need to buy chain.
Still,
And then we need to go back to Act 1 and get some more stuff. We're actually going to use a scouring as well, although we can see if we
What do you need now?
find an even better chest. No other forlinks that I'm interested
fear
in at this
guide you.
time. We're going to buy chain support. And now our build is changing up quite a lot.
Be
And we have
careful.
chain, we still have 3 alchemies. If you do not have alchemies at this point and you need one, you might have 2 scourings or a regret, and then through the vendor you can they'll sell you those orbs. Scourings and regrets. I'm gonna go back to Act 1. And we are going to scour that chest and alchemy it. We don't need to, because we don't exactly have a lot of stats on my current one. But, yeah, let's use... I'll use a normal alchemy, actually. The reason I didn't want to use one of the super low essences on it, actually, both of these would have been fine, but they already... They put a suffix on it, on chest. They'll put, minion life, or actually, yeah, minion life as a suffix, and I was hoping this would get more resistance,
What
so I
little
just did a
help I can
generic
offer is
alchemy.
yours.
We're gonna buy trap support, and we're gonna buy exsanguinate. Where is exsanguinate? It's on the 3rd screen. There's so many gems, it's filling over to the 3rd
God
screen.
hasn't abandoned us.
We are now dropping this entire setup. We can craft cold resist on that chest, and we did get life. Who knows if I'd slash hideout like this? And we might have... Do we have a spare alchemy? We do. I don't think there's any other alchemies we need, right? No. We also now need to swap to vulnerability because we are physical based now. We're actually going to do... Oh, we haven't unlocked that yet. Oh, actually, we should have. And in crystal. Anyway, we are now going to be using cluster trap support, chain, exsanguinate, and trap support. And now it looks like this. These are different. Explode, please. There. Splat, splat. We are no longer using multi-trap, lightning trap, pierce. We can just delete that. Doesn't matter. No longer using that. We're also
Till
going to go
next
to
time,
Act 3
shall
and
we?
buy Vulnerability. Yes, we will be getting a Gauntlet event this league. Here, actually, I'd rather keep the immunity. And we'll get a
What is
42
it?
mana flask as well at some point. We're going back to Act here. Oh, I actually
Bye.
can't buy a Vuln. That's unfortunate. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. We will, in Act 6, at the start of Act 6, get Vulnerability. You could also do the library to get Vulnerability. We'll just, we will still have the curses for the other traps at this point. We're also not fully, like, poisoned like we will be later. We're now going to be moving towards, poison, which we will be switching to, let's say, at Cruel Lab. We'll probably switch after we've done Cruel Lab. Didn't know about Slash Hideout? Nice. Right, let us continue. Mines preserve your aura and you detonate them when you want to. Let's see, actually, do we need a different aura? We don't need Herald of Ice anymore, do we? I think we just use Vitality now. I think we just use Vitality. Let's see, so we can bin the Herald of Ice. Goodbye. And then, yeah, we could also use Grace. We could use Grace. But then we have very little mana. We'll have very little mana. We'll level up the Vitality a little bit more. Let's check what level it is. No, just didn't. Let's see, our Vitality is currently level 4. That also does so little. We don't really have that much mana on this build.
Almost ashamed to kill it.
I would have so little mana left. Honestly, if you do have an enduring mana flask at this point, I would use Grace. But since we don't, I don't really want to. It's just so annoying on the mana. Especially on softcore, you don't need it. And I should be okay on hardcore. Anyway, at this point you can see this is our new skill. It's replacing Lightning Trap. Also remember to re-enable to always attack without moving. This should be enabled on all your skills because you do not want to randomly move towards things. Did I not have a bleed immunity on something? Oh, I have it on one of my Quicksilvers. And at some point, within 15 levels, we should be poisoning. So Exsanguinate, this is a different skill. This is doing physical damage over time. Very, very interesting skill. It actually uses your life. It uses your life to cast. So you'll see that it has a cost of 70 life. This is a large reason for... Oh, nice. We'll explain this in a second. That is a large reason for why we have the regen with traps out. Because you can see this no longer bypasses the life cost. Now, this is a remnant of corruption. These are... They can be scarier. Not so much for us. We're obviously very strong. But this is a pretty good thing for the end game. It won't do anything until you're in maps. But you're using these later on the purple essences to make super essences. Dread, Scorn, Mystery, and Envy. Yes, I'm currently on a private league just to simulate a whole new league start experience, including the recipes. I just paid $12 for this private league just to make sure that I could really demonstrate how it would be for a new player with the exception of getting a hideout. Just want to make it like the ultimate play with me. Paying a credit. Yeah, I paid $12 for this. See how much I love y'all. Right. We're going down. 1,000 Brazilian. And Belly of the Beast level 2. I like helping people. Oh, and Phoenix, thank you for the 7-month resub. And my Leaf, thank you for the 14th. There, now we are actually going to come up one of the hardest, if not the hardest thing in the campaign. You might find that you're getting an abundance of 10 additional deaths added to your death counter. Piety is returned, spoiler alert. Malachi basically resurrects her, and she's really fucking scary. She's an absolute bitch. We can throw a Contempt Essence on a ring, hoping to get some bunch of resists. Now we're going to start caring a little bit more about gear. Technically, Lightning Drop and stuff probably would be a little bit stronger at this point. The problem is that we don't want to continue investing points into that. So it would fall off, and we don't want you to have a big respec cost. And this will be better in game. A lot better, in fact. Spell suppression is the main thing he likes, and a lot of like dodge evasion. So, piety spotting, and
Do
we're
your
just gonna
assassins
start
offer a
throwing
money-back
down
guarantee, Shadow?
loads of traps.
Low on mana.
Make sure you curse her, and now stay close to her and try to avoid the big beam of death. It absolutely will kill you. When she enters out of this form, you want to run away from her because her melee hit then does a lot of damage. So now you want to be far away from her and not let her hit you. Other than that, you just run in circles and chop her down. And yeah, make sure you use your movement ability and never run through the beam. It'll kill you. She's
Well
very,
done,
very
assassin.
scary. Can easily
Another
kill you.
satisfied
And yeah,
customer.
don't feel bad if you die multiple times. We are like pretty much resist capped. And we have a decent amount of life. 1,300 life. 300 life per act is pretty good. We want to have like 1,500 life before the next boss in the next zone. And also, Act 5 has the best leveling place while
That
making a
sounds
new
even
character that we
stranger
are
when
going to
I
be
say
leveling
it
a
out
bunch
loud.
in. We're going to be leveling a bunch. Very good for hardcore and quite frequently used on softcore as well. Yeah, if you're playing hardcore, then definitely feel bad when you die. You can't animate a belt and a guardian. When do you do the first lab? Once I hit crystal veins. This one. Usually when I'll do it. Here we have Chevron. Sorry, Maligaro. He's very easy. Just like again, move like the normal directions we do, like counter clockwise or clockwise, whatever you prefer, and move around. And just drop him. And don't stand in the purple things on the ground. Especially when they're exploding like that.
Made you
Into a wonder.
into a wonder.
I am a wonder.
I don't know much about
No,
it.
Iowa. Not right now. Sorry. We're going to go back to the harvest. There are 3 bosses in here that we have to kill before we are able to kill the actual boss. There. Here's Chevron. Even easier. Just a bunch of lightning abilities.
Such lovely material.
After this detonates, she will move and teleport somewhere else. She teleported where she was. Excellent. Excellent choice. See how much of our damage is coming from the traps as well. There's not that much from just the exsanguinate. Most of the single target is from these like cooldown traps. They are really, really strong. Obviously, they probably will be changed in the future to all have shared cooldown. Oh, that's a bad ghost. That's the ghost we're scared of on hardcore. A martyr. It'll make everything it touches explode and do percentage life-based damage. I don't care enough about this poorly to actually scour it. If it was white, I would have alchemied it or used an essence on it. There. Dodri. She is very, very scary, and I'll try to be a lot more careful. She doesn't have a pre-stage where you can throw things down, and you'll see that I'm just very much trying not to get hit. Very easy for your journey to end here, and we want to be far away. Don't want to be inside the purple or the red one. You want to stay inside the green one. That just makes you do reduced damage, which is very whatever. Now we're inside purple, and I'm very slow. This is the easiest to die. Red is also easy to die. If you get hit while inside red, you die. Red is vulnerability. Purple is temp chains, and green is enfeeble. She's just very scary. Harder than the boss we're about to fight, and kills more people than that as well. We do not like Dodri.
Low on mana.
Also, if we curse her, she will eat the curse and gain something called Unholy Might, which makes her even stronger.
Stop mumbling.
I'm trying to speak clearly, Shadow. There, I'm gonna take a quick toilet break, and then we will be back with more. Be right back. Be right back. Yeah, Dodri is very scary. I'm back. I am back. Identify the belt. Nothing good there. We don't really care about either of those because I guess if that was really good, I'll try
What do
to
you need now?
remove the links to somewhere else. You see, I have very basic gear on right now, and we're
Go
doing
where
really
you are
great.
needed.
With 1,000 surrender life, we're basically resist cap, and we can do that by just getting a
Yes.
new ring, to be honest.
May fear
Check,
guide.
did these reset? Any like good new helmets? We could really do with a new helmet. Let's do that. Let's get a new helmet. Because I don't think... Or actually, you know what? Well, we can color these. We'll just buy this helmet, and we'll throw
What do you need
Essence
now?
of Fear on it. That was bad. But it's so bad. I'm gonna use one Chaos Orb. Great, that's great. And then
May
we'll
fear
use
guide
one
you.
Chromatic Orb, and then we will remove Skitterbots to my helmet, and we will move Flame Dash to my wand. Now, I should start switching weapons, because
What
my
is it,
weapons don't do
Exile?
anything right now.
I'm
The
watching
way
you.
we're playing the skill, we're doing physical damage over time, and from the exsanguinate, as well as like physical damage. So plus gem levels would be really, really big right now. That's why a cold iron point, it's a unique item. It's really, really good. There's also like chance to poison on hit on dagger is actually what we're gonna need to switch to, and a good shield would be good as well. So we probably
What do you
want to
want?
like look into daggers pretty soon here. We can grab a dagger. Oh, we'll buy one when
I'm
it's
watching
not.
you.
Well, I guess one ult. We have more ults now than transmutes. We'll grab
May
this.
fear guide you.
Might grab another one later.
Do you need help with something?
There, Namakata, thank you for the sub 15 months. Thank you. Also check the vendor just in case there's nothing really good. But yeah, our ones do nothing right now, so it is time to change
Until next
soon.
time.
And we can do a shield. We'll do a shield at some point. Let's see. Searching for block is the easiest way to find a shield. Nope, there's
May
none.
fear
We'll
guide
try to switch that out soon. But yeah, at the moment our weapons do nothing, and the build is still this strong. I'm gonna re-enable my aura. Talk to Piety. And get ready to nuke the ever-loving shit out of Malachi.
Of hubris, and I very much enjoyed it. Now you and I will create the
Playing
most
Stargate? Yep.
nightmarish of finales together. We're going to make your death really count for something.
Now,
My
Exile!
death? Sorry, I don't want to die. Obviously, we're still using all the other random traps as well, so the other weakness, Curse, Elemental Weakness,
Just
still
need a moment
helps
to
us.
catch my breath.
Again, I'm not using Exsanguinate a lot for bossing, that's mostly for clearing.
What?
Now, Exile!
And then again, you see that I'm not backtracking, I'm running in circles. You can master this in Path of Exile, you can kill every endgame boss. Pretty much. It is that simple.
Embrace the future.
There, that was the first stage. Everything's pretty dodgeable. He just throws a bunch of things at you. Yeah, you kind of get a feel for it.
Let us see if you
Honestly, like
truly
boss mechanics
understand
aren't that
what it
important,
means to
especially
be
for software
a
players,
nightmare.
because you can just take them on the face, and if you die, it's not the end of the world. Here you just have to
Low on
kill the
mana.
hearts. I'm not gonna like go like super in depth on boss mechanics. I think this is not the most important thing. Why did you have to move? So this is part of what's annoying with bosses that teleport or move. Because obviously our traps, they don't follow with them. So some of the endgame boss fights that do teleport or move can be pretty annoying with this. Still very doable. They'll just be frustrating whenever they do move.
Accept the gift
That's not
of
fun.
immortality.
So I'm just like W, E, R. I'm just spamming those basically. Doing bear trap now and again to try to keep him like less movie. Oh my god, stop teleporting, sir. And then just moving around in circles. Always making circles. Trying to avoid the random bullets from the bullet hell thing. I wanna, ooh. Just right clicking him down a little bit so he teleports to the last part.
Is the true
Now that like creeping decay
Why
spawn,
are you so in love with death?
you'll never see that again for the rest of your life. This is the only place where that exists. It used to be a thing in maps. Most people have forgotten that's gone. That was hell. Right, there. we're done. That was Malachi. There, and then we'll identify those. Don't care about those. We do have 3 transmutes. I do
May
want a
fear
bit more.
guide. May fear guide you.
And we've already picked up the skill point, I think. Did I pick up the skill point? I can't remember. Yes, I did. And this is where you had in divination cards. We haven't encountered any yet. So now on to nightmare difficulty. No, this is not like Diablo where there's 3 difficulties. It used to be, but now it's just one big act. And we don't need any of these for anything. We don't need a golem. I, in fact, don't like having golems because they get in the way and they get attacked when you don't want to be attacked. We're going to be going down here and we'll be grabbing that. Let's see. Are we grabbing poison stuff yet? We'll grab poison stuff later. We'll at least be close to poison stuff. Let's see. Actually, what do we need for when we're swapping? Is there any gem that I should be leveling? We could level the Herald of Agony for later. Well, no, we don't need to. So we actually don't need the Herald of Agony. We just need the poison chance. So there's nothing we need to level. This is great. This is great. I'll just find a little one. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing we need to do. We will just keep going, picking up currency and killing things. I'll try to be a little bit faster now. Just to reduce the time. I don't know how many hours we're on. Oh wow, a lot. There, another crafting recipe. Yeah, there's no like nightmare or hell mode in Path of Exile. That was removed 2 or 3 years ago. Boom. Let's click the lever. Be nice, Kev. This is an annoying place. They actually don't get the waypoint for free. I don't know why. Very strange. This is somewhere where I think you should get the waypoint for free. There, we're going to go down here. We want herbalism. And once we have the herbalism, that's those 3 life nodes there that we are next to, we will have probably 1670 life or something. 1670-ish. See, our damage on this skill isn't the best right now. Obviously, we don't have a big problem with bosses or anything. And we are about to get to the point where we can overlevel even more. And this is actually a great point to overlevel. We're also going to start looking at gear, because when we fight the end boss in this fight, we are actually going to permanently damage our character and lose resistances. We're going to lose 30 resistances, and it is always 30. It's not sometimes 20, sometimes 40. Always 30. So that means that we actually have to prepare our gear, our gear for losing those 30 resists. That's something you should do before losing them, not after. It's always a really like frustrating thing for me when players are like, "Hey, Ziz, I lost resists. How do I farm now?" Yeah, I can. There, and then we just trap this guy down. Circle, circle. Easy. We're about to get a ring as a quest reward, and then we look at what we need the most, what's the easiest to replace. So cold ring is the easiest to replace.
Talakura.
Remember,
Boom.
we do this.
It is dog shit. And it does not have a open suffix. However, it does have 2% more cold resist than mine.
Greetings.
We'll keep the one we just picked up as well. We'll throw an essence on that. It's also dog shit. Just the cold damage doesn't do anything. The cold damage attacks doesn't do anything. 5 life is nothing, and 18 fire resist is fine. But it won't actually solve my current resist issue. So we're gonna wait until we get maybe a ring with an open suffix that we can use the crafting bench on again. 5 whole life. You can already at this point get rings with 70 life, which would be completely endgame viable. That's why rings are my favorite thing to try to get good gear on early. That's what I care about the most, because if I get a really good helmet, really good chest right now, I will be replacing that. Whereas if I get a really good ring right now, I could keep that until the character dies. Like, I could keep that forever. You can actually get completely endgame viable rings at this point. That's why I prefer using currency on rings and amulet. Early. They'll last a lot longer. And seeing as our like, it's so bad. Like, our current rings and amulets are so bad. Wait, where's the quest reward? Oops, someone's run past it. This is a quest reward in the bottom left area of the map. Gives you 1 skill point that we'll grab later. Boink. How do you level an instacker? With anything and then use the 200 regrets, whatever you prefer. If you're planning to do an instacker, that's one of the most expensive builds in Path of Exile, so it doesn't really matter what you level it with. You get it to level 95 as a normal build, and then once you're level 95, respec instacker. Is only for experienced players. Very expensive build. Good, Whisker. Thank you. Right, coming up to a little mini boss here. Actually has a very crazy damage reduction in one of his stages, where he just won't take damage. Kill these first, and then we will just throw all we got at him. Crazy damage reduction in this stage, and we're still killing him through it. I think it's 90 or 95% damage reduction. Obviously, that's not that much of an issue for us. We have so much damage. No, it's through Howa and a Wand as well for Instacker. Wands have that stat. That's my favorite. Howa's more the tankier version. We're going out to the city square, and we are 2 zones away from the best farming spot during the campaign. This is like basically where you end up farming, and you can farm in the next spot all the way until 52 to 54. To be honest, if you're on hardcore and you're a new player, I actually do recommend that. But if you're softcore, farming here until you're 46 makes the rest of the campaign an absolute breeze, or 44 even. But it's really, really good to get some gear, and you want to make sure that you are resist capped for after killing the end boss of this Akitava. Yeah, nobody really farms Blood Aqueduct anymore. So easy to get 6 things now that there's no reason to farm a Tabula later. I haven't done that in a year, I think. It's more of an in-game thing. We want the pretty flower exsanguinate. I don't usually use cosmetics while leveling. My character has to earn cosmetics. It has to earn it. Especially because, as well, that there's hopefully going to be a bunch of new players that have no cosmetics, and it'll be confusing if my exsanguinate is suddenly glowing rainbow colored and theirs is red. I'm using no cosmetic. There. Then once gem level is just so important at the end game as well. That's like what we're going to be looking for this build the most. So cold iron point is actually a pretty achievable item for how strong it is. It's basically a dagger, a unique dagger in the end game that will give us +3 physical spell skill gems. And it doesn't have to be socketed in the cold iron point. That's the best part, which is just huge for our build. And then for our build, it has no downside. I guess I deal no cold damage? I can't remember. Also, on hardcore, you want to be very careful with opening boxes when you don't have freeze immunity. We have freeze immunity on our mana flask, but it's very easy to open a box and die. Things worth mentioning that we just found as well. We found 2 6-socket items. These have no significance to us. We're not going to use a bow. We're not going to use the chest because it's an armor chest. So we are actually going to vendor these. They'll sell for 7 jewelers each. So we're getting 14 jewelers for this, which is great since we only have 2. However, if this was a sadist garb, or not necessarily that, but just like something with like evasion and energy shield or evasion, we would probably throw a few fusings into it. At least 2 to 3. Sometimes it'll 5-link, sometimes it'll 6-link, and that'll feel really good. It's obviously very, very rare for that to happen. But it can't happen if you don't try. But since they're just bad bases, we are just going to sell them. And that is the best way to get jewelers. And you can buy fusings for jewelers at the vendor. Okay, no elemental damage. That's it. Thanks for the recommendation for a teach-in. Ended up ordering from them. I appreciate that. Oh, nice. Did you use my link? I think there's a discount through my link. There, we sold those. Got
Remember,
14 jewelers.
we do this for freedom.
Now we are going to pick up a jade flask because we probably want to be a little bit evasion based in a bit.
Remember,
We want to be a little bit evasion based in a bit. We're not going to use it. I did tell them you referred me. Oh, there should be like code Zizaran. It's below the stream, I think. There's like a code Zizaran. Maybe email them and ask. There. We'll talk about this when we find ones that matter. Like this one doesn't matter. We have the herbalism now. We can also take the increased life as a mastery next time. I don't think there's any other mastery we're supposed to take. Oh wait, actually, do we take a trap mastery up there? Forgot about that. No, we don't. No trap mastery up here. Not yet. Is there nothing that does anything? 5 additional traps placed. Not really. None of this we really care about. Recovery 30 life isn't the worst for leveling. That's going to be kind of tempting to take on hardcore. But we are now in Chamber of Innocence. We are going to level here for a bit. So there is a boss at the end of this zone. We are going to be skipping that. Says Skitterboss restoration at early maps. Oh, we could do that and fit Grace, actually. I think we do that. Grace would be really nice and safe right now. We do Skitterboss restoration at the next level up. So, we are going to just keep leveling here for a while. The reason for that is every little, like, whatever you call these, staircase, has blue monsters, so you'll get a lot of XP. We're going to be leveling here to probably at least 46. Sometimes we do 48. This is League Start simulation, so 48 is absolutely okay. Very, very good. And then we are hoping to find a bunch of rare items. Currently, we are barely resist capped, and that means that once we... Also, let's get that recipe. Once we kill Katava, we will lose 30 resists, and we are going to get absolutely obliterated in the next tank. So what we're looking for is rare items. We're looking for currencies, because we really want to be at around 105 all resist. Not chaos, that doesn't matter at this point. There's a hallowed mana flask. We are going to roll a little bit for a mana flask. If we can get enduring, that always feels really good. Not important enough that I'll nuke all my alterations for it, but at least a instant life flask is important enough that I'll nuke all my currency for it. If you are playing Trade League, which you should be, for most people following this guide right now, you can buy either a dagger, in fact dagger is probably the best thing, or ones that have the line physical spell skills level. We can open up trade actually. So it's just pathofexile.com/trade, and I'll show how to search for these. Physical spell, the level of physical spell skill gems, and then Scourge League, and then you put required level. Where is required level now? It is somewhere. Also, why can't I see it? Oh shit, I did the wrong one. Sorry. This one, explicit, not fractured. Not these two. This one, the top one. Requirement section. Oh, here, sweet. Required level maximum, and then we'll put 46. And then you search, just hit enter, and you will get sometimes corrupted ones. And just... Oh, this is a staff. You can search for a one-handed weapon. And then we're just searching for either wands or daggers, and it should cost 1 or 2 chaos max, which you probably would have found. So it's a lot better to buy that. So either a dagger or a wand. And remember, you can't use 1 dagger and 1 wand. You have to have either 2 daggers or 2 wands. So buying that would be super worth it. That's worth using your chaos on while leveling. see. We'll keep that because it has immunity to corrupting blood. We want that. And then we're going to try to roll this one for instant. Some people like instant when on low life. That's 50% life or lower. I do not. I'm just trying to get the one that's like half instant or instant. Normally, it doesn't come that easily. We're going to transmute this, and we are going to hope for enduring. That also does not normally come that easily. Great stuff. That usually, honestly, enduring can cost anywhere from 20 to 50 alterations. But I really want to show how it is. We're going to go by grace as well. It gives you more evasion.
Watch
We are
yourself.
going to be using that pretty soon. What is his luck? Yeah, that was good. That doesn't normally happen to me. I'm also going to be dropping... I'll drop my 1 mana fast, or maybe roll this into something more useful. I don't want less duration, that's the thing. Avoid being ignited. We're immune to ignite. That's great. We'll take that. I don't really care about 7% movement speed right now. We're just going to use a little bit of alterations. Okay, well, we'll keep that. We'll keep that. It doesn't really matter. We're going to be using those at the same time. We will want to reroll the Jade Flask for evasion later. Let's see. Nope. Sorry if I need that right now. I'm making a YouTube video. So, I'm not able to use Grace right now, and I'm going to be ditching Vitality. Actually, I can use Grace right now. I'm lying to you. I can absolutely use Grace, because I do have an Enduring Mana Flask. And we aren't using a Mana Flask, actually. That's only for our like, these traps. These use mana, but our Exsanguinate uses life. So, the exception of bosses. Completely fine. What I'm doing right now is your raid starter. I'm basically what you're watching right now is a play with me. So I'm leveling up a character incredibly slowly and explaining everything as we're going along, just for new players that want to learn how to play Path of Exile, and this is one of the strongest builds you can play. There, and then yeah, we have a really good potion setup now. Honestly, that is the #1 thing that new players will struggle with. Okay, slower than I'm used to. Obviously, it's faster for a new player, but I'm like trying to explain everything. Oh, I just realized something I forgot. How am I making a new zone? That's very important to remind people of. Hold control down when you're either entering the zone from, like, you know, the entrance, or when you're clicking on the waypoint. That basically lets you reset the zone. Like, obviously some games have, they have to relog or log out to do that. In Path of Exile, you just hold control and you have full control over the zones. I remember I had a friend of mine who would keep waiting for 15 minutes for the zone to reset. And we were like, Max, why are you AFKing all the time? And he's like, oh, I'm waiting for the zone to reset. He had a level 92 character. And he was leveling an ult. So he really didn't like the campaign because he was playing hardcore and he would always need to wait. He didn't like waiting. It's great fun for us. Great fun for us. I thought he was working or something. So yeah, I'll show again. Hold control when entering the zone. Very important. I had a rotation I did for 15 minutes. Yeah, that's very common. We are going to take a mastery point. It's actually not in the guide, but it is pretty useful. We're going to take the Skitterboat's 50% mana restoration. That'll give us more mana. I don't need that anymore because I do have an Enduring Flask, but I might as well lead by example. And now I have even more mana left over. Maybe I can honestly... I cannot fit Vitality. So Vitality is no longer fitted. We can keep it there because we do kind of want it later. We'll be able to fit it later. And we can get Grace Reservation as well. Then we will definitely be able to fit it. I don't have Phrase Immunity anymore. That is unfortunate. We have no Phrase Immunity. So I now, especially in hardcore, need to be more careful about boxes. Because boxes can now kill me. They'll freeze me and kill me. I really want the Jade Flask to get either chill immunity or something. Like, we want a little bit more there. We do want to reroll that. We do have 2 more ults. Let's do that, actually. Avoid being ignited. Oh, no. Less duration. That's awful. But we can identify strong boxes. It's just annoying time-wise. Annoying time-wise. Not unless I play it more, Beyond. Not unless I play it more. But I mean, I would say look at Steel Mage's character. Yeah, we can take the Vitality Restoration. That's a great idea for now. So it would be nice to have more regen. Regen's always good, and we do get a decent amount of regen. With a bunch of traps up, you can see we have 160 life regen. So we're basically 10% of our life regening right now without Vitality. We're level 44, we'll go to at least 46, but honestly, I quite often go to 48 here. Maybe we'll do 47. Quite often go to 48, especially on builds like this that you are gaining so much damage from leveling, and obviously, we do not have weapons right now. We are weaponless. A shield would be really, really nice for me at this point. That's something I really want to try to find. We're going to go back to town instead of instantly resetting after finishing this one. I want to find a good shield. Yeah, I know. I think Plaster in a weird spot right now after all the changes. Here, do I want a leather belt? I don't have the best. I actually have a pretty good belt. You always got to think of like what are the most realistic upgrades. So if you already have something that's good, then it's hard to upgrade.
You can ask.
You need something?
Right, let's see. A new helmet would be pretty decent. Although it does have an open suffix. We can grab a shield. 9% movement speed. We can buy both of these. Let's see if we get a good one. We have very few essences. Oh. Fire S and life. Honestly, that's pretty usable. We can use a jeweler on it. Try to get some links. Anything I need here colors wise? No, I just need like a green and a blue. And then we can instantly switch to that. That doesn't really help me that much. Let's see if we can get really... but I really want a better ring. That's a better spot for me to use it. We'll use it on a ring. That is a lot better. That is a lot better than my current one because this is an open suffix. So we are now able... should try to get a dagger as well.
We do this.
Let's see, we have no essences. We have no regrets. So we don't really have anything to turn. What we can do, we can start using the scourging mechanic to alchemy gear now.
For freedom.
Hello.
Yeah, a nerve on hit would work with traps. Right, let's see. What else? We have the vitality thing that we could put on somewhere. Oh, actually, Grace might be better than the Vitality one. Let's put Grace on as a mastery here at the Evasion Mastery. Then we should be able to fit Vitality. So I can't grab another Life Mastery right now. There. Let's see. Are they both? Oh, we can replace the Fire one. There, we replaced the one I have with Fire Resist, Arcane Surge, and Flame Dash. We'll just move these here. These don't need to be linked, whereas my Flame Dash does need to be linked. Just put this in the stash. The belt we can keep and think about using. Already done, Pi. If you're coming late, please don't backseat things that we're currently doing. Already done at the start, my dude. Nice, Oscator. We are going to craft on our ring. Did I get the Resping Crystal Veins? I think I forgot that. No, I didn't get that. I did get that. Hi, Grog! Is Saibo Italian? No, I actually thought that too. He's Romanian. I thought it was Italian too. I thought it was such a unique, cool accent. Oh yeah, we do have the one for an alchemy now. We just don't have any alchemies. So we'll do cold res here. And then we can do lightning res on my helmet. There, we're getting closer. We're 97, 87, 88. Sometimes you will be close to resists as well. There. If you don't have an enduring mana flask, you can now fit vitality. However, you probably want to grab the vitality increased reservation efficiency as well will be very, very good for fitting that. But if you do have an enduring, again, it's only mana fast for these 3 traps, not for our exsanguinate. So it shouldn't feel very bad while clearing. I don't know, Brooks. I don't think so anymore. I don't think you can split enchanted items. Taking Illyria for a new player is fine, because it gives you resist. But on this build, it should be pretty easy to resist cap. We also, if needed, especially for hardcore, we do have access to these nodes here, I believe. Did they move them? Yeah, here. These give a bunch of resist. So with taking Survivalist, very easy to get resist. I'm sorry, are you trying to get more resist? I thought 75 was the cap. Yes, but we are about to lose 30 from Kitaba. Which is what we've been pointing out. We want to be resist capped after losing the 30. Want to plan ahead. It's not sometimes you lose 20, sometimes you lose 40. It's always 30. Yes, Cyclone. It does. There. So, we're just leveling, trying to get one more item would be really good. Is there anything we can craft on? A better ring there would be great. A better shield would be great too. Honestly, let's go into the Krangleverse. Let's go into the Nether. Wow, that's so slow now. Bad, unique chest armor. Okay, I didn't think it would be this slow. Nice MVP.
Just need a moment to catch my
There.
breath.
And again, you do want to be switching to poison once we're around Cruel Lab, so that'll be in Act 7. We'll be switching to poison, and that's when we are actually playing our endgame build. Everything else is just to get there. We'll do at least one more level,
Not all
maybe
murders
maybe
are
2.
equal.
Definitely feeling the Exsanguinate is doing a little bit low damage at the moment. Part of that is not having a weapon. If you are able to get +1 shield and like for the fist spell skill gem levels, you can get that stat on a shield as well. And if you get that on a shield and a weapon, you will be flying at this point, even on clearing. And obviously, your single target, more than enough. And this is why overleveling is nice. Just by that level I just got, you can see a very clear damage increase. 12% more damage. Okay, you want to loot filter. It's on filter blade. We have a video on how to enable that as well. Here at the end is always so juicy because there is so many blue monsters, and blue monsters give a lot more XP. I think each blue monster is the same as 3 normal monsters, and each rare monster is the same as 5, I believe, if I remember right. I'm playing Path of Exile for more than a year now, and I still don't know how the purple monster pack is different. The purple monster pack is a normal blue pack, similar to the other blue ones. However, it's affected by bloodlines, which means it can have things like storm bearers and stuff like that. I will take this one. I will take the max life because I do have enduring. If I didn't have enduring, I would take the vitality reservation affecting. That's important to know. Feels a bit like arc traps, yeah. The blue packs that are purple can have special mods that are more dangerous. Or prophecy mobs, but those will be out. Nope, that is not true. I do not know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as prophecy mobs that are purple. They're not connected to prophecy. I was talking about the undead monsters from the one prophecy. Not in the same way that a bloodline pack is. Bloodlines look like this. Grab a diamond flask. There's no great way to like always get the utility flask you want. Here. This is a lot better than my current shield. This is a big upgrade. I'll walk you through that. So obviously it's a shield. It's got life, and when I'm holding down Alt, this is lightning resist, but also open suffix. So this should fix all my resist. Yep, chroma vendoring is worth it. That's why we have 14 chromes. You do want to like pick up chromatic items and sell them for the chromatic orb. Very, very worth it. Yes, it does. We will get less regen because of that mastery I took. But I'd rather have more raw HP. We also have a large amount of regen now anyway. We have 217. Very happy with our regen. But raw HP is very, very good. We have an insane amount of HP now. We basically are looking to not get one shot by Kitava. As a new player, it's very, very hard to dodge. I'll just leave that quality gem there. Oh, I guess I should pick it up and explain that. It's worth picking up quality gems. And if you see, this says this Venom Jar has 5% quality on it. And quality affects gems in different ways. You will want that on your main skills eventually. Or if for random ones that you're picking up, it's good just to keep, even just to vendor them. Because once you vendored whatever like the total, like they could be 19, 17 on different gems, but whenever the total hits 40, it'll sell for a gem cutter prism. Yep, first on hit rings work. Not marked though, I believe. There, what are we taking next? We don't need to instantly take the poison things because we're going to be switching at Cruel Lab. Let's see. We can go for life over here, but I think we'll go over here first. We don't really need to go down here. Yeah, we'll go over here to the left first. And if we find a really good jewel, we can get a jewel for 1 point here. So if you find, for example, a jewel with 7% life, that would be excellent. Let's see. We have a bunch of jewelers. We'll use that, and then we're gonna use a chrome. We can put bear trap here. That doesn't matter. We just want to make sure that support gems aren't linked. Keep that here in case we want to use it in the future. It's actually objectively worse. That's just the inner hoarder in me. Actually, let's vendor that. There's no reason for us to want that. There. Now I want to craft fire resist on this. Now, ideally, I want to use an alchemy, but I don't have that, and I actually can't make one. So we are actually going to craft the lower fire resist, sadly. So now we have more than enough lightning. We need an additional 10 fire and cold rest to be able to be rest capped. So what I'm looking to now, I'm looking to get a fire and cold ring. So I'm going to go look at that from the vendor and see if there's a fire and cold 2-stone ring for sale. We're going to use our essence and hope that we just get an open suffix alongside one resist. Would be very, very nice here. Are there any fire and cold rings? There's not. Then, since there's no fire and cold, are there any fire or cold rings? There is a fire ring. It's 20. We are going to level up once more then and check the vendors then. And then I'm 47 anyway. Chaos Cap doesn't, like, you don't need Chaos Resist at this point at all. Only later in maps. Now, we can also review our defense a little bit. Now, with an evasion fast, you see we have 6,000 evasion. That means that attacks specifically from monsters will do pretty much nothing to me. They're very rarely hit. So, obviously, if a large monster attack, right? Like, say something that's very slow, has a big wind up, and is clearly like what we call a slam. If that hits me, it's going to do the same amount of damage. But it means that, you know, we would just regularly won't be getting hit by a bunch of monsters. And that is a very good form of defense. So we're, you know, we can stand here and we're barely getting hit. Barely getting hit. Taking very little damage. So that's good. It is worth identifying scepters because if we did get a +1 fist spell skill gems level right now, I would absolutely use that even on a scepter. Even though we're not really doing much elemental damage. There's a cold and lightning ring. We find a bunch of essences. Yeah, it's decent creep. Hopefully we would have found more essences by now. I was gonna start triangulating items, but it just takes so long during leveling. Way too slow. It's great. and you really need it, but it just takes so much time. Oh, those are very scary. They're it's a scary world to be in. You see instantly you're taking more damage and stuff. There's just a very large difference here between how easy it is in the campaign and in maps. In maps, it basically instantly starts killing you. It's crazy. Very large difference. There are other defenses as well than evasion, like armor. Armor is basically something the game lies to you about. It will tell you that it'll give you physical damage mitigation, and it looks like it's percentage physical damage mitigation. So you would think that if you take 10,000 damage and that it says you have 20,000 fist mitigation, surely you would take 8,000 damage, right? That's not the case. It's lying to you. How dare it? Like we do explain this like very in depth in videos, but basically armor is a very like linear thing where it depends on the amount you're taking. So armor, TLDR, is very good against small hits, whereas there are other sources of physical damage mitigation, like endurance charges, that is percentage based, and that is really good against those big hits. But armor might sound really bad because of this. It is incredibly good. It is just not necessarily incredibly good at large hits. Very specifically for small hits. Okay,
Yes.
we've leveled up. This means it's reset. Let's see. Are there any? No, there isn't. We do have a cold ring we can buy. We'll buy the cold ring. We're going to use our Essence of Fear and hope we get an amazing ring. I really do want a fire and cold ring or just a ruby ring. Yeah, that wasn't great. We can buy that.
For freedom.
Really do want a little bit extra. Worst case scenario, we will end up just taking Survivalist. That will fix all our problems. I think we do that, and then now we just continue with bossing so we don't slow down. And most places of the tree have resist on it, so you can get that. Right. Here's the boss. We can start pre-trapping. Oops. So I have to have my endurance flask now to be able to cast. So I don't have much spare mana.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Just need a moment.
Now obviously I don't need mana for my exsanguinate trap. That uses my life and I regen a lot. You see how easy this guy is now too. Also, a really good thing about this build, our exsanguinate traps, they are also part degen, which means that they will bypass these proximity shields. If you were playing another build, you would have to sometimes go inside the proximity shield to be able to do damage. And no, armor does not help against lab traps. Yeah, we could go back one act and see if there's that kind of ring there.
Low on mana.
Also, this boss teleports a lot, so can be annoying if you don't pre-trap enough. Like I actually didn't do here. We're gonna pre-trap here.
I am the new and the eternal. I am innocence.
There. Now he's very pre-trapped and he's very dead. Very dead. In this place as well, there's exactly 10 waves between each stage as well. So you can actually count like now 1, 3, 4. So you can, it's really good for this build. 5, 6. So then you know when you can start pre-trapping. 7, 8, and then we'll start pre-trapping. 9, and then when the next wave is done, boom, he's out. Exactly 10. And that's really good for our build. We are the bad guys in the Path of Exile lore, yes. We are the bad guys. That's why at the start of this act, we're literally running around murdering innocents. Now we're murdering innocence itself. Innocence is bad too. We're just worse. We're absolutely the bad guys.
I am the storm.
Okay. This is something where you want to portal out. You want to portal out. Honestly, I should have logged out there. That was a
Remember,
very, very dangerous
We
thing.
do this for freedom.
I'm just gonna grab a random jewel here because we don't need any of these. These are threshold jewels. They're used for other builds. I am gonna use them for alchemy shards. I am gonna use them for alchemy shards. Oh, it is technically slightly better.
For freedom.
Now, when I come back in, I actually have to wait. Even though I can't see all those projectiles are still there. Welcome to Path of Exile. So if I instantly moved, I could have vaporized and died.
I need more pockets.
Dead projectiles are not cleared on screen leave. You could show. I'm okay with not dying. It's a very easy thing to die to on hardcore. We do have a claw with chance to poison on hit. Honestly, I might keep that just in case I don't get. Just so we have a chance to poison. Because I might not get an actual good one later.
Yes.
I'm hoping to get enough alchemies from all this. I didn't.
For freedom.
Unfortunate. I really want 2 more alchemy shards. I'm okay with not showing that one. I've died to that a few times. Mostly at endgame bosses. Alright, we are now moving towards Kitava. We are 14 res of being res cap. We are currently not res cap. However, I have more. Actually, we
Low
can
on
get...
mana.
I wonder if I actually need it then. Man, if I had an alchemy to craft up to 28 fire res there. Oh, that's what we were gonna do. We were gonna go back in act and check if there's a fire and cold ring. Because that would solve all our problems. That would solve all our problems. Right, also I just realized I said I was gonna explain every currency as I find it, and I haven't really explained armor scraps and whetstones, except the fact that you sell them for wisdoms. And that is honestly their main purpose, but they do actually have an actual purpose as well. They can be used to give quality to a weapon. Weapon quality for our build doesn't matter for our damage, but if you're playing a damage build, then the more quality on the weapon, up to 20, for the beginning part of the game, then that'll give you more damage. It will not give us more damage. However, armor quality will make it easier to socket, easier to link. So for example, in late game, when you want to 6-link items, quality will make that easier, a lot easier. That's why like veteran players will make fun of new players that are doing it on 0 quality, because it is 200 fusings more rare to get a 6-link. And then hey, another unique. That should give me an alchemy. But yeah, it's still worth it. And you basically, you would normally give quality to an item while it's white. While it's white, it'll get 5% quality at a time. While it's blue, it'll get 2% quality at a time. And while it's rare or unique, it'll get 1% quality at a time. Right, we're gonna vendor this, and that gives us an alchemy. And then we're hoping that we have... Also, I'm just gonna vendor all the whetstone
What
ones.
do you need now?
Hey, we have an alchemy
You will
now.
be remembered.
See ya.
Is there a fire and cold? Let's see. They both have 13. We're gonna alchemy those. Please don't be awful. You're not awful. You're not awful. We are now basically resist cap. I will be remembered. That's good. Right now I'm gonna have food today. I'll have to eat at some point during this. It's just gonna be so long. We're gonna have fire res. And now, honestly, I could just shove on a random ass dagger. Let's see, we can move this here and put that there. Now I don't care about sockets. And I don't really care about the lightning damage. Honestly, I could just put this on right now. No, I couldn't because it doesn't have an open suffix. Wonder if I can get a chance to poison. How rare is that going to be? Augment. Chaos damage or time multiplier. We don't use chaos damage. At the moment. We will later though. We really want an open suffix. We won't be able to. We won't be able to. I will probably just grab a random dagger right now. A white one from Act 5. Doesn't really matter if it's a wand or a dagger. I just want to have fire res crafted instead of lightning. Oh no, I don't. I can't do that anymore because I switched. Because I switched the 2-stone ring. Alright, we're
Greetings.
actually going to have to take that last skill point that I was talking about. We are going to have to take it.
Remember, we do this
Oh,
for
we don't.
freedom.
I didn't realize, but I have open suffix on my gloves. Then we are ready. We are resist cap. And this is
Greetings.
what I wanted to do. I don't have any more transmutes left, but in emergencies, you can buy for 7 portal scrolls, 1
Remember,
transmute
we do this for freedom.
from the vendor. All right, now we are fully. Sorry, we are fully. No, that's unfortunate. Oh no, that's so annoying. Do I have a scour? I do. Okay, so I'm in a predicament now, which is good to explain. On these gloves, I already have fire resist. I can't craft fire resist on something that has fire resist. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to recraft this cold resist into something else. We'll craft cold resist on the glove. And then I need one more. I need one more transmute. No, Dillo, I wasn't planning to. Привет. We're gonna buy one more transmute.
Remember, we
I
do
know.
this for freedom.
There. Let's see. And now, boom. Now it uses a scour and a transmute. It'll recraft that. 20. I am fully rest capped. I'm 74 cold. Let's just not tell anyone about that. Great. So now we do not have to worry. I might continue a little bit in maps. However, this is the reason I'm doing this as well is because this is going to be my new endgame character, and before I died on my other character, it saved up a lot of endgame gear. So I already have things like cold iron point and stuff on Soul Self Fun. So you will be able to see a lot of the actual endgame stuff on this character, but you might not see a lot of the mid-game stuff and like how you would unlock everything. The main purpose of this play with me is to give people a really like solid start on Path of Exile through the campaign. And then if there's a lot of positive feedback on it, we'll do another one even more detailed. So I'm sure there'll be feedback of things I missed and stuff during this campaign. Oh, Nox was amazing. Diablo 1 was my first RPG. Diablo 1, Nox, and Hexplore. In Hexplore, you picked up experience. So if you were playing with a friend, and your friend was bad at the game, you got all the XP. I was level 8 when my friend was level 1. I was not much of a team player. Should have been faster. Not much of a team player.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
There. Now we're going to get a recipe here, and this is a side quest that is going to give us a skill point. There's a few things we have to do now. Will this VOD be saved on Twitch? Oh, I don't know about saved on Twitch, probably, but also it's going up on YouTube. You can save it on Twitch too. Another essence. This is great because obviously I am struggling a little bit with here. I haven't gotten the best stuff. And if you're softcore, it's not the end of the world, right? Being under rest capped and just getting slaughtered in the next act isn't gonna be that bad. Obviously, nobody likes dying, but it's not like you're gonna have to start over. Whereas on hardcore, I really don't want to start over. We'll pick up some more chromatic items as well. Still picking up wisdoms and portals. And you see our damage is pretty great, even though we literally do not have a weapon that affects my exsanguinate damage. That's where overleveling comes in. And then later, this is one of the highest damage builds on a budget you can possibly have. You'll absolutely obliterate everything. It's really, really good for some of the in-game content too. Sometimes a build will be really, really good at some bosses.
Remember,
This build can be a little rough on things like endgame bosses. You might have heard of Awakener. It can be rough on that because Awakener moves so
Remember,
much.
we
Also,
do
remember,
this
if you
for
are running
freedom.
low on portals, you can buy them. You can also control shift to buy a full
Remember,
stack, but that'll wipe
we
out
do
your
this
wisdoms.
for freedom.
Control shift click to wipe out your wisdoms, basically. See, it looks so nice. It is. All right, we're gonna go into the ossuary for another side quest. This is needed to progress. Um, since we are here, I mean, it's not bad, and it's 1 point. It's also evasion. We might as well. Now we're over rest capped. The only reason for why being over rest capped in Path of Exile is a good thing is sometimes monsters will curse you with a resist penalty. So sometimes, for example, they will give you elemental weakness. That'll be just a decent amount of less everything. Or even worse, you can sometimes get elemental weakness and flammability at the same time. Then you can end up losing 50 fire miss. And then suddenly, if you take fire damage, you're gonna die. It's probably changed Bumble. They changed a bunch of that this thing. And if you're looking, I would not recommend the normal Path of Exile Wikipedia. It is very outdated. After whoever bought it. They are mostly just monetizing it with ads. It is no longer being updated at all. See, we don't really have that good of a ring, so we are actually going to use an essence. There is a new wiki made by the community. I just cannot remember what it is because I don't use the wiki so much. Not as much as I should. There is a new one that they're working on. It's pretty great. Nope, 20 life and cannot be bothered to recraft anything. So yeah, we are just moving through the zone and we are soon about to fight pretty much the hardest thing you're gonna fight. Kitava in Act 5. There's a second Kitava in Act 10. It is a lot easier. It does not have a slam. There's a recipe in here, and after that we can portal out. I'm also going to play an ad right now on Twitch so that we don't have an ad play during the Kitava fight.
What is it?
There, we'll just enter
For
all of
freedom.
that. Boom. And then we're going to start moving and we're on the left here. I don't have a jewel, so I'm not going to take the jewel point. If you're in Trade Lake, just even buying a jewel with 7% life, absolutely an upgrade. You can get really, really good jewels when you're playing Scourge by trading with other players. Absolutely. Trading is very, very overpowered. I do have a lot of like how to trade videos as well. Yeah, PoE Wiki is really good. Tabitha is actually not so there are leveling items you can use. Tabitha Rasa is actually a bit of a noob trap. It's actually not the best item and also makes your mana very unmanageable for a lot of people. Depends a little bit what build you're using, but for example, for any elemental spell, so say you're using Arc or Fireball or whatever, any elemental spell, then there's a couple items that are really good, like the Barrack Rings. They're 1 chaos and will give you a large amount of spell damage. There's also, so they're called like Barrack's Grip, Barrack's Respite, Barrack's Hold. I don't know. There's also another ring. Good luck finding this for my pronunciation, but Salio Sign is Tsalio. The replica one especially, both of them are just really, really good as long as you're using skitter bolts. You're gonna get an insane amount of damage. It will pretty much one-shot act bosses. And they're also 1 chaos each. And then just getting ones like I told and showed how to buy earlier, the physical spell skill gems ones. And obviously if you're playing something else, lightning, fire, cold, etc. Those are way cheaper and way more damage. Tabitha Rasa is anywhere from 8 to 15 chaos depending on the league and at what point you buy it. And is one of the worst damage upgrades you can buy. Is definitely not the best. Barrack's Bulge. That'd be a great item. That'd be a great item. 2 boots. Am I finally getting a boot upgrade? I still have my shitty Act 1 boots. But this also goes to show a little bit like how easily and how strong a character can be with absolutely dog shit gear whenever you know what you're doing. That's why we're doing this. Identify. Wait, actually, that's not boots. Those are gloves. You put those on your hands. There, and now we're just going to start pre-trapping. Kitava is absolutely a bastard. We want to move away from that. Oh, and I just realized I don't have my curse here. Generally, people only use it as a level unique, so that's why it's a dupe trap. Shmoo. There. Now, I actually don't want him to do it, so I'm actually not gonna like wait for him to do it. But he has a really dangerous slam, and it's kind of hard to read. He's just honestly, Kitava is very scary. I sometimes die to Kitava, like once a year maybe. Even though I've played this much, it's actually very scary. There, we're letting our traps come back on cooldown a little bit while getting charges. Oh nice, there's food. There, so he'll do that around you, and sometimes also slam at the same time. I'm gonna have a food break after this. If you're watching on YouTube, just skip the food break. I really wish we would be able to edit this. Maybe at one day in the future we will be able to, but currently it would be like 3 days of compiling for my editor, so we're not able to. I'm super sorry, YouTube. The technology just isn't there yet.
Catch my breath.
So just skip past me eating. I'll watch some random Pee-wee highlight video. I'm just very hungry. Like I said at the start of the video, if you're looking for quality content, the entire channel off limits. Not good quality. Right.
The flame
There.
of hope may flicker,
We died. And now we
but it
lost 30%
cannot be
over this.
extinguished.
So wait, isn't it 105? Am I bad at math? 105 minus 30. Oh yeah, but I took the skill point. Right, never mind. Forget I took the resist one. Path of breakfast. Yep. Nope. Do not believe so, he said. I don't think so. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we can do that. I'll see if I can do that, Hixa. Twitch mod editor. My cat's meowing and trying to open our door. Let's see. I want to continue watching Helena playing the game. Recently, my girlfriend was playing the game for the first time, and it was an experience. A bit of an event. So I'll watch that while eating.
The gift of immortality.
That's
that
actually
would
what
be awesome.
inspired
Sis,
this playthrough.
If you get in here right now, I can see you on the stairs out of the corner of my eye.
That's what I'm
Fuck
making
off.
right now,
Actually,
Pee-wee
fuck
man.
off. I can see you looking in the door. Please go away. You can see the clip later. I don't need the fucking.
So she's doing summon ready spirits on dude.
Looking at me.
Nightmare is the true eternal.
Oof, oof.
Skelly bellies?
Oh my god. Poor Kai. He was so frightened.
I'm so clammy hand right now. Go away!
When I'm ready.
Oh, fuck! Where's my mouse? My mouse is on the wrong screen! I accidentally started a fucking YouTube video on a different monitor. You're just gonna have to live with like the double audio. Oh my god, this is so stressful. Oh no, my mouse again, stupid mouse. Oh my god, why does he have so many monitors? Ah, no.
Great.
Oh my god.
8 or 9 hours to maps, and that was just because I was engaging so much with the mechanics. It was just like really fun. I ended up getting my
The soil wants.
Look at how red my chest is. I am a million degrees right now.
When looking through the scourge, like,
Shut up, Zizaran. Zombie boys, and I'm ready to press R.
Shut up, Zizaran.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Not you! For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again!
Oh god. Oh god. Oh! Oh! No. Wait, what are all of these like bulbs of things?
Why are you
No psycho.
Why are you so ugly? Hey, that's not nice. Ooh. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh.
But yeah, this
Ooh,
video is
that
why I'm
wasn't too
doing the
bad.
current play with me.
Oh god.
Managed to do it Zeri on her first try, which is pretty impressive.
Woo.
When I'm ready and not before.
When I'm ready, not before. Oh my god, wait. What's all the water? Oh,
water?
can I drown? I can't see a thing.
Can I drown?
Wait, it doesn't heal me. I don't feel like it's healing me. Someone said it was healing me. Someone is lying. Definitely lying. Definitely lying. Liar, liar, pants on fire. So much is happening.
I got hooked on Zizaran when I watched his How to Craft Energy Shields tutorial way back when. What a great guy, so committed to helping with PoE. Thanks. It's kind of funny because the only reason I started making guides was to get less questions.
Oh shit. Am I gonna drown? Wait, what? Was that it? Ooh, that's the statue we have. All right. Wait, there's two people? Oh god.
Killed our statue. She was such a joy to watch as a fellow lady gamer. She did us proud. She did amazing.
Whoa.
She did amazing. It was actually so impressive. I was so impressed. Like, for Zuri, I was messaging Madiki. I was like, oh, my prediction, 2 deaths to the Vals, full wipe on the trial. I didn't think she was going to do it at all. I was so impressed.
Shape that soccer easy. He should never be bold on top
This is
of
a
his
really
head,
hard
I
fight.
think. Because these headphones have like, you know, he's got the dent in his skull. So I think it would look weird if he didn't have hair on top.
The flash tab.
Fuck, I lost the placement on my keys. I don't know where my fingers are placed on the keyboard. Fuck.
The other thing, the important thing
Really
is like
hard
she
when you're
doesn't
not
play
good
video
at
games or use a
using
keyboard
keyboard.
mouse. So whenever she uses hotkeys, she has to look at the keyboard to use them.
Oh,
So very often, she's just not using her cooldowns because she has to look at the keyboard.
Ooh, what's happening? Oh my god. Oh, it's all the spikes. I hate the spikes though. Stop that.
You never died in lab. Oh,
Go away, go away.
she only died. She got to maps and did conquerors. I think she only had 13 deaths in the campaign and
And not before. Yeah, I know.
how many?
Say that. Oh my god. Oh.
21 after
Recipe.
Zeri.
That's Merclap done. Yeah. Okay. This one. We always get shit from this. Did we even get anything from it? Was this just empty?
Yeah, Mark.
Load of bull. Ooh, yoy. No!
So good with breakfast, oh my god.
I don't want to die. Oh, Innocent, are you okay? Are you good?
Oh, I'll play. Yeah, she's really good. I'm very impressed. Oh,
Oh, Bubbles.
May a new dawn arise.
R? Everyone's spamming R. I can't press R though. Because I have to look down. Oh.
What kind of games you played before? Nothing. Pretty much.
We did it. Holy shit.
Switch games. Like, let's say you have less than 100 hours of gaming, right?
Oh, this is all I wanted. If I had died, even though it would have been okay, it would have crushed my heart.
Shadow can never overtake light, demon.
Shit. Go away.
I love that soundtrack. Oh, Chris, no, never.
Oh god. Oh god.
That would be funny though. Also, I was sleeping. Chris said, watching this to take the wireless keyboard and mouse work, right?
Nice.
You're in my sight. I'm not the
He
only
was joking
hunter.
that I was playing.
I'm better.
Did you do all the Conquer stuff? You did the opposite of what Chat said? Oh, you backtracked.
Ah! No, go away, stop!
Oh yeah, you're just trailing the snake.
Fuck off! Fuck
Oh
off!
no. Yeah, this is definitely not me playing.
Go away!
Time. You're in my sight.
Yeah, I didn't help at all.
You're in my sight. Out. Strike.
For you.
Woo!
It's crazy how far you got.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Go away, click away, fucking
Oh, we'll
shite.
restart in a second. I just
No,
need
no,
to
no,
get
no.
stuff to do.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go be right back then while this is playing. And I'll be back in a sec.
Loki, what the freak are you doing? Yay, how's you doing? Last time she was starting maps, we've done like 18 maps or something. Right now we're searching for the last fragment to go to at Siri. Yes, time has run out. Hey, midnight! Oh! Look, it was that one more. Oh! Fucking just die. Why am I not doing any damage on you? Why are you not dying? Like, I'm getting no souls for my fucking skelly bellies. Skelly bellies? Skelly bellies? No! No, no, no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Skelly bellies. Where is my skelly bellies? This is taking forever. Every other fight has been so... Oh my god, he's moving really, really fast, isn't he? He's moving so fast. He's moving very, very fast. Keep moving! Keep moving. Keep moving. Moving, moving, moving. Oh my god, I don't like this. Ah! Stop! Why doesn't this end? No! Ah! I can't cast my minions or my thingies. Oh my god. Oh my god. Black shit bad, black shit bad, black shit bad, black shit bad. No, no, no. Ooh. I know you say I shouldn't backtrack, but that's what I'm gonna do. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in the black stuff. Where'd he go? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck was that I got into? I really have a feeling I'm gonna die. It's been fun though. Flame dash away. Yeah.
Oh, I'm back. We are ready to continue. I will pause the video. Maybe we can finish watching it. It's at there, I guess. How much is left? 10 minutes. Is watching in bed? Some of it I was watching in bed. At zero I was watching in bed.
Ready and not before.
This is nerve-wracking watching this as an experienced player. I
Ah!
got baited into thinking Helena was back. Fuck you. I'm sorry. It's all me. She does so well though. It's so impressive. She's avoiding stuff better than most. It's so impressive. That's why it was killing me to watch her do the trial. Cause like, she was just running through the degen and I was like, how?
I didn't know it was bad.
Yeah, but I told you in chat. Are they so happy? Thanks, Insomnia. Maleficent, thank you for the 30-month free sub, and Sicarius, thank you for the 14, and
I
Nomaxa,
just want to
thank you for the
say
15.
thank you to everyone in chat who has helped me on this Path of Exile journey. What a fucking high. Oh my god. I'm actually gonna go cry in the shower of happiness. This has been such an emotional stream.
She
Oh
did
my
beat
god.
IGN, yeah.
Oh. Oh my god. Absolutely amazing. Oh. It's been great. Also, I'm gonna get this map just in case, you know?
Just in case.
Whew.
Should have had like that outro thing in the end, like Helena is now level 99 and hasn't
What
been
now?
seen showering since. Didn't she beat IGN by 30 plus hours? Yep.
Stay sharp.
Alright, we can continue. We should probably timestamp this so we know how to continue the play with me. But yeah. Let's see. Oh my god, we're 4 hours. It's actually gonna be like 8 hours to maps. Try to be faster. Right, we are doing a side quest right now. This will unlock all the skill points. So that's good. Just gonna kill everything in this zone. Actual full clear this time. The thing I just engaged with, Delirium. This is a lot of people's favorite league mechanic. This is an old league and it was a lot of people's favorite. And it will give you cluster jewels, which I don't even want to cover here. It's basically additions to your skill tree, making it larger, as if it wasn't large enough to begin with. And then you can see the rewards are filling up as I'm doing it. Once it hits 4, I'm going to hit B, which is my key for ending it. You can also click the button there, but you really do want a hotkey. And then I'll get a bunch of rewards, which is really good because I just got a bunch of essences and I was sort of struggling a little bit on resist. Yeah, it is nice, the cluster I found. However, it's so low item level. It's not good on this one. See. We'll pick up some new belts and try to get a really, really good belt. Did I get a resist essence? I didn't see. Definitely want new weapons. Definitely want new weapons. Obviously, weapons would be very easy to get on Tradely with what I showed you on how to buy them. But for solo stuff fun, I have no weapon right now.
Low on mana.
there. All right. Yeah, we explain everything as we see it, Kelly. We explain everything as we see it. There, we will just put these away, I guess. We're not gonna use them. Did I get... I got a resist. Right, belt, 20 lightning vest. You are almost good. If you had an open suffix, it would be good. But it doesn't.
Still working on
It's
it.
not a bad belt, it's just not good enough. We can just throw a random S's on there and hope for the best. We did not get the best. What do I have there? Oh, I guess my Jade Flask. I want to roll a little bit. I really want freeze. Anything with freeze. Reduced effective chill and freeze. Ah, we'll take that. At least we won't be fully frozen. There. Other than that, we'll keep everything else on us. Let's see. Is there anything else we have that's very bad? Rings and amulet. Our amulet especially is very bad. How much? I don't need my actual amulet right now, so I'm just gonna buy an onyx. And we'll throw a random essence on that. Did not get anything good. We're gonna buy a gate amulet. For my last one there. And I only have one shitty essence, but we did not get anything good. We're gonna vendor everything. Hey, Mercy, what's up? Is this going on YouTube? Yes. This is primarily meant for YouTube. It's basically a very, very basic play with me. More basic than I've ever done before. Goes into a lot more depth on everything we find. So, this is... Path of Exile doesn't have Nightmare in Hell. However, Act 6 is obviously a corrupted version of Act 1. So, it's very, very similar. Very, very similar, as you can see. And we always want to click those. Those can give the 10 Alteration Divination card. Actually, like, get it. I get it during leveling, I'd say half the leagues. 50-50. A little bit RNG there. That is Path of Exile. You see our damage is pretty great now. It's going to get decidedly better. There is a side quest in this zone up ahead here that will give you... Actually, it gives us an amulet, I think. It gives it at least a belt, maybe an amulet too. So we're actually going to do this. You don't actually need to kill the boss guarding the thing. You only need to tap the chest, and you can leave if you want. See nothing wrong with killing the boss. How do you feel about this league so far? It's my favorite of all time gameplay wise. However, because it's just like a better version of Beyond, right? That's a lot of the people like me that are like old school players. That's our favorite, for a lot of reasons. However, the rewards are pretty boring. Like the Scourged maps are amazing, but the corrupting mechanic is very disappointing. So if they had just, you know, changed the numbers on the corrupting mechanic, it would be my favorite league of all time. There, we'll identify those and hand in the quest. We will go for an amulet. My amulet is just so bad, and so is that one. The shifting mechanic. So yeah, it's great for XP per hour. The scourging of maps is really good. Honestly, even if they just let me scourge maps in my normal scourging slot, that would help.
I don't think I need to
it's
be
just
doing
very
that.
bad scourging items. Very bad scourging items. So that's kind of disappointing. Oh wait, this is loud now. There. What makes that amulet bad? So we are basically looking for just life and resist. That's all we're looking for. On all our gear. All our gear, life and resist is what we're looking for. So more life, more resist. We're going to be losing another 30% resist. So we finish like 10. We want to continue being rest cap. That is our dream goal. And you are tanky. You could die more, that'd be great. Let's see. There, we'll pick up just a bunch of stuff, really. I also this boss, this mini boss I'm fighting right now is actually very dangerous and easy to die to. I should also think about getting vulnerability. Well, I don't know if I want to get vulnerability. It doesn't really matter right now because I'm still using Flamethrower Trap and Lightning Spire. I'm not just using Seismic. We could consider switching over to just Seismic and actually 4-linking that, which we're going to be using endgame. Remnant of Corruption is used on Dread, Scorn, Mystery, and Envy. I think we switch over to this and switch to Volm. So we're gonna do that now that we've unlocked. We'll do it at the next waypoint.
Tukahama is expecting
Almost
you.
decent.
Don't keep him waiting.
But just wait for that. True, but that's in Act 7. That's in Act 7. I'm tempted to do it now anyway. I guess I could. I guess I could. It's not like I'm having big damage problems. It's not like I'm having damage problems. But it would be nice to have leveled up the support gems too.
Low on mana.
There. This is so much tankier after the patch. They used to have 1 HP and just insta-dying. Very mobile
Just need
boss
a
is
moment
very
to
annoying. That's where
catch
Bear
up.
Trap really shines. There. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very tempted to switch.
I need more
Tukahama.
It's the same colors too. Same colors.
The soil wants for
Nothing
your
good on
blood
that
to
shield. Again, just looking for life and resists. Should probably stop leveling my vitality. I think I will switch. I'd rather switch. But I might. Then I don't have to spam loads of traps either. Oh, but do I have enough currency to switch? Did I miss the craft? It's not an important one. I don't think it's one we actually use. Do you change your loot filter for chaos recipe? I do not do chaos recipe. I actually thought about doing it this thing and I did it a tiny amount, but it is just never worth it. Right, this is just a fast upgrade for me. It's now instant with freeze immunity. There. Not a good shield.
While you be
Alright. Yeah, we don't really care about that craft. It's fine. Not one we're gonna use.
How you going?
That is fine. Thing here with +1 spell. Right, let's do the support gems. Trap and mine damage, which we have. Advanced traps and unbound elements. There, we gotta buy a transmute. Here. Just destroy all the old ones. We don't need those. There, now we only have one. And then we're gonna get vulnerability, which is an active gem. And we don't have a red. We can chrome this very easily. There, now we're using vulnerability as our damage curse. We can remove elemental weakness. Later on, we will be using delirium once we're switching to poison, which we'll do around Cruel Lab.
Farewell.
Yeah, I think so, Kremdus. Is it possible to get to the endgame of PoE in hardcore? Yep. I only play hardcore. I've never played softcore. Like as a on a league start, for example. I started playing the game on hardcore. It was kind of different back then though, 'cause there was less in the game, but the game was also a lot harder back then. But pros and cons. It used to be a lot more unstable. You normally wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 or 3 days, and then client would crash, or you would just get rubber banded into things.
Just
So,
need
like,
a moment to
it's a lot better hardcore experience now. I wonder when they'll announce hard mode. But yeah, let us continue. Also, that's a good thing to mention. Tukohama, the one we just killed, just introduced us to Pantheons, which you can open by the Y key. I honestly quite often forget about Pantheons until I kill the Brine King, but they're basically just like additional power. This one is like more fist damage reduction while I'm standing still. I probably won't even care about turning it on until I find the last boss in this, which will give me a stronger one. Here is a strong box, which is unique. It will summon a bunch of ghosts, and honestly, it's the worst one. It's the worst unique strong box. It's just terrible. It has nothing useful in it. It's just a bunch of rares, basically. This is not the one we want. Very annoying. It's cool to find unique though. Now, this is Expedition. This is last league's main league mechanic. Let's see. Do I go up first, actually? I do want the life. But I'd also rather have the resist stuff down there. I think I'm just gonna go straight down first. I'm gonna go down first. Yeah, this is last league's league mechanic, and you basically will place explosives around, and it's very annoying with the current league mechanic. They're both using the V key, so sometimes you will enter the blood crucible while you're trying to play explosions. Very, very annoying. But either way, you basically just place them around different, like, either chests or the skulls, and you will get rewarded. And then Gwennon will... You'll also have like the reroll currencies, and Gwennon will let you buy items for her. It's basically Geed from Diablo 2. You can gamble for items, you can get uniques, you can get oh, my mana is very annoying right now, I just realized. You can get influenced items, which we haven't talked about yet. That's like an endgame thing, but you can get gear. It's pretty whatever for us right now. It's just something I would ignore until later. Honestly, I ignore it until level 90. I ignore it until level 90. Right, my mana is very annoying for Seismic Trap now that it's actually poorly. I just realized. I really wish I had slightly less level of Vitality. I will get more level as I, or more XP as I level. I could also drop Vitality. How much life regen is my Vitality right now? Is it enough that I care about it? It's 50. Goodbye. I'd rather have mana right now. I'm less reliant on an actual mana flask. It's just not something I can level that high anyway. Maybe later I'll re-level the high one. I can re-level the high one later. It's just too annoying to use. Life tap and never look back. Yeah, life tap is basically old blood magic. It'll make skills cost mana instead of... Sorry, cost life instead of mana. Damage is starting to become pretty great, even though we still don't have a weapon that actually does anything for our build. We just literally could grab a random one and it'd be better. As you see, it's not really needed. We're kind of decimating. I'd rather make sure that I have my resistor capped by that one, so... Ow. There. Alright, we've done the other trial. So, now in Act 6, 7, 8, there are 3 trials, 1 in each. 1 in 6, 1 in 7, 1 in 8. Yeah, correct. And then there's... How many in 9? Is there only 1 in 9? No way, there's 2 in 7. There's 1 in 6, 2 in 7, then 1 in 8, 2 in 8. No, 1 in 8, 1 in 9, 1 in 10. That's it. So hard to remember. Yeah, 1 in this act, 2 in the next, then 1, then 1, then 1. And that is for our Cruel and Merciless lab. So we get a total of 4 Ascendancy points. Well, 8. 4 notables in the Ascendancy. And they're very strong. Like, that's probably the biggest power creep the game has ever added, was the Ascendancy points. Right. There we get even more evasion and spell suppression. Spell suppression is very, very core mechanic on this build. And it's basically, honestly, it's a something you want at 100%. Having lower amounts of spell suppression isn't that great. spell suppression basically is when you have 100% spell suppression, you just take half damage from all spells. At 50%, you have a 50% chance to take half damage from spells. So then it's kind of more unreliable. Still good, but and decent thing is things that are hitting rapidly, but just once it's 100%, just incredibly strong mechanic. Incredibly strong. This is going on YouTube. This is going on YouTube. That's the main thing I want with it, is to try to just have it to be something people can link to people that want to start playing the game and don't mind having a long video to play alongside. Like while they're playing. Yeah, maybe like years from now, people are watching this. And we'll keep making new ones. Yeah, maybe weeks from now, people are watching it. So I noticed you're not doing Scourge mechanic at all. Was I right that it's a worthless mechanic? No, Scourge is amazing for Scourge maps, but during the early game, it's pretty worthless. For new characters and stuff. It's basically just for alching items. Well, it's like a bad version of alching items because they get corrupted, so you can't do any changes to them. I haven't really explained yet, I just realized. But yeah, once the item is corrupted, the only things you can do is change the sockets. You have like a hard time changing things on corrupted items.
Not you. For my life and
But
my
no,
work, I shall not suffer
the
this
Scourge
humiliation again.
maps, for example, they are insanely rewarding. Insanely rewarding. This guy is just Brutus and Chevron at the same time, so you can see he's doing his slams and stuff. No, his slam is empowered by Chevron. I'm out of mana fast. Should have owned him, to be fair. There, much better. And right now we're in the awkward stage of the build where we are not yet poisoned, which is what we want to be. We do want to be poisoned. I'm gonna put a portal down here in case we have to escape. Nothing ever happened when I did it at all. It spawned like 5 enemies, so you need to be more than level 6 when you do the league mechanic. You clearly have not tried the league mechanic in maps if that is your experience with it. That's what I'm saying. It's not good during the campaign. It's good at maps. Get to maps and then try it.
I need more pockets.
Ilan, thank you for the 2 months. Like it is not good during the campaign. I did it a lot during the campaign myself and it's really fun and enjoyable to do, but it is not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. There, let's just sell all of these. None of these items are better than the ones I currently have. The gloves are, but obviously socket pressure, so we don't want to switch that. We would be looking for new boots at this point. It would be really good.
Stay sharp.
Have we watched Arcane? Yes, I have. It seems very overhyped.
With the road
I
to
don't
the
understand why
Frisian
people are so into it. I feel like I missed
Farewell.
something. It seems very overhyped to me. Yeah, and once you get 300 stacks of corruption, the mechanic's very strong. It's a League of Legends show. Elena likes it. We're gonna watch episode 3 today, but I watched the first 2 episodes and I'm like... Watchable? It's watchable, but it's not like the second coming of Game of Thrones. Right, now we are about to fight a mini-boss called Abarath, which will also give us a skill point and another Pantheon power if we wish to enable that. This is actually pretty hard, and very often at Elite Starts, people will skip this boss and come back for it a little bit later. Just have a lot of burst damage. Might be better coming back to. Like some builds don't always have the best damage at this stage, which is kind of the case for our build. Like we're in a kind of awkward stage where we aren't poisoned yet, but we're still physical. Not really Cloudseed, maybe Chieftain. Standing in again. not like Game of Thrones is good in the first place. The first seasons are. Best show I've ever seen. Okay, no, that's not true. Stargate is the best show ever made, but nothing is ever really going to be able to beat Stargate. Let's be real. Let us be real. That's actually a fun fact. You'll often hear people ask like Star Wars or Star Trek, and the reason why nobody includes Stargate in that is because they're already assuming that of course Stargate is the best. So they're asking like who's second and third. There. So here we can see the Pantheon system. We can do less Ignite duration on us for now, but until we get Brine King, we don't really care about it. I'm not seeing the new Dune yet. No, I have no time. What, Stargate? Is that some boomer shit? Shit, that doesn't deserve a ban. That deserves a murder. That's some boomer shit. Oh my god. That offended me. Being offended is not very useful, but I'm offended nonetheless. Oh no. Right, we're gonna continue. So we just have to follow the road here. Firefly joined the channel. We have a full build guide for this, and then this entire video we're making right now is literally a step-by-step on how to level the build. Honestly, not so much for people that have played Path of Exile before. This is mostly intended for people that are literally completely new to the game. Full damage, we don't do. This video I'm making right now is intended for like show to people that have literally never played Path of Exile before. There will still be things for experienced players, but it's very slow and stuff, right? Target is 20 years. Yeah, I don't know. I do want to watch Dune. There'll be less super interesting things to like. It'll be slightly less dense content this deep in as well. We're about to do another side quest for another skill point. And again, you'll see that I don't care about delving right now, and we don't plan to, but I am picking up all of these because you can get a divination card that gives you 10 alterations. It's fairly common. Here's Delirium again. You always try to get this to 4 stacks before ending it. And then you're guaranteed a cluster jewel. I'm not going to use some of this build at the moment. I can't remember if we used one late game. I think we do. Check. I'll check if we do. Hunter Hood. Can I be bothered? 4 green, but I don't think we have a big need for a 4 green. We could replace our chest then. Let's see. Actually, I walked past the entrance. You can like it's the same here where you can follow the road. Follow the road to the next area. You see here. Why ended at 4? Oh, it's very generally like most zones during leveling you can't even get it to 5. There's no point in really like staying in Delirium and making the monsters tankier. That is a good question. Let's see. There, we're moved on here. And then in 2 points, we'll get the resist here. Honestly, what we can do as well is we can now, since we have 8 refund points, we can get rid of this. We no longer need that. And we can grab Sentinel here. So we basically just gain 2 levels from that little respec. Here is Tuyen. Tuyen is really great. Tuyen will offer you currency. Very, very cheap currency. What's just the other stuff we don't really care about, like the other boxes you can do. We're just looking for the big skulls mostly and chests. That is what we're looking for. And you see we get the artifacts and the exotic coinage. Probably not going to use the exotic coinage on this character, because that is actually quite a lot better to use on high level characters. A little bit annoying how they've done that. In my opinion. He'll always like tell you when it's finished. And then now I can talk to Tuyen and you can see that he's selling currency. Like divination cards, 6 essences of greed, but they're obviously way too expensive. Transmutes that are very cheap, and I'm very low on transmutes, so I can buy these.
You're pushing a
I'm
bit
just
far.
haggling. I just go around the middle.
Suppose I'm feeling
5
generous.
alchemies. Definitely want those. We're gonna start at 21.
I don't
Go to
think so.
22. And then we got
I
those.
shouldn't.
So very, very good for me. That was great for me.
Don't give up.
I usually just go to like half. Today I learned you can haggle. Yeah, if you buy it for full price, they'll even tell you, or you're not even gonna try to haggle. Yeah, shooting scales will level 2, so like bigger chance to buy things like Cortex, etc. at higher levels, and also like Phoenix maps or things like that, and also just end game stuff. Generally, everything gets unlocked at level
Just need
90
a
from the
moment
expedition
to catch
mechanic.
my breath.
I hate that. I hate that it's level based. The passion. Right, we are looking for the entrance to the next zone. It's either in the top or in the bottom left or straight down. Probably up top. It is. This is a chaos damage boss. Not super scary. Also, we're gonna try to get new boots because my boots is kind of dog. Yeah, we'll just take these down, and once you've killed all the 3 nets, then Rislava will spawn. Here, we'll use the seismic trap on it. There, and she's cursed, and she's just being killed. You want to be careful of that Korean goo that does quite a lot of damage. And obviously we don't have a lot of chaos resist at this point. She does chaos resist. Chaos damage, I mean, not resist. It doesn't make you get resists. There, alright. We're gonna continue. What happens if he refuses your price? Usually, sometimes on the first attempt, like if you go less than 50%, which I never do, I normally do like around 50%, and then he generally never says no. But if you go too low, he will remove the item from his shop. There. I don't have any essences I want. I'm going to use an alchemy. Didn't get anything good, and I don't want to waste chaos orbs. So those are just no good for me. And you can see, like, obviously, like,
Farewell.
I wasn't kidding when you don't need stash tabs or anything for doing the campaign. You can see we're basically playing character farm. And honestly, I think I'm going to be deleting everything in here anyway. Like, this isn't stuff I need to keep. This isn't stuff I need to keep. I actually should be vendoring it for olds anyway. So none of this is stuff that I am keeping. We really should get a new wand, to be honest. Like, it's very exceedingly bad. And throw an alchemy on that. I mean, it has fire res. No. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna suffer through bad items. But yeah, like none of this is needed to be kept, except the claw could be interesting. That claw. There. So really can get away with no stash tabs early. We're just using our inventory. Mostly once you get to maps, you are going to turn into a massive hoarder. And also it's a lot harder for a newer player. They will not know what to keep. I will fill up your 4 stash tabs very quickly and almost be forced. Almost be forced. Catalyst? Heist. It's decent for that. Poison Concoction is the one I do recommend the most. I haven't really looked into others. There. This is not a quest or anything. I'm just like killing them as I'm moving. The animal pack. The moose. I'll pick up the dagger. I do want daggers. As an open prefix and chance to poison. We are going to keep that. That's actually pretty great for once we swip. Once we swip to poisoned, that'll be great because we can craft spell damage on this. So that is really, really good. We will use that. Later we do actually want chance to poison. And that is when our damage is really gonna scour up. Scour? Soar. soar. It's gonna soar. That's a good word. There, we'll pick up the resist shrine. Resist shrine actually increases your maximum resistances too. So if you open it up, you'll see you'll have 85. Max you can possibly get is 90. We used to be able to get 100. They didn't like that. They didn't like us making immortal characters, I'm afraid. I love these play with me. Do rock? Thanks. Yeah, I wonder how people feel about this one because this is like by far the slowest one. The most explained one where I try to explain everything. I don't think there's any currency I haven't explained. Gem Cutter Prism is also a it's quality for gems. And sometimes if you hover Alt, I'll show you. If you hover over a gem and you hold Alt down, it will show you what quality it does. So for example, for Exsanguinate, it gives skill effect duration. Sometimes you are building around that, sometimes you're not. And basically it means there will be some gems where you do not care about having 20 quality on your gem. And sadly, this isn't like with the whetstones and armor scraps. You can only get one quality per use. Can't get 5 at a time like you can with armor scraps, whetstones, and later on chisels for maps. Currently, we do not have enough int for our flame dash to level, which is kind of unfortunate. Also, we need to have this quest item with us. Kind of unfortunate. Because the faster, or sorry, higher level flame dash gets, the more cooldown recovery it will do. So you'll have more charges. What's the played? 5 hours and 19 minutes. Minus whatever AFK time I had going to the bathroom and stuff. Normally, I would use between 3 to 5 hours to get to maps. Sometimes 3 or 4 hours to get to tier 3 maps specifically. But now I'm trying to go slower and also explain everything. How can I tell if an item has an open prefix? So you can, first off, make sure you're in user interface and you have advanced mod descriptions on. Very important. And then, for example, let's see on this chest. This has 2 open prefixes. Because it only has 3 suffixes and 1 prefix. This is actually a really good chest. Really, really good chest. We are actually going to be upgrading to this, so I'm going to try to 4-link this. First, we'll try to chrome it for 3 green. Oh, that would have been good. I don't want to armor scrap it because it's like, I want those armor scraps for wisdom. I will actually try. I will actually try. As well. Could you show the graphic settings you use? Graphic settings you use, they're all on the bottom one. There. Fundings are over in Soul Self on Hardcore. What's the best league starter right now? The best league starter right now, this that I'm playing right now, is one of them. One of them is this. And then we have like a couple of league starters on YouTube as well. Couple of them on YouTube. Huh. No MTX? No, because this is like a playthrough specifically designed to help new players. So the problem is that like if I use a lot of MTX and make skills look different, it can be confusing to somebody that's completely new at the game. Nine passive chaos damage. There. Let's see.
I need more pockets.
Right, let's see. My inventory is very full. Also, I need to open a window. Be right real quick. Also, I'm playing ad.
Little Spoon 67
Thank you,
tipped
thank you.
$10. Thanks for the content.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll be right back. Does MDX give you more damage? No, it does not. Alright, let's see.
Welcome.
Welcome. Alright, let us continue. Are there any good items for leveling with crafting fever? Plus physical gem level, basically.
Stay sharp out
Gem
there.
levels is very, very strong. Minus 50 all resist. Gem level is very, very strong.
Still alive, are we?
There, we're gonna keep the
Farewell.
dagger. Right, and we're gonna try to 4-link. Nice, we got the 4-link. Now we got a big upgrade on the chest. If you're wondering what makes this an upgrade, it's that it has higher of the resist we're using, it has additional lightning resist, and it has higher life as well. And it has higher life as well. Right, let's see. Here. Right, so we are about to go to the beacon, which we have to push 2 things. Push 2 things here. Once we've pushed both of them in, we basically get to the next area, which is where the boss is hiding. Here. Then, once we get to the next act, we are going to unlock the trials. What are your thoughts on Brastom? It's pretty strong. Like the crit immunity. Or didn't they change Brastom? I can't remember. But yeah, in the next one, we're going to unlock the trials and do Cruel Lab. Once we have Cruel Lab, we're also going to be switching to Poison around then. Sharkskin boots. I think we will pick up the boots. So right now, that's pretty much the weakest piece of our gear. They're very, very bad. So just trying to get boots with, even just if they had high life and resist, and then we can craft movement speed. What is Brastom now, Sai? Can't remember. Oh yeah, it's max stress. Strength doesn't give life, that's it. Use the cold lot guy this day, much to get furthest, but I feel like a bit of wall. Upgrades feel very expensive. For the cold dot stuff in particular, better to ask Shaq because he plays it so much. That's the guy that made the guide. Yeah, +1 max stress is insane. How do you get the +3 unique? You can draw from anywhere. There. Now we are just going to go kill Brine King, and then we are in Act 7. Soon we're switching to Poison. How are you doing, Tinos? It is tier 2 or tier 3 unique. I think it's a tier 3 unique. It's actually fairly common. Yeah, with ancient orbs and mythic orbs in the end game. This is great for a build. I have 3 already. Oh damn, jumped in. Yeah, it's very rare to drop one. You really want to get one with either mythic or ancient orbs or harvest. Very hard to get one without that. We're actually not going to interact with Heist at all for this playthrough. There is Rog.
Hello there.
There's another expedition person. This basically helps you craft. Oh, nice, he knows. We're just gonna skip him because we're not gonna be crafting with Rog right now anyway. Pretty much impossible to get enough currency to craft with him early. We'll just skip it in favor of going faster. There. Replica uniques, basically just lesser versions of uniques. No, not always. Sometimes they're better. It is different. Sometimes fire will be cold, stuff like that. Wow, these are tanky. There, we are at the Brine King. We're about to get a huge life boost as well. We don't really need that.
So strong, so dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need.
There.
You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day.
And here we can pre-trap as well.
We are both so touched by your generosity.
Oh, hello. You see a decent amount of damage. I want to make sure we're cursing as well. And bear trapping. Especially in this window where we're not like the most amazing damage anymore while we're waiting to transition to poison. Why bear trap? For more damage. It makes the enemy take more damage. Makes the enemy take more damage. There. What build are you actually playing? Exsanguinate traps with seismic trap. Exsanguinate and seismic. And then like clink, that's the bear trap hitting. There. And he is dead. There is another trick you can do as well. If you're finding the stage with the where you have to like dodge the blue circles really hard, you can portal out and portal back in and just like stand there and wait. Just stand there and wait. That works as well. We just checked a few rares there. It was none of what we were looking for. Obviously, it'll take you a little bit longer to look through rares. But basically, just life and resist on everything. And also have to take into account, can I fit this socket-wise? Like, will this disrupt my socket pressure? And none of these are good enough to switch to. Thanks,
Clearly
XP.
the old Brine King wasn't worth his...
There.
Farewell.
Let's see, there's no more skill points. We'll assign that Pantheon there, and we can also just, we can keep the, oh, actually, we're immune to Ignite. I almost forgot. We can do the life regen one.
Keep your wits about.
Goodbye.
We can also at this point, just so we have like less things of constant banking and stuff, we can put all the currency in the stash tab at this point, and we're able to pick up more rares and we don't have to bank as often. We just put everything here in the stash. Way more damage. I don't know what Steel's playing, but I'm guessing you mean the poison concoction. If so, this is way more. Like five times more. Right, this is Abyss. This is an old league mechanic, and it will basically make this crater in the ground, and monsters will come up out of it. And it can't happen at this point, but later in maps, it can open up into an abyssal depth. It always does that on the first. Like, it would have done like here. It couldn't have done it over there. It couldn't have done it over there. It always does it on the first opening, sort of. So like now, even if we were in maps, there would be a 0% chance that the second, third, or fourth opening could open down below. Which is an interesting thing not a lot of people know. And at the end, it always gives a little chest, which will have a jewel. These jewels can actually go in gear. And that's like what makes them different from the Crimson, Viridian, and Cobalt jewels. Crafting with creating. So it depends how you're doing it. You can build this build with crit or poison. Like for example, if I had on this one right now, something that might be hard for new players to understand as well and worth explaining is that sometimes you'd find like a one, they'll say like 50% increased physical damage. Even though we're doing physical damage, that actually doesn't affect the damage of our build, because that is what we call a local stat. So it would only affect attacks with that weapon. It wouldn't affect spells, because we're not using our weapon to do damage, right? We're not hitting with it. So that's a very, very big distinction. Yeah, Prime.
It was madness that strangled this place. You can feel it, can't you?
Your Saboteur is faster than my character. That would probably be Quicksilver. If you're not using a Quicksilver, you'll be very slow. Alright, let's see. There. These are divination cards as well. You'll start finding more and more of these as you progress the game. Not all are necessarily super worth your time picking up. If I find 8 of this divination card, I can turn it in for 1 chaos orb. Basically. Hey, belts. Let's see. What is Come Play With Me? It's basically like a Let's Play where I do a full playthrough and people can play along with the video on YouTube, and I try to help people and try to explain the game, especially for people that are playing Path of Exile for the first time. This one is more basic than normal, where I try to explain every mechanic and everything as I come upon it. This is Incursion. Honestly, let's ditch that. That's not super important for new mechanics. It's basically build your own dungeon. And I do have a separate like 20-minute video explaining that. That and Betrayal we're going to skip, I think. That we are going to skip. Alright, let's see. This one is captured. Yeah. New players or players come back with league mechanics would say, league mechanics, what do you say? The ones you're focused on. Oh, I have like cash out mechanics. It doesn't really matter that much which one. I'd say heist is the most profitable one to make currency and stuff. But the most important thing is just learn one league mechanic at a time. Ignore the ones that you find a little bit overwhelming until you know them all. Just like focus on learning one. They are all worth learning. Even like incursion, like we're just skipping now. But it's just, I just want to like try to make it like slightly less overwhelming for new players. That's the important part. So here there is a trial. The quest area we already see. We're gonna skip the quest area and go straight for the trial.
Just need a moment to.
And then we'll come back for the quest area. The trial is always in the top area. Araki, check this card when you can. Global elimination on? Yeah, I don't get that much for how much the game looks, to be honest. Doesn't make that much of a difference to me.
Boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
There, that was the trial. Oh, we are going to be doing Cruel Lab soon. One more. No, two more? No, just one more. Two. There. And then we are switching to poison soon. We'll start saving some skill points for getting poison nodes. So either physical damage or chaos damage can poison. There. There.
If you're thinking about dying, trust old Whalem.
Do we need anything here? We don't really want a quartz flask. Honestly, we don't really need anything here. So I'm just gonna leave the reward and we'll come back to it later if we do end up needing any of the flasks. It's never gonna go anywhere. Obviously, if I die, that won't be good. But we'll just leave that. This belt is really good, but because it doesn't, it is just really good actually. If this was a leather belt, we would definitely use this, but because the implicit doesn't have life, we're gonna stop it.
Journey well.
There. I don't know what people do on mines anymore. I know ball lightning miners used to be. PoE was created to be a much harder ARPG than Diablo. Yeah, it was always meant to be more in-depth and complicated. And it always will be, probably. If you import it again, Dark, try importing it again. I know it sometimes bugs out. But no, not without checking it. I can help you with it later, but not during making this video. There, now we're gonna go and the Chamber of Sins. Was that a good belt for Krangling? Not so much, because I mean it would be decent. But the third level of Krangling is the best, and we don't get that until maps, and honestly just I just crangling items is honestly not worth it. It's so rarely worth it, and you really want to do it on really, really good items for it to be worth it. And then you're kind of insane because you're doing it on really good items, and there's such a big chance to fail. This is just crangling, like corrupting the items with the link mechanics, just not very good. Not very good. I honestly thought they would have buffed it by now. I'm very disappointed they haven't buffed it by now, because it's such a cool link mechanic. Such a cool idea. Wow, that's a tanky spoder. Now we can also ascend soon. Once we kill this boss, then we can ascend. We'll have the last trial. Still not buffed? No. Yeah, I mean, but I would rather the crangled maps be worse and that the item stuff was cool, because that's what they advertised as the league mechanic. Not crangling maps and just getting loads of currency and stuff. Will you use some special again, Leonidal? I hope so. Enjoyed the podcast the other day, dude. It was so fun. It was really good talking about Lost Ark. I'll show you what to take. Maybe somebody in chat can help you. I can't help you right now, Dark. There. Alright, we will go kill the boss. Aligar is actually kind of scary. He has like a purple move. Here. Not that one. Oh, I didn't even do it because we did too much damage. That move, that can very easily one-shot players. Make sure you're very careful with that. And then very, very soon we get one more ascendancy, and then we will also be switching to poison. We will need to respec some points then as well, but we definitely want to respec. As you can see, like now we're getting to the point where our damage is a little bit low. This is we're in like the awkward stage. We're in this builds puberty. Oh.
Low on mana.
There, then we're gonna put that down. Oh shit, I was hoping you would jump me. There we go. Alright. It's all over. Then later for endgame boss and stuff, we're literally gonna be one-shotting. We'll ditch the shield just so we can pick up 2 more items. The Black Venom. Do you need side quests for respecs? We are most likely going to need to, because I'm not Trade League, so I cannot buy regrets of other players. There, let's go town. Hello, Kaval. Let's see. Checking the gear. Checking for life and resist like normal. There's nothing interesting so far.
One less twisted intellect perverting our world.
Another boot here, and it's actually gonna vendor my inventory first. We just want to, like, you do want to vendor a lot of items in Path of Exile. You just want a very large amount of alterations.
Farewell.
We'll
Hello.
sell these for wisdom scrolls.
Farewell.
Then pick up. Oops.
Fare you well.
No, I think that build is just very squishy, Carlos. Yeah, so I made this on a private league to simulate a league start experience to be able to help new players better. But I will be like transferring to Soul Self on hardcore after. So this is a Soul Self on hardcore private league, just with a different name. Did I hear that right? That you're going to trade league? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Right, we're gonna go do the trial here. I'm going back to hardcore Soul Alpha. This is a private league, just to make it easier to help new players. That's all. I'm afraid.
Just need a moment to catch
I'd say anything in the game is viable, but Viper Strike is a lot worse than most other builds. It is playable. You can kill all the content in the game with it, because there are people that have done, for example, Awakener, which is one of the in-game bosses, with default attack on hardcore. I think it was in the Gauntlet. I can't remember, but either way, it's just everything is doable. Some things are miles better than others. We'll be trying our crit too. Do they hate happiness? Just to do it. All poison builds are basically Plague Barrier builds at this point. This one won't be. But yeah, Plague Barrier is very, very strong. But we can't use it on this one. There. And now we have done the trials. We are going to do the upcoming boss called Garoost. Maybe get a few skill points, and then we're going to ascend. There.
Exile, you are a welcome omen. This one is captured. Off you go, little beast. Away!
Can grab this. We don't have a very good helmet, so like looking for bases to throw alchemies at or essences at once you're getting good ones. Like for example, we do have a greed essence in our inventory, and it's a decent size, so this will guarantee like 60 life, for example. And that is very, very good. We do want that. This will kill the red beast. I think this gives gloves. You need gloves, maybe. One, the smaller spider. That is close.
You are well prepared for the end.
There.
This is a fight.
The Ashen Fields. Right, and then now we're coming up to Garoost. He's kind of hard. Can kill you. Has some like bursty damage. Yes, this is a Poison Trapper of Side TV, and then we'll also be trying Crit later. So to see which one I prefer. I haven't played Trapper in quite a while, but I figured it would be a good build to do a play with me with because it's so insanely strong. Put down a portal in case we have to escape. We'll just kill these with normal stuff so we can have all our seismic trap ready for Garoost. There he is.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
And then that's the move you want to be scared of. as well as the thing coming from the sky can both kill you pretty easily. And then after we kill him, we are going to ascend, I believe. Right, let's see. What is the main stuff we need? I think pretty much just these, honestly. And those. We will need to respec a little bit, I think. Yeah, we'll be respecing out of these. We'll be respecing out of those, which I might need to do side quests for. Nobody likes side quests more than me. I love them. Right, let's see. We're gonna use armor scraps just to get a little bit more evasion and energy shield. Hurricane, it's you. We only need one resist. That's pretty easy to hit, and we hit the one we have crafted. So this is just a all-around really good helmet. We get a big life boost. We get more sockets if we want that, which we actually needed another green now, so that's good.
Farewell.
Sadly, it was no open suffix.
Go
Free
with
essences are
courage.
really good. Just vendor this. Nobody's
Hello.
gonna use anything with 12.
Go with courage.
Alright, and we get another skill point here. We can get rid of these. We just won't have room for them anymore. It seems like we are going to need an intelligence skill points. We'll take that, and then we are going to see what was the path thing there, and we are going to take there. Alright, awesome. Is there any masteries we're taking? No. So poisons you inflict deal 20% faster. We don't need that. The duration's really good. Recover life is actually okay. That will actually work for us. And then we will probably be taking the poisons you inflict on non-poison enemies. Deal 300% damage just for leveling, at least. Just for leveling. Oh, I just realized we should respec out of these elemental damage nodes too. I should have done that first. We have 0 refund points though. Not sure that works. It always does, because poison always counts as you or your kill. I don't know. Wording is very weird in PoE. You're right. But anyway, this seems fine enough for switching. We are going to put on this chance to hit dagger, and we're going to get Herald of Agony. That's like the main things we need for a respec. Let's see. We don't need vulnerability anymore, so this is fine. We're going to go get Herald of Agony and Despair are the two things we're going to switch to. We can actually get a leveled Despair in Act 3. Herald of Agony, we don't care what level it is because we are never going to have Virulence stacks on this. That's actually something that's confusing to not so much new players because they won't know they're supposed to have something. More mid players will be very confused why their Herald of Agony isn't working. But it is. We're just using it for their chance to poison. So already now 50% chance to poison. There, just see. Actually, there's nothing we're interested in here. There, now we have Despair. We can remove, or actually, I think we already removed Vulnerability. Boom. Alright, let's see. This is hardcore, yes. I'll be trying crit as well. I'll be trying both. Anything else I need to change? Let's see, how's my Exsanguinate now? 75 chance to poison. And Seismic Trap is 75, and that's without our Herald of Agony enabled. I'm gonna go to Hideout. Where do we get tier 2 spell damage? Oh, I remember. Whatever, we'll craft tier 1 right now. I just remembered you do get tier 2 spell damage at the tower. The prison. I'm actually about to level a separate crit character, compare for Gauntlet. I'll be doing that too. I'll be leveling 2 for sure, so that I can see. Right, so now we have 95% chance to poison. Am I supposed to have 5% more somewhere? Where do you get the last 5%? Is this divine higher? No. Okay, well, we'll need to get 5% more at some point. Oh, nice, snakes. Alright. So, we're poisoning now, and especially once we get one more skill point, we'll see a lot more damage. Actually, let's go get that skill point just for clearing. There's a skill point right up here. We can go grab. Oh, you get the last 5% from Coda Shrapnel? Right. Okay, Coda Shrapnel we won't be able to get. I do have some Soul stuff on. Yep, Herald of Agony is on. We are using Herald of Agony right now. Are you doing a special stream? Yes, this is a basic play with me, so I try to explain the game for new players, and we'll upload it to YouTube to try to help new players to Path of Exile. It's a pretty complicated game. Pretty complicated game. Didn't notice the glowy hands, it's all good. I've turned off a lot of my auras in the top left just to like make it look tidier. Wait, I usually want to spare on T, that's where I usually have curses. T
Just
for curses.
need a moment to catch my breath.
But yeah, already now you'll hopefully see a very, very big damage difference as well. It'll just keep getting better. We get better and better.
Just in time.
Justin! Alright, here's our skill point. We'll continue moving because we might as well hit the waypoint on the next one so we don't have to rerun this. T as in curse. Yep. Curse starts with a T. Just in time. Right, this is the worst zone in Path of Exile. A lot of people really struggle on reading this. There's only like 4 main layouts with a really rare 5th one. This one is just up here. But yeah, they get better. Not for most people, 'cause they're hard to read.
And always keep your eyes on the...
Let's see.
Go with this.
There.
I don't think I
Right
need
there,
to be
and we'll
doing
try
that
taking the just says you inflict very specifically. I don't know if that'll work. We'll try. We should feel it pretty quickly. We'll figure it out. This is not us inflicting, it is the trap. It's a very, very Path of Exile problem. Yeah, I don't know if it works. I feel like I'd be doing more damage if it did. Yeah, probably not. Right? But it took me 10 minutes yesterday? Yeah. It helps to memorize them all, for sure. Not as needed though.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Some things that slumber should never be woven.
She doesn't play it off stream now. Just really enjoyed playing it on stream. So these gargoyles, if you kill them, he will not get the buff. Like basically by leaving them alive, he will get a buff for the next stage. But if I kill them, then yeah, they will just not buff him. It's pretty decent to kill them because they are actually fairly scary. He is maced at the moment, so there's not a way to die to him. So it doesn't really matter. That's because like the mace attacks, they're a lot slower than the sword. The only thing I'd be worried about in lab would be the wind slash. It's not going to be that much out compared to the onslaught of Prep Fam. Yeah, I don't know though, it's 300%. You really do notice it. Doesn't seem. Yeah, Sword is always very scary. Because the first attack isn't doing more than the second. Kind of how you notice that it's not working. Because usually like, you still get poison on kill effect, because poison counts as you. But it's not us inflicting it.
Just need a moment.
Trap inflicting it. Traps are you for all intents and purposes. But it's not us inflicting it. I don't know if that counts. I don't know. So we don't get on kill effects. The traps are you, but you don't get on kill effects. Alright, stats? Yeah, maybe. I feel like there'd be, like, it is 300%. The first hit should do a lot more than the second then. But it isn't. Can you explain the labyrinth lab? Yeah, we did that for the first one. And again, like, open up PoE lab when you're doing this, and then click on, like, Pro lab. And it'll give you the layout of today and show how scary or not scary he is. And then you're just always looking for the next zone, the aspirant trial. You're just going in a straight line. You don't really want to go through the side areas. We're just looking for these skulls. That's all we're looking for. Grants virulence when you poison an enemy. You don't gain virulence, so you don't poison. Yeah, I agree with Sai. If what you're saying was the case, Sai, Lausch, then we would get virulence tech. But it does not work. 100%. It would work. And again, like, you would notice it just on the damage. It's such a big difference. But you see it on the damage, Vaush. Oh shit, I want to get rid of the weakness. Like, if you played Poison Concoction, you, like, instantly notice it. You take that skill and suddenly you're, like, one-hitting every white monster. On this, you don't notice the damage difference. You literally do not notice it on this build, which makes it more likely that it does not work. It shouldn't be. Maybe if you're flame dashing or shield charging into something, Jake. There. Yeah, it would just be so noticeable. Because it is in every other poison build. Playing poison concoction and stuff. You go from not doing that much damage to one hitting. And on this, the damage didn't change at all. This is hardcore, yeah. Makes sense that it doesn't work. Yep, only for chance to poison. That's why we use Herald of Agni. I know, it is kind of sad that we don't know for sure without asking them. For sure. We don't even need to level Hair of the Magni. Hey, now we're crit and poison. Yeah. To do poison,
Just
you
need
need
a
to do
moment to
physical
catch
or
my
chaos
breath.
damage. Oh, this is gonna be longer than I thought to do this. How many hours are we in right now, actually? Let's see. I'm recording as well, just in case something happens. Let's see. It's 6 hours. And we're in Act 7.
Aspirant
Oof.
can afford to be promised.
I'm gonna do the last fast. I don't know if I'll be able to do much in math.
A throne is the most devious trap of them all. Prove yourself, Ascendant. Your destination.
There, he's dead. Easy peasy. Just kill them fast.
Ascendant.
Seismic camp there, and as a cooldown, you can only have 4 of the traps down. You can't like continuously use it. There. Ultra of Ascendancy, and then we consult the guide, which says what our next point is, which is Born in the Shadows. Nearby enemies are blinded. There, that's good because we have loads of evasion as well. Now the enchant is full damage if you've been hit recently. None of these enchants do anything for us, but it doesn't like, it's just a benefit. The only downside is it will make higher required level to use. So for example, the normal lab would be required level 24, cruel lab would be required level 44, etc. That's the only downside. Here's a good example that someone would maybe be like, oh, this is amazing for our build since we do physical damage. Again, this is a local stat. It will only be used if you're dealing damage with the weapons, like default attack or a melee skill. It won't actually do anything for our build. Poison concoction is probably one of the smoothest this thing. There. Now we need to find the fireflies, which is in a like side area cave here somewhere. We'll also get another skill point there. That boss is actually kind of hard, but now it should be. Now that we are like starting to go poison and stuff, it'll be easier and easier. Poison duration is very, very big as well. So we're better off respecing to the poison duration thing. We don't really have any free respecs right now. We will actually need to do the side quest that gives skill points at some point. To do that on trade, again, very easy, right? You can just buy regret. But we are gonna have to do some side quests. How do you know if a stat is local or global? You don't. It's kind of hard. It's really badly made. I honestly wish they made it better. It's one of the worst things about Path of Exile. Pretty much anything in a ring or an amulet. I think everything in a ring or amulet is global, and it'll specify like whether it's, you know. One sec.
Low on mana.
It'll specify whether it's to attack or to spells. But on a weapon, it'll specify whether it's to attack or spells, except for crit, attack speed, and physical damage. On a weapon will always be local. So there, thank you for the 9-month resub.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
There. Let's see. Yep, I'm doing traps. I'm doing poison traps. It's physical damage for time. We are focusing all about the poison. You can do this build as crit as well, and I will be experimenting with that at some point. We're just grabbing the fireflies, then we're killing our Kali, and we're in Act 8. We're gonna rush through that, and Act 9. very often you would level. You can either level, there's a couple places. Some people level in Harbor Bridge. That's like, for some builds, just a lot faster than Blood Aqueduct. That's an area in Act 8. The start of Act 9, Blood Aqueduct is a lot of people's favorite place to level, because you can farm humility cards there. Haven't done that for a few leagues myself. There's so many alternative ways to get a 6th link instead of getting a Tabula Rasa, which is a unique that have 6 links. And they're all white sockets, so you don't have to bother about coloring it. And you can farm in another area called the Foothills, which is where people are farming cluster jewels, basically.
I feel I have failed my poor Groost, not being able to return his bones to the resting place of his people.
Kinda good, but not good enough. We're gonna grab a strength and int amulet. It was garbage.
Farewell.
I'm being very unlucky with amulets.
Journey well.
Let me look real quick. Cool, we'll just keep going. Oh, yeah, actually, that was what I was gonna look at. What clusters is its size? It's the physical one. Oh, I have some of those. Don't think I have trap and mine ones. Cool. What's it about cluster jewels? Oh, like some builds, like for example, the champion tiara we have, the toxic ring. That wants to farm low-level cluster jewels because they're easier to roll. There, let's do that, and we're gonna do poison duration. This is really good. What else do we have? We just have life, even more life, and then we want to grab these nodes. We have to respec out of. So I'm gonna start doing that now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna spec into those, and then we need to do some side quests for more respects. No, not really, all night. Just doing the league mechanic a lot. Scourging maps, finding maps with bosses. Bosses drop them a lot. Yeah, make sure you always use Tainted Fusings on 4 link plus, ideally on one that's already 5 link. There's a 50-50 chance to get a 6 link. Best way to get one. Hopefully this boss should go really, really smooth now. We actually are poisoned. We should have some decent damage. Some decent damage. Something they added in Path of Exile this league as well. Like, so there we found 3 transmutes in 1 stack. That's probably the best feature of this patch. Before you would just find a lot of stacks of 1. Whereas they've changed that you're actually finding full stacks. Right, are you saying 300% more? Is that little? That doesn't seem sense.
Just need a moment.
300% more should be way bigger than that. It has been for everything else I've been playing at least. Need to look at the math more, but we can look at that after. Did not seem to work at least. And more importantly, it was the same damage on the first and second attack, which obviously wouldn't be the case when it is working. You generally do notice the 300% more multiplier. Yeah, we just took that, but it didn't seem to work. Then just usually it is. Usually it's a huge difference by leveling. It doesn't seem to work. There's no like noticeable damage change. My poison chance is 95. My dude. Yeah, you're right. It is 300% increased. Still, you would normally notice that in your damage. You would normally notice that in your damage. And it is 95. One and 128. Damn. there. Let's see. Do we need more rings? We have very bad rings. Might as well pick one up.
Nice of you to
Try to
help
throw
rid
something
Sin
on.
of his former lover. I told him exactly where he could put such a request.
And we will just keep trying to speed through. There's obviously like this is more content heavy in the earlier stage, I guess. The further we go, the less there will be to explain. Path of Exile is just like there's so much early on to explain. It's very like early top heavy as well. Orb of Binding. Kind of sad that I haven't found one until now. Orb of Binding, you can find one a lot earlier, and they are awesome to find early. It basically is like an alchemy. However, it forces up to 4 sockets for links on an item. So you can basically force yourself a 4 link without using jewelers or fusing on an item that you might want it on, like say this card. Nothing good here. We're just gonna grab that to sell it for 6 sockets. Was Lost Ark good? Yeah, I like it a lot. Very excited for launch. Very, very fun. Especially the raiding. I really miss like raid type content. Let's see. I wonder what the max. I wonder if you can raid with more than 4 people in it. I don't know. Here is a goat that is a unique flask. Is the reward from that? That's actually pretty good. There's like quite a few decent unique flasks. Not that many low level ones, but decent at least.
Low on mana.
There. Alright, now it's time for Arakali. Okay, quick toilet break after that. This game looks cool. Hi. It is. It's pretty great. Here we're gonna throw down our traps and hopefully she will just melt. Look at that ramping poison damage. That's what this build is all about. That is what this build is all about. Absolutely. Ah, why did you instantly leave? And that is also what this build is all about. Very annoying when bosses are leaving you. Very unfair. There you go. Do that shooty thing. Good. We're ramping. Play this as like certain love days. So good. Absolutely amazing build.
Death is the true climax.
It's been like a very great like leveling experience for just being like self-fun. It's even better with gear obviously, but like this is a very smooth starter. I'm going to go to the bathroom and then we're gonna actually we'll go to the bathroom once I get to town. We'll just run to town. Better going back one act. You love ramping? Yeah. Like there's definitely both are very viable. I haven't tried crit yet. This is my first time trying this. We'll try both and then I'll see like what are the main differences between the two. Obviously with crit the damage is more front loaded, not as much ramping. You just obliterate things.
Just need a moment to
Ring everything
catch
says
my
the stream
breath.
is offline. Oh, it is up. It is up. There. Enkindling orb. I don't even want to explain those. You don't really need to use them.
Was satisfying.
They're just complicated fast mechanics for the end game. You don't need to use them while leveling at all. Alright, Mosh. Love Rotini. Wasn't planning on it. Wasn't planning on it. Here, killing the exile, and then we are in town. I'm gonna quick a toilet break, and I'll be right back. No, I will not be explaining that for this Fenton. I am back. But Vash, you would notice, like, if you got a new dagger, you went from, if I went from 0 spell damage to 300 spell damage on one dagger, I would notice that. Let's see. These are pretty good, and these are a pretty great lesson if we can fit them as well. So we're gonna show how that works.
Watch yourself.
They're pretty cool. Let me show you and teach you. Whatever, they can just be a wisdom scroll. Right.
Watch yourself.
Oh, nice, Jules. Hey, Evan. Right. So, this already has life on it, but it can still craft life. Why is that? Well, this is something called hybrid. There are hybrid stats, and there's a few places where this exists. Spell damage kind of hybrid, armor and evasion, with armor and life, for example. True, Vash. So, yes, that's outdated to get. So now we can craft life, and now this has like 50 life. And as decent resist as well. If Grace in here, we'll turn Grace on. Do we have enough resist after that? We don't. Do I have anywhere I can throw? Do we have anywhere crafted cold res that we can craft lightning? We do. So here now we're recrafting our lightning to fit that. They're pretty good gloves. We'll do the higher tier. Get the old one because they have spread res just in case. And now we're faster and we have more life. 2,700 life at this point. That's very high.
I don't think I need to be doing that right now.
Thanks for doing this back to basics. Really much appreciated. That's awesome. Hopefully it'll help a lot of people. My sound is sort of out of sync. I think I'm taking tomorrow off. I might stream it, but I need to set up my new PCs and switch everything around. Just switch everything around. So I think I'll do that tomorrow because I have two like GigaChat PCs. Maybe I'll set up on my laptop and just chat while doing it. But I don't know. I guess I could do that. I could stream myself setting it up from my laptop. Sounds like good content. I'm gonna get judged so heavily. Well, no, I wouldn't be taking a day off. I'd just not be streaming. I just want to set up everything to be good. Yeah, okay, maybe I won't take a day off. Maybe we'll see. I might just do a random ass IRL stream tomorrow then. Like just chatting stream. Setting, is there a PC setting? PC building category? You'll be judged hard, yes. Oh, wait till people see my cable management. Oh no. So, actually this is gonna make people really happy. We're actually gonna hire somebody to do my cable management. Like super professionally. Because right now I have around 200 cables behind my monitor and it has a nest. It has a nest. I did good cable management once. I have never done good cable management. It is a disaster. It looks like that Pokemon. Tangle something? I don't know. Does it produce more cables? I hope so. That's what I was hoping for, that I would start getting more cables. There is a PC building category? Oh, cool. There. I hate cable management. Also, the current PC I'm using, the side panel's been open for like 2 years. There's like this, there's not, I don't think it's called dust anymore. I think it's transcended. It's transcended dust. It's kind of annoying because Loki keeps trying to go inside the computer, so. Right, here. Now, this is an annoying boss. We can't really pre-trap because we don't know where she's gonna land. Sometimes she'll land here. But but she will teleport somewhere pretty quickly. And then once she oh, I didn't mean to curse her. There, but now Dodri is gone because we have so much ramping damage now with poison. It's just nothing Dodri can do. Oh, this is the one I can curse. It's only the other Dodri, you're right. It's only the other Dodri that eats curses. I just found a Regal orb. Regal is actually incredibly rare to get during the campaign. Sometimes there will be leagues like Heist that will just poop them out. But dropping an actual Regal is incredibly rare, and that will turn a blue item into a rare item. So it can be a 2-stat rare, or it can be a 3-stat rare. Like you can use a Regal whether it has 1 or 2 blue stats. Obviously, in some cases you prefer 3. Actually, in most cases you prefer 3. Like 2 before you Regal. It's very rare. There is a Regal recipe once you get to maps, which makes it not worth a lot. It's just very, very hard early on. Can you take an hour break? I want to feed my kids and I want to follow along. Honestly, no. I think you should get better priorities. It's more important to follow along than feeding your children.
Just need a moment.
Kind of disappointed
Catch my breath.
to hear that, to be honest, and hoping you'll have better priorities moving forward. This is a great time for them to learn how to feed themselves. A little bit disappointed. I expect more from my viewers. They could learn so much. Kind of like, yeah. And yeah, you can also teach your kids to farm currency for you. That's kind of the point of having kids. I'm having my first kid in like 11 days. Figure in like 30, 40 days, should be able to farm like basic currency for me. Let's see. Oh, this is the bad layout. I'm gonna drop a portal here at the crossroads, because down here is a quest boss called Tolman, and up here is the next zone. We're actually gonna go to the next zone, which has a waypoint, and then teleport back to our portal. Oh, nice, Farcourt. That's also... That's fun. You see our damage is pretty great now. Changing to poison really did a lot for us. Really did a lot. Does this build require easily obtainable items? It does. It's one of the strongest league starters. There. Finally you have scaling. Yeah, now we're just gonna get more and more damage. This is one of the best builds, to be honest, especially for easy obtainable damage. No, there's no detonating on traps. That's just mines. There's a monster who goes near it. It'll... Yeah, poison damage naturally ramps. Like, it stacks infinitely. What is your play? Pretty slow. It's 6 hours, 26 minutes. Hopefully that'll help other people go faster. The main point of this. Like, I'm pretty slow compared to what I normally do, not so much compared to what you should be doing. In level in under 10 hours, that's pretty decent speed. Can you get that? Is it an 8 or 9? You'll die now. Look at that ramping damage. Ow. Common hurts.
I need more pockets.
There. One of the sun or moon defenders. Great. Yeah. Spell damage isn't ideal for our build. We do want to switch off that. Doesn't scale everything we're doing. Yeah, we have full guide for this on YouTube.
Be careful.
Tube of you. Oh my god, I think that's why it's called YouTube? Like you? With the tube for you? Maybe that's why it's called YouTube. We don't need that. Actually, we could have talked that. Right, let's see. What else are we doing? We are there. Nice. Now our future refund points can start getting rid of. Actually, we'll get rid of those last. We'll get rid of the elemental damage ones first. These are actually beneficial to us, so they're not that bad. And then let's look. What else are we grabbing? We're grabbing life here. Life down here. That's pretty much it for now. There. Excellent.
Farewell.
Very excellent. It would be me too. We've done that. We'll go back to the grain gate. And we're going to get another skill point here as well. A lot of skill points. You will end up getting 22 if you help a bandit and 24 if you kill them all. And you can write slash passives as a command. It won't really be super useful until you've killed the last Yutava. Once you've killed the last Yutava, it will literally tell you what you're missing. Sometimes you'll have people that are like level 90 plus and have forgotten to actually do a quest during the campaign. So always remember to do slash passives. In this area as well, you'll see a corpse on the correct direction you're going to be going. You can follow the corpses to know where to go. Even on the reverse way.
Just in time.
Bye, Justin.
Low on mana.
Are we though? Exploded. Now you can see that the build is starting to take shape a little bit. We are starting to come out of our butterfly cocoon, and the pimples are starting to go away. And we're gonna start being a boss. Martyr Monka. That's the explosions you hear of death. I've died to that several times. There's the second Tikitava. That's why we didn't kill it the first time. I'm level 98, and thanks, I found out I had 2 points to get. That does happen quite frequently.
Like
I don't feel too bad. I had a level 97 character missing 1 skill point. 2 is kind of crazy. No, I think Kitava is worse than us. We're definitely the bad guy. Kitava is worse though. What is the build? This is a Trapper. Poison Trapper. Now this is a very, very slow play with me, which maybe there will be experienced players that like that too. This is particularly aimed at people that have never played Path of Exile before and playing it for the first time. Especially the first 5 acts should be really good for those players. I hope. Hopefully we'll get some feedback on completely new players. Too fast then, in my opinion. Well, I do want to speed up now that there is less to explain. The speed that I'm going isn't important. Because you can pause or speed up on YouTube. So that isn't important. It's more about knowing what to do and explaining mechanics as they go. The speed that I'm going at isn't important. Like, the faster I can go while still explaining, the better. Because then the VOD will be shorter. Yeah, I'm on hardcore. You don't need to be literally where I am every step of the way. Because that would be so individual. It's just that I'm explaining every mechanic we come across. Another 6 up yet. I'm trying to explain what I'm looking for at items and stuff. Should a new player that's never played before just play the game and cram stuff everywhere and use whatever items? Should they follow a guide? Absolutely follow a guide. You don't, Jesse Cat. You don't. Linking early is very hard. Wait, did I? Oh, I missed the. Oh, whoops. Right, we need to go back up. There's a waypoint up here that we need. And we also. Only reason I doing scepters, I'm actually just trying to look for +1 spell skill gem level or physical spell skill levels. Did you explain load filter? Not really how to install one actually. Not really how to install one. That probably could have been explained better. I think there is a guide on Filter Blade. I told people to go there at the start of the video. We'll absolutely play Lost Ark on launch, yeah.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Absolutely. You do not hear me, Jessica? You can't. You won't be able to without fusing. There, we're just identifying, looking again for life and resist on all the gear. Nothing on this, so we're venturing at all.
See you.
There. Full. Now we are empty. Alright. Here we're gonna I think this is where we get the trap and mine damage recipe. I think. There, and we were level 59. That's pretty high level for where we are. Usually a little bit lower. And then in either the next zone or one of the next ones, I will level to at least 64 usually. Yeah, they're not random. I have a heist guide that shows you everything, Jason. Do you have a guide on PoB itself? Yep, also on my YouTube. There. Don't really care about the heist contracts. Who's ready for some ramping damage? Here's the boss. Nice boom. And dead. And then you gotta wait for the quest item. We're gonna pick up the traps and mine. And we are also going to go to our hideout. True, we should be using Withering Step at this point. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There, identifying everything and venturing it.
Survive. Been an honor.
Now we can switch this to trap and mine damage, which will cause us to scour and 2 alchemies. And this is also of course I get the bottom roll. I can't be bothered recrafting that. We're also gonna go get Withering Step. I'm going to explain how to use that. This is a little bit complicated. It's okay if you don't use this, but it is really good if you do. But obviously, we're getting very button intensive at this point, so feel free not to use this. But it is a large chunk of damage. I'll explain it when I'm using it and how. Yeah. Where is Bear Trap? There, we can delete Bear Trap. Doesn't do much anymore. And... oh, we have a skill point waiting here.
Talakura.
Talakura. What else do we need? We need the life nodes here. Now we're running back to Solaris Temple. We're going to run across the bridge.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Honestly, do you know what I might do instead? I don't think I'll do much on maps today because it's taking so long. I might keep it on solo self-fun a little bit, like between 2 and 5 hours. Keep it on solo self-fun and just show the start of maps and literally do that as the second episode. Just for this one. Because I won't really have time to do much maps today. To be honest. I don't really mind not using my super gear at start. Game trajectory, yeah. Yeah, I'll do that for a few hours at least. I'll do that for a few hours. And then we'll transfer after that. We have the waypoint here, and now we just gotta go across the bridge. There is a boss in the middle of the bridge. We cannot fight that yet. We need the other orb as well, and then we fight Solaris and Lunaris. Should never need to chisel a map before like tier 11s. Bear drum is mostly used because it slows down the enemy at this point, yeah. But yeah, Withering Step, what it does, and I'll click it now, is you see like things start turning green. This gives them wither stacks, which will make chaos damage do, which we are doing through our poison. Make chaos damage do more damage. It's substantial more damage as well. We'll see other builds with chaos. Use things wither totems, etc. And we'll use this. It's mostly just something I'm going to use for single target. It also is using a flame dash thing, a charge. Good delve build? I don't know. It's very different between softcore and hardcore. On softcore, delve is basically just glass cannon, so you literally have builds with like 1 life because you have like just really high evasion. You either if you get hit, you die. And you just have crazy damage and you're off screen everything. The main strategy for delve on softcore. Do you just need to turn them green? Yeah. So boom, there. You don't need to keep it on more than that. Like it doesn't get more stacks of wither the longer it's inside it. So as long as it's being touched by it, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. We already have 3,100 life. That's pretty decent. And again, this is all completely self-found, no like pre-made gear. This actually isn't worth killing. It doesn't really do anything. Do withering step on it and it's gone. Does a lot more damage. Crazy. Now this is getting fairly button intensive, so again, like, feel free to like not use that. You can also later get this spare on hit. That'll still work, even though you're a trapper. Why don't you bind Withering Step on left leg for auto casting? Because then it's auto casting. You don't want it like this.
Just need a moment.
You don't want it just posting all the time. You only want it for bosses. You want to have full control over when it is. Like now, it's not doing anything for me. It's never affecting anything. It's like one of the worst things you could possibly have on left click. There's no reason to have it on left click. You want to have full control over stuff like that. You're only using it for bosses. That you should never have on left click. You got the sulfur flask. Utilities are always like really good. Like that's one of the skills you should never ever have on left click. Because it's not something that's like an aura. Like look now, right? If I right click now, it disappears. So most of the time when you have it on left click, it's up for 0.1 seconds or less. And it can get you killed by removing your flame dash charge for no benefit. It's a very negative thing to have it on left click. Very negative thing. It's probably the worst thing you can have on left click. There's never a reason to have it. Only a bad thing. Only a bad thing. Overwhelmingly bad thing. Never an upside. If it, for example, was just something you triggered and it stayed on you, even if you were using skills, then it would be great. But it isn't. It's very extremely bad. I shouldn't have Withering Step on left click. I literally have this on my ED Contagion right now. No, you should not. It just explained why as well. You can go back in the VOD and watch if you didn't hear. Should absolutely never have Withering Step on left click. Does not have any upsides. It's only downsides. It's like you're nerfing yourself. Steel Skin is really good on left click. Vortex is really good just to chill monsters. So many things you can put on left click that is actually beneficial. All good. Jug Earthquake? No, haven't done it in years. Actually, I've never done that.
Just in time.
Now it's really starting to be pretty juicy. Feels really good now. Feels really good now. Is it important to look at other stats else than life and resist, or is it possible to get good stats while leveling? Is this just like on gear? There is no other stats you can really get than life and resist while leveling. There's nothing else you're looking at. Maybe spell suppression, but you're just pretty much ignoring everything. Pretty much ignoring everything. Yeah, Spiky. Not the most meta, but one of the most meta, yeah. What is that? And on weapon, the only thing I care about is the chance to poison. So that we have 95% chance to poison. Without you have 75, which will probably feel pretty bad. You want to like look at daggers a lot. Identify every rare dagger. Should be very common just to use alterations or throwing essences on daggers as well. We definitely do want to get that 95% chance to poison. How much is the poison chance on coated shrapnel? Is it 5 or 25? We do want a coated shrapnel as well if you're on trade league. Oh wow, Ash. Cool. 25, cool. Can this build do endgame happy face? Yep, this is one of the strongest endgame builds. There. And then Withering Staff for even more damage. And the boss is just ramped to death. Cool. Now we can go do a boss. Oh, good Kalido. Alt quality hog is 20 extra poison chance too. Yeah.
Don't do anything
There. What is the worst I have? Probably that one.
Tell me something.
Oh, that is pretty bad too. There, got a bunch of wisdoms. Right. Okay. So, this is.
Don't do anything.
I have enough armor scraps to make it 20 quality. So now I would probably use like a few fusings. Okay, I didn't really have that many. I always put like 2 or 3 fusings
Still
in the
breathing,
first
eh?
6 socket I have. That is something I can actually use. Just because,
Bring
you
me
know,
back
at one
something
point
nice, eh?
in forever, you will hit a 5 or 6 thing early, and that feels nice. Jackal, thank you for the 17 months. Thank you. Whoever missing resubs and stuff during this is unintended.
Bring me back
Let's see, what do we want to do now? Oh yeah, we got a Divine Life Last. We actually want to roll that. I'm looking for that stat or the instant one. This is a great time to teach. So obviously, we want both bleed and chill immunity. Chill immunity is the most important one, and then bleed immunity is pretty important. So we'll put bleed immunity on this. We're gonna go to the menagerie. All right, Mash. Cool. Right, let's see. Here, is it ceiling? They've changed these. I think it's ceiling. Let's just trust my instincts. I'm pretty sure it's ceiling.
To the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly
Hey, it is ceiling. There. So now that is like these can add. We have a spreadsheet for this that I posted on Twitter, which basically teaches you what the new ones are. I don't know why it doesn't just say poison in parentheses to the right. But now we have a Corrupting Blood immunity flask. Corrupting Blood is basically this stack that'll appear on your character of bleed damage. And it'll kill you very quickly. So it's very, very scary. I think that's on Shaper Gloves sometimes. It should say in the notes of the guide. Right. Now we are going to reset the zone just so we get more XP while running there, and we're going to do Solaris and Lunaris. You see we clear very nicely now. Even one trap just obliterates. Still no alteration card from these. They are fairly common. There, and it's time. One will always spawn up here, and I usually focus her down first. Here we used Withering Step as well for even more damage. And now, when we're like, I'm just gonna trap here in the middle, and it's always just gonna be like owning whoever comes out. And this should be an incredibly easy fight for us. There, and we did Withering Step again.
Low on mana.
Basically gonna do that every time a new boss appears. Just want to stay out of the way of the main one there. Like the rolling circular move. Whatever you want to call it. That's what we want to stay out of the way of. Nothing good, too little life. Here. Here. When are you doing build reviews? Don't have any planned, I'm afraid. Probably won't be doing more of those this thing. Maybe one more, but I doubt it. Usually do one. There is Sulfide on the other side. I might be too lazy to go click that. Now that we're in Blood Aqueduct, this is a very popular place to level. A lot of people will level here and farm in Tabula Rasa here. I haven't done that in a while because they have made it easier and easier to sixing. It's still worth leveling to like level 64. This isn't a terrible place to do it. Honestly, on hardcore, if you're new as well to hardcore, getting 70 to 72 here is honestly pretty damn great. The reason for that is just you'll be so safe for going forward, and you'll basically just over level for the bosses. You won't have a problem with anything when you're that level. Was there a build toast coming up? No, that was a sub goal we had, but we did not hit. It's just like part of the subathon sub goals. There. I have a problem on level 78, only 2400 HP, resist solid, damage solid, but I cannot find HP. You can actually get life on your gear and your skill tree. I don't know which one, but there is definitely one of those places where you are purposefully avoiding life. I don't understand how you have that little life at that level. I am level 61 and I have 3200. That is, it's like you're purposefully avoiding life. It's not a bad stat. There's no minus in front of it. Definitely want life, my friend.
Be careful.
There, we are just gonna continue going. I mean, I guess I should level a little bit. We'll do like a few runs of Blood Aqueduct. Is it Sunday? Here, and boom, even more life. That is what I'm talking about. Another thing that's very easy to do on this build is to overkill. You see that most things are dying by the time we're leaving. There's a humility card. Again, we're not very interested in farming a Tabitha for this character. You can decide that a little bit underway as well. Something that's quite nice is to level here to like level maybe 68. And then if you have a bunch of cards, say you have 6 or something by 68, then you can keep going. But very often you can end up being like level 75 by the time you have your Tabitha, which isn't bad, but it can be a little bit boring for a lot of people. Can be a little bit boring. Oh yeah, there's an Exile here. We should kill that. Exiles can like just decent drop rates on things. Yeah, we're just gonna keep moving. Our Exsanguinate leveled up. That's a big damage boost. Gem levels are absolutely huge. So on softcore, it's very popular to have 2 cold iron points, so that's plus 6 gem levels. That means that if you have a level 21 gem, it takes you all the way to 27, which is just insane damage boost. Now that we are in Blood Aqueduct as well, I've already done this on my other characters, but this is where you would actually quite like to buy 6, for example, or buy 3 Exsanguinates and 3 Seismic Traps, and put them in your offhand and level them there. Because with Vol Orbs, which we haven't found one yet, we haven't found a single Vol Orb yet, to explain it, but Vol Orbs, they can affect gear. It corrupts it, and it can change gear in a lot of different ways, but what's really, really good is that it can take a level 20 gem to level 21, and that is a very big damage boost. Very big damage boost. And for those that are following along at home, once your character hits level 70, you can go on the trade site and search for a level 20 gem for both your Exsanguinate and your Seismic Trap. There'll probably be 1 or 2 chaos each. And it will literally give you an insane amount of damage. Absolutely insane. So that is one of the benefits of being in Trade League. I've already leveled gems like that, so I get that damage boost myself. And I think that's a thing I do very often on Solo Self-Fun, is I try to prepare like what builds do I want to play in the future. Very, very good. Very scary music. It's from Act 1's Nightmare in Path of Exile. But yeah, very good. Gem levels are huge. That's like the worst thing. Whenever I'm helping somebody with their build and I see that they are playing, just like Scourge stuff for, and they are maybe like level 80 or 90 and have like a little 19 or gem or something instead of buying a huge upgrade for 1 chaos, it always pains me. People are always like underestimating gem levels very easily. It's the biggest damage upgrade you can get.
Just need a moment to
Absolutely biggest damage upgrade you can get. So you don't get extra gems to level from like 1 or whenever you can get them. Well, it's just there is a catch-up mechanic. I think it's like level 55 you should probably buy the gems. We'll see now. There's the catch-up mechanic stops around level 55, I think.
Yes?
So if I go look at Exsanguinate now, okay, 50. So at like level 50, I probably should have bought 6 of these or 3 of these and Seismic Trap as well. And then leveling up more. So I'd be leveling 3 of each into my offhand. I struggle just to get through the acts. Then the video I'm just doing right now will be perfect for you. This like walks you through every step of the way. It's very hard to fuck up while following this, I hope. Should I bank all my gems 21? It really only matters on your active skill gems. So we want Seismic Trap and like, I mean, ideally, yes, that would be great, but I've never done that. How else that? We really only care on Seismic Trap. It's the most important one, and then Exsanguinate is pretty good too for clearing. But we do not care on like our Flame Dash, for example. And yes, gems gain the same amount of experience as your other gems in your offhand. You should always, at all points, be leveling 6 gems in your offhand. I'll probably be leveling something else in my offhand. I don't really know yet. I'll level something for my other builds. I'll check that tomorrow, actually. Because it doesn't really matter right now for me. But I think I already have both the 21 Exsanguinate and Seismic Trap. So I'll probably level something for the next build I'm going to play. But yeah, at all points you should be leveling 6 gems in your offhand, especially once you're in maps, because it's so much gem levels. Yes, offhand here does mean weapon swap. Weapon swap. Oh, the game just crashed. Nothing, Carlo. Nothing stops you from doing that. Right. What did we just take? We took this. Is there any... No, we don't need any of these. I think we just move down here then. We're gonna get life and spell suppression here. And then we're gonna go grab life nodes down here. Thick skin. We'll get level 64. Seismic is a bigger priority because that's your single target. Exsanguinate is just for clearing, and generally clearing in Path of Exile is very easy anyway. Clearing is generally never a priority for builds. It's just like the fact that like Flame Dash like can kill the white monsters already, and it's like a level 12 Flame Dash. Poison Concoction Shimicon is really fun build to do. I don't know what Divergent is. Strange. Very strange. There. Ah, who's the noob now? Right, there, back on D&D. But yeah. See you later, DP. Have you ever done a Fireburst build? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I never got to do one. They're very squishy defenses wise. Blackguard helmet, but we have a really good helmet. We don't need a new one. Do we have open suffix on this? No. Open prefix. Yeah, they're very squishy, generally. Compared to a lot of the builds I prefer playing. There's nice me trying to level up. That's even more single target. Do I bother going all the way to 64? Because I do want to be very, very fast. But it's very nice to overlevel here just for a little bit of defense. Yeah, this is hardcore. If it wasn't hardcore, I would definitely just keep going. The thing is, like, we're too low level for maps anyway. You do always need to like overlevel a little bit beforehand. Don't know, Webs haven't looked it up. Different quality effect. Just don't know what it is. Maybe it's damage. Zero step is good early, yeah. You can get better rare boots. Generally, rares are always better than uniques in Path of Exile. There are obviously exceptions. But as a rule of thumb, uniques are generally either they have something special that you can't get on rares, and if they have things that are on rares as well, then they're always worse than just usually an early game thing. For example, the Zeri step is like very replaceable by rare boots. Very replaceable. This will be on YouTube, yep. But very often, uniques are just something for early game. Well, you get 63, I think, the most. I really should get 64, because we're just... It's stupid not to get 64. People do like playing Death's Oath. I've never done one, but you could do that as a Death Aura build. I'd rather just do Plague Bearer, but... I swear, if that guy asked me the same question one more time, I'm gonna go ballistic.
Low on mana.
Do. I mean, Winter Orb working on low budget? Nope. This will be in full. It's such a long video that my editor can't edit this. It would take 3 or 2 days and probably crash Premiere. $20 yeah, tooltip's pretty high. It's pretty decent muffle. Can somebody donate you money for build reviews? No, I'm sorry, but people in chat are more than happy to help with build reviews. We also have a Discord channel where people help with builds. Alright, let's see. So, one more level here, and then we're leaving. I'm in love with your Hog Jugger. Really? That's an old build. I'm surprised that even still works.
To catch my breath.
That's, oof. Alright. I'm glad to know it still works. I don't know, Derelight. Last epoch, yes, I think. We'll have one more level, then we'll leave. Let's hope. Herald of Agony. Probably the most boring build. Definitely up there. Very boring. It's what we're using here, Herald of Agony, but as the main build. Not just as a support thing. Starter. Boring but very reliable. Sure. Can watch you while face tanking bosses. That's good. Let's see, what else were we getting? Oh yeah, we're getting the spell suppression. How much are we at right now? 24% chance. This is very little. I do have a lot of gear for later for spell suppression. You don't really as a new player. That's why we recommend following build guides. As a new player, you're kind of screwed in Path of Exile for the first 1,000 hours or so. That's how fast you learn, but it's a very complicated game. Very, very complicated game. And I need one of the more complicated ones. People always make fun of EVE Online, but I have like a lot of thousands of hours in EVE Online. I feel like PoE is more complicated. Problem with PoE is it changes so often. I'd say PoE is more complicated than EVE, and I did crafting in EVE. I'm trying to think what games are more complicated than Path. There's just so many small, intricate things to work, like to know, and even wordings and stuff. Captain Buttscar, thank you for the 3-year reset. Thanks so much. And Nerd, thank you for the prime. Yeah, yes, Demon. Oh yeah, our Dwarf Fortress is complicated. Politics, yeah. I think Eve is so much harder. There's no basis for it. PoE has, but I don't know. What is hard in Eve though? It's all like there's so few things to learn compared to PoE. Cuphead. Please don't say Cuphead is difficult. Cuphead is absolutely not difficult. I don't know. I definitely think PoE is pretty up there in difficulty. Sure, I mean, if you have to figure out EVE Online on your own, but there's so many resources. But that's what I mean. Even when you're using resources, Path of Exile, there's just so many things to learn. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard a lot of people struggle on Kerbal, but I found Kerbal pretty easy. Maybe I just got lucky that I like understood it fast. Wasn't Eve about paying a lot of money? No. I didn't do that. Yeah, I was in Eve University. Different kinds of difficulty mechanically. PoE is pretty brain dead and knowing. Yeah, I guess. I'm just thinking about like knowledge of like what you need to know, Rasputin. Checkers. I've never played checkers. Right, we are going to continue. We're almost level 64, and normally I would level all the way till 70 here. The reason I level all the way to 70 here is because usually I've prepped gems from my other characters, so that I can literally just put on like fairly decent endgame gear as soon as I get here, and then we're just cruising. But now we're going to continue here at level 64. I love that. Oh, nice, lucky. Depends if you're asking me. I would say never, Lemon Luster. Why there or Blood Aqueduct? I was in Blood Aqueduct. What do you mean? Thoughts on Lost Ark for a WoW player? Ooh, probably pretty enjoyable. Probably pretty enjoyable. Although, like, honestly, the Lost Ark questing system is like the second most I've ever been bored of questing during a game. Second most boring early game questing.
Low on mine.
WoW is first? No, I really enjoyed the WoW leveling experience. Like when I played it in vanilla. First is Elion. Elion early experience is awful. I think PoE is great. I really enjoy PoE. I don't know why. I think I'm broken. I know a lot of people don't like it, but no. I also really enjoyed New World leveling experience. Both Lost Ark and Elion are just so like I don't like. The thing is like it's very fast in Lost Ark. You get through it quickly for an MMO, so it's not really speed because like I played like over a week of New World and I wasn't even maxed out. I just really enjoyed it. Something's different. I don't know. It's just very boring. I think it's the G spam. also, especially in an MMO, I would like a less linear leveling experience.
Just need a moment.
Having options in like a main quest line in MMO, very boring. That was awful. Yeah, way more engaging New World. It just gives you tools. It gives you options how to get there. You can dungeon cleave. You can do quests in different zones. You're not a for a MMO. I really did not like. Oh, here's betrayal. This is something I refuse to explain in this because it'll make the video an extra hour. I have a video on it. It's complicated. Very worth doing. Most complicated thing in the game. Thankfully, the video I made last, people were very happy with.
You won. Don't know about you.
People were very happy with the last one. And said they finally understood betrayal after the video. As a new player, absolutely just ignore it. Click buttons, go happy. Does not matter. Figure that out later. Oh yeah, the PvP in Lost Ark's amazing. I really like it. I'm gonna do a game review maybe tomorrow. Very much like Lost Ark. I'm just saying the leveling is incredibly boring. I'm really disappointed by gamers today. I feel like every time I say something critical about a video game, people get super defensive. It's like you have to either love everything about a game or hate everything about a game. There's like no room for nuance anymore. I hate it. Right, we've done that side quest there where we had to kill things. Then we're gonna go do Shakari. So I'll just put a portal here. We're gonna go to town. We have to talk to multiple people. Oh, nice kitty. Yeah, that's great.
Until next time.
We will pick up. We'll pick up a shield. We don't need a wand, and then ambusher. Not a spell dagger, I think. Oh, we should unveil that. Please don't get a good one, because then I feel like I have to explain it.
Bye.
Please don't be good. I don't want to explain this. Oh, that's actually great. We could, you know what? Just like forget I got that. Just whatever.
Yes.
Well, I'm not explaining. It's not happening. Right. Then we need to talk to Sin, and then we talk to Petrus and Vanya again, and we get the Bottled Storm, and now we can access the side quest line. What were we doing skill point wise? We haven't gotten more regrets yet. We should get at least 2 more. At least 2 more. Oh yeah, we're going down here. More life. And then we'll go back to our portal, and that will open the gate. Oh, nice, kitty. That's awesome. Yeah, St. Tone was awesome. It's really, really cool meeting both Saivo and St. Tone. I was very surprised to learn he was Romanian. I thought he was Italian. I couldn't pinpoint his accent. Very cool accent. Yeah, they're great. There is finally a Wallarp. We can explain Wallarps a little bit. So like I said, obviously earlier, they can you can be used on gems. They can make a Val variant of a gem. Some gems, like for example, Lightning Trap. We don't actually have anything that has a Val variant right now, but there are some that do. And it's like a 1 in 8, 1 in 6. I'm not quite sure on the chance. We don't really know. To make a Val gem, and then it can be used on items, and it has multiple outcomes on items. You can change the implicit. So for example, on a sapphire ring, it could oh true, we could make a Val of Grace. That's true. But yeah, on our sapphire ring, it could make it, for example, cannot be poisoned instead of the cold resist. It can also break the item, or what we call brick it, which is basically you would reroll the item and usually it would be shit. There's also a tiny chance on a body armor or a two-handed weapon that it'll 6-link it. It'll reroll all the stats. It's never worth voling to hope for a 6-link. This actually did happen to me once. It happened to me once, 23,000 hours, and I've voled an item and it's 6-linked in front of my very eyes during a man versus stream. It was hilarious timing. But yeah, it's very rare. It's only happened to me once.
Low on mana.
Very amusing. And what else? You can add white sockets. You can add white sockets, but generally as a new player, you don't really want to be evolving gear. Can also be used to change the colors, sockets, or link structure of corrupted gems in your crafting bench as well. Colors are worth hanging on to for sure. Eeh. This slow is so annoying. Please die. Die faster. There. Alright. Daughter. There, now we get another skill point. We've forgotten Yugal. We'll go back for Yugal later. Yugal's kind of scary. I don't like Yugal. We do have a lot of life right now, though. Doing very good on life and damage. We can bank all the random shit. And again, hopefully you've seen that. Like, I haven't used any of the premium stash tabs. This is all like the 4 default ones. So we haven't even filled up one yet. See, you don't really need stash tabs to play Path of Exile. Wink, wink. You absolutely do. Obviously. You absolutely do. There.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
He is stinky. Well, this took much longer time than I had planned. It'll be close to 9 hours. No, it won't. I thought. Never mind. It'll be around 8. That's what I had planned. Yeah, Shroud of Muffle. In this area, there is respec points that we want, so we're gonna find the big gray moose. I don't know what he is. He's the thing. Also, on my filter, whenever a divination card looks like that, generally means it isn't worth picking up. We will probably, not tomorrow, but the next time I play Path of Exile, I'll do... Where are you? We'll probably do... Oh, whatever. We'll go do this side area first. We'll find him later. We will go do early maps on this too. Before I migrate and put on like insane gear. Just to show people like the early game. And then they'll be able to see the end game too. You'll see most parts. Here. I was gonna like instantly migrate once I hit maps, but we'll keep it. Just to educate a bit more. So I'll grab the rogue markers. Because I want to be doing heists later. Higher level contracts. Very rewarding currency-wise. Here, we are going to find the Basilisk. He has a stone freezing Harry Potter move.
Low on mana.
And a fire move. Not really much of a problem for us. There, he's trying to freeze me, but he's already dead. He just didn't know it yet. Spell damage rank 3, which we don't need. So thank you for the 11 months. Thank you, thank you. And I identify everything. Nothing good here. Not good enough. It does have 70 life, but
Yes.
not any resists.
Until
We can hand in this to Sin that's needed for another quest. And somebody, thank you for gifting Piano Man with a sub. Right, there, and here is the moose thing. I don't know what they are. The cow? I don't know. But that will give us 2 regrets, which is the last ones we need if you followed everything exactly the same. There is additional regret points if for whatever reason you need that in the Fetid Pool side quest in the start. You shouldn't need that. There's also another 2... Does this quest give respect points? I think it does in the second layer of the crypt. Pretty sure. Did you start a new account? No, I paid... Instead of making a new account, I paid $12 to make myself a private league. And then I can migrate after. So, I paid $12 to make this video. You're welcome. The lengths I will go to, you know? The lengths. Hopefully there will be schools named after me. Another abyss, which we don't need. And we want to find the... Ow! We want to find the trial here for Merklab. Pay to win to make content. True. Ow. You see, I'm trying to move through pretty quickly. So as you're moving through pretty quickly with 2 life lost, things shouldn't have enough surface area to kill you. Okay, all attributes Act 2, and then see we're... Oh yeah, we're missing the one in Act 8. We'll go grab that later. Path area. See, we'll identify things while we're moving. Nope, nothing good. I'm very unlucky with amulets and stuff, eh? Could craft life on that, I guess. But why doing your own league? Just to make it easier to follow for new players. Also, there's an ad on Twitch about to play. I'm gonna play it now instead because there's nothing about to happen. Sorry, Twitch. Enjoy. There. There. And then we're going to continue to the next area called the Quarry. Very often, not so much for this lead mechanic, but very often is very abusable when it comes to the lead mechanic. Sometimes it's just very good to use here. Oh, thanks to the same thing for the sub, and nerd thing for Prime as well. Thanks so much. There's another recipe here. We can go respec the 2 skill points that we don't need. What are we getting next? Oh, it's just the life stuff left on this part of the skill tree.
Until
Junior _ tipped $12. Thank you.
See ya.
You paid for the league. Thanks. That's
Yes.
sweet. That's sweet. Thanks.
Be careful.
Why is Quarry abusable? Just sometimes the league mechanic will only spawn around it'll only spawn around there, like around the waypoint. There, now we have 3,700 life. At late game we do want to have like 6,000 or 7,000 ish. What we're aiming for. Are you enjoying the trap build? Yeah, a lot. Pretty fun. And I don't know, it just depends like how people... I'm nervous or excited to hear how this will be for new players that have never played before. Like obviously, especially now that we're going faster, they're gonna need to pause and stuff, but I'm hoping there'll be a lot of information here. Good for people that are new to the game. Especially the first 5 acts. How was life for Act 9? Normally, I would do 300 life per act. It's pretty safe. Maybe a little bit more. I like having 4,000 life for Kava. Yeah, we have a full guide for this on YouTube. History. I don't know, Menchi. That ask Hero. I blame him.
Low on mana.
There, Withering Staff for even more damage. And then we're just waiting for all the traps to go off. Withering Staff again. And we're gonna move away because that is a big slam that we do not want to get hit by. And he's dead. Didn't drop anything that we want. Poison Trapper, defense. Oh yeah, I smashed my trap. That is the command for the build. There, we'll hand that in. Now we can already go to the next area, but there is a side quest here for a skill point. Go do the skill point one as well. A lot of this stuff is like very popular to do after. And just rush to maps and then do the skill points after. I usually do them underway. You see that the damage just really starts like spiking and ramping. Sort of like the build. Get a lot of ramping damage. There. Come here, please. Oh no, I think the traps get destroyed. Annoying. There we go. Oh. There, and then they're spawning again.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Where did she go? We'll just throw traps on our feet and she'll appear right there. Very annoying with bosses that like go in and out of invulnerability phases because we really want... Ideally, the best thing for us is bosses that... Like, Azir is really good, even though she does have phases, because we get to just instantly nuke all her phases. That's an endgame boss that this build is really good at. Not how much blue wolf. Funny.
Remember, humanity needs us.
Bada bing, it's a healthy
There,
baby
let's
boy.
see.
By
think...
_gaming tipped $36. Here is to your next 3 private leagues. The community has a great need to learn about this game. Lord knows, I have given up many times. Smile.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Right, now next is we're moving towards these points. So we have this. We definitely want this on hardcore before mapping. I can't pronounce that. We'll take the poison mastery first for more damage. We have so much life. We will grab more as well. We'll grab that and then more life after. There. Yeah, I think complexity is a really, really good thing in Path of Exile because most games are so basic with so little depth to it. So I think it's very, very important that there is at least a few games for the people that do want to have complexity. Not every game should be super basic. Oh, this is a dead end. Scourge will last another 2 months and 1 week, or 2 months and 2 weeks. I can't remember. How long are we into the league? 3 weeks? At the very start.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
We got in, so I got into it in the beginning only. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, January is the next thing. The next thing is going to be a very, very big expansion. Similar size as the Awakener and Maven patch, basically. They always do that. Well, it used to be what they called the December League, but that's because a really, really big disaster happened with Cyberpunk. They postponed the game by a month-ish, and now we have January leagues instead of December leagues. But they're the big ones where bosses get introduced. But outside of disasters, there's generally not much delay. Is this still your favorite league? One of my favorite leagues? Yeah, it would be by far my favorite league if the rewards were good. Obviously, I would quite like the Scourge maps to get nerfed a lot and the items to be buffed a lot. Or just the items buffed. It's just like so disappointing. Like obviously items is the most exciting thing for me, not just things shitting out currency. And I was very much looking forward to like corrupting really good items and not having a 95% chance that they were going to break. So I don't know, I just think the league is in a weird place. The Scourge maps are great, but it's not why I was excited for Scourge. I wanted items. So kind of disappointed. I Haven't had a single good scourge item, pretty much. Insomnia, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. Dude, thank you. Well, I mean, in my opinion, Scourge bosses, the special thing about them, they should drop the Scourged items with no downside. Right, so now we're just going through and we're killing these again. You might have seen them before. It is, again, Chevron, Malagaro, and Dodri, and this is thankfully the last time you'll see them. Until maps. Or you'll see them again. You're never rid of them. They're always there. Hey, Ravok. Hey, a massive shrine. A massive now. It's pretty good. This is actually very hard. You really want to put a portal up on hardcore even in the fight so you can escape quickly or be ready to run back the entire way. There's no waypoint anywhere near here, so this is somewhere you really don't want to log out on hardcore to escape a fight. Yeah, she can kill you very quickly. Shouldn't kill this character. We should have really, really good damage here. Yeah, we have so much regen that she's not a problem for this character. But a lot of characters die very quickly here. A lot of characters die very quickly here. This character's just kind of too strong at this point. So not much is a bit of a problem. The Trinity that we're about to fight, the boss that combines, makes an like amalgam of all three of them, that can definitely be a problem. There's some shortcutting there where basically multiple abilities can hit you, or rather multiple things can hit you at the same time. That can definitely be scary on any build. But probably this build is pretty okay now, even under leveled us, I would say. Because normally I would be 70 to 72 at this point. Did I hear something in my filter? Oh, it's just inside my head. You guys hear voices too, right? But yeah, we will keep going. We are almost in maps. And we'll probably end it there in maps. And next time I play, I'll continue playing. We'll do like a part 2. You can see that every time those cat's eyes are appearing, that's when I'm using my Withering Step. For more damage. Barbara, thank you for 2 months. Pretty easy fight. There, and now it is time for the Trinity. Thank you for bro. Yeah, absolutely, Trisco. Absolutely. Now, seeing as this is ramping damage, we're always going to get 3 stages pretty much on this. Always get 3 stages. There, absolutely really, really good damage. We almost do it in 2. There, we do the Withering Step each time, and then we get so much damage, and the Dodri thing is dead. No, we died. We did. There. Next area. My health filter is like hiding most items at this point. I really should have a less strength filter. That's why I recommend like don't necessarily always use my filter. That's like right for the way I play, and I hide a lot of things. But use a filter by never sync. That'll like be better for new players.
For freedom.
Hide a lot less. There, what did we grab last? We were grabbing the poison here, I remember. See you later, Vash. I thought Scourge was going to be a lot more similar to Census too. And I love the link mechanic, but...
You there! Exile! I am in need of your services once
Mystery
more.
map.
Help me!
Help you? Okay, we're just gonna skip down here. We kind of just want to dead rush to Kitava and show Kitava and then end for today, so that it's not over like 8 hours.
Catch my breath.
And then we will do early maps, Merc Lab, and prepping for maps and stuff.
Now,
I just realized.
you face the
Not
biggest
gonna be Res Cap.
crime rob bastard of them all.
They really do want to. Oh, but we can take resist nodes and start. That's fine. We can take resist nodes.
Bash.
Ow. We'll do that, sure.
Oh, me
We'll
kidney.
just take resist nodes. You do 2 skill points after Kitava, and we have 2 we can put in resist there as well.
Hi.
That won't be a problem.
Keep your word or lose your head.
No, guess right. But yeah, that's the plan. Then we'll show how like slash passives work as well, because we're not gonna we'll actually not do Valenta and stuff till after Kitava, and then you can see how passive shows you as well. And then we'll do those in part 2.
Low on mana.
With like the in-game start. We have essence, so we have more of those. And we do have a bunch of currency. You should be able to prepare some gear for the start of mapping. Yeah, I have a video on Syndicate. I've been playing alongside, but I can't keep up. That's why I'm an act behind. If you're only an act behind, you're doing really great. Like, since Act 6, I haven't really been slowing down much. I was just trying to, like, cut time, so... Because I think if we did the same pace I did for the first 4 acts, it would be a 12-hour video. And I don't really want to upload a 12-hour video. This is already going to be the longest video I've ever uploaded. So I'm kind of nervous about how it'll do. A very long Let's Play. See, here we'll be going in part 2. We don't really actually need to go there right now. We're just going for Kitava. That is what we would need for doing the Merc Lab and stuff. We'll do that as part of getting ready for maps. I personally love the campaign. Enjoy it a lot. We thought about uploading multiple parts? Yep. After 6 years of experience, I'm definitely not doing that. Definitely not doing that. Generally ends up with loads of views on the first part and nothing on the second. Like people... Like YouTube doesn't end up recommending it. People don't always know it exists. Multiple parts are always bad. Gamer streamer questions? How do you avoid being fat? Do you exercise after stream? No. I'm not. I am getting fat. I'm definitely gaining weight. I'm like 80 kilos right now. Well, 79. Trying to replace sodas with like sugar water. I'm pretty addicted to both caffeine and sugar. It's hard. Let's see. This is an Arcanist that I can't believe we haven't found before. These are actually fairly worth transmuting, maybe using a few alterations on. The stat you're looking for the most on these is contains additional items. I also don't snack as much anymore. I used to eat a lot of candy, a lot of takeout. Oh, laggy. Weird. Oh my god, he asked again, even though I've answered him 3 times. Actually insane. And I've seen people in chat answering him. But Besky, what's the point in me answering you when you can't even hear? This would be the 4th time I answer you, and you've been answered in chat by 6 different people. I don't understand how other streamers don't go insane. Like stuff like that. I don't mind toxicity. I mind stuff like that. Oh my god, that drives me insane. I like helping people. When you answer the same question, same guy, 6 times, and other people answer, then it's insanity. Maybe he got the ads? No, there was no ads playing when he got answered. And people wrote it in text to him.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I mean, if you're doing beyond, yeah, inspired learning's great. I just hate, I don't understand asking a question, then not paying attention to the answer. Especially that many times. 2 I can handle. 6? Alright, let's see. Alright, let's do the boss. What's Path of Exile's endgame? I do have a video that like covers all of it, but there's a lot of different endgames basically. You have like a lot of different bosses. You have something called Delve, which is like procedurally generated dungeon. You have lab farming that a lot of people do. Oh, who's techie? Actually, I'm more over leveled at this point. One sec. Also fucked up with my mana flask. There. What else? There's a lot of different end games. This is one of the best ways.
For freedom.
Is there anything we want? We want a silver flask just for faster movement and mapping. Grab that.
Remember.
Want to make us cast faster.
Remember, we do this.
There's nothing in Path of Exile that you need multiple people to do. It's almost better than mine. Almost better. Once we had a higher life craft, we could keep this because this is hybrid life. But yeah, there's nothing you need multiple people in Path of Exile to do. Everything is doable solo. It's not an MMO. Depends on your build. Mostly all the rare ones that you don't see very often. Kind of hard to like just quickly narrow down. No, you should never do the GCP recipe on your main gems. You will lose all your damage. Do it on support gems. GCP recipe is whenever you have your first gems hit level 20. For example, let's say our seismic trap hits level 20. You can sell it to the vendor with 1 gem cutter prism, and he will give you back a level 1 seismic trap, but with 20 quality. This is very frequently used on your support gems, never used on your main gems that you are actively using, because all your damage is coming from gem level. No, Ubriziri doesn't really work on a full group, or Flame Blast ends up covering the entire screen. 1 extra Flame Blast per person there. I have seen it though, it is funny. Everybody died. Level 67. Just perfect for maps.
Not all murders are equal.
I usually do like a heisting session where I'll do like 6 hours of heist and go through like 100. And it's only when I need currency. I'd rather avoid doing heist, but it is so incredibly rewarding compared to all the other content in the game. This is very, very rewarding. Very not fun because they do bad waiting. Like Delve has good waiting. Like Delve, when you're waiting, you're doing something. Heist, you're AFK. Awful. Yeah, am I in stacker, George? There. We are coming up on Kitava. There's a few other things we could have done. We'll do that as the prep for endgame. Like, for example, we're missing Yugel, Valenta. Do that in the prep for endgame thing. And we're also missing Merklam. Really need that for this point. Not really. Not really, Snowcrash. This progress more in one day that I have as 3 as a new player. Well, hopefully videos like this will help new players a lot. That's like my main hope with this. You have a guide on heist? Yep. Yeah, my potion's back. There.
I shall strike
Low
you
on
down.
Boom. That should be very, very easy on this build. Much easier than the boss we just fought. That is because... no, Shmir. That is because Kitava is a very big character model. So we get like a lot of overlap. I think that's pretty small. We'll have less damage. Ritual's super worth. Also very not complicated mechanic. Uh-oh. I threw traps too early. I always do this. Years and years of Kitava. There. Trying to avoid all the mechanics. Kitava in Act 10 is a lot easier. The main thing that could possibly kill you could be standing in the literal fire. Other than that, very, very easy to avoid dying. Literally, do not stand in the fire and burn to death. Everything else is pretty easy here. There, now we'll throw traps. Like, this thing does nothing. He has no, like, slam like Act 5 Kitava. It doesn't really have any moves that can kill you. A hand? There is no hand here. That's what I'm saying. That's only in Act 5. Like, this thing. And then you just go to the opposite end of where he starts it. And that's how you avoid this mechanic entirely. So it's pretty easy. Ow. Armor lost strike? Not until March, no. Setting fire is my move? That's fair. Alright. That was all of Path of Exile. And then we are going to cut it up into... We're going to do... I'm actually not going to instantly transfer. We are now going to do a second session, not tomorrow, but most likely the day after, where I continue and do a little bit of the early end game and maps and stuff and get my character ready for maps. And I'm going to show you slash passives. So for example, right now we are missing Yugel, the Reflection of Terror. We're missing Valenta. And we're missing Piety's Pets from Act 3 that I somehow always forget. I don't know why. I've actually done the quest. I just forgot to... yeah. Told you? That's not enough. Unless there's alarm bells. I'll never remember this. But yeah, we missed this one too. So we have a few skill points extra.
I don't think I need to be doing that right now.
Now, next up, we would be basically fixing our resists. Ideally, we want to do this before what I just did, but I just wanted to rush through for the sake of the VOD. Now it's under 8 hours. That's great. And yes, there is a movement speed craft for 20 up to 24 movement speed here in the top left. But hopefully this helps. I don't know if anyone is... I wonder if anyone's going to watch on YouTube the entire thing, because that is long, 8 hours. If you're somehow watching at the end, especially if you're a new player, or if you terrorized somebody you love that is new to games and want to learn Path of Exile into watching this video and they watched all the way to the end, I would really appreciate feedback for how beneficial this was, especially the start to new players. So thank you for watching. Subscribe if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.